Hey friends, welcome to Shigaraki.so. Today we are gonna see what if Deku fused with Mutant and Emitter quirk. So before we start, check out my Patreon page for 18 plus exclusive mature content. We will now proceed to the video. Are you sure? Midoriya Hisashi questioned the doctor sitting across from his family. Next to him his wife, Inko, and their son, Izuku, were sat. Inko looked shocked while Izuku was practically vibrating with happiness. The doctor nodded to the father's question before handing him the paper with Izuku's quirk detection test on it. We've redone the test 3 times, just to be sure. The doctor assured the parents. Little Izuku has 2 quirks. Both a mutant type and an emitter type. And both are very powerful. Izuku's little face practically lit up the room with his smile as he looked on with wide, happy eyes. So he's not just pyrokinetic? Hisashi questioned, since Izuku starting a fire out of nowhere was what had brought them to the doctor's office in the first place. No, it would seem that he was born with a hybridization of you and your wife's quirks. But also a rare random mutation quirk that sometimes shows up in a child that has nothing to do with either parent's quirk. The doctor explained as he pointed to a spot on the paper, drawing both parents' eyes to it. This indicates the presence of a mutant type quirk, and by comparing it to previous records, it seems to be a body enhancement quirk. Having 2 quirks is rare, isn't it? Inko questioned as she hugged her beaming child. It won't hurt Izuku, will it? He may have some trouble controlling both of them at the same time for a while. But Izuku should get used to them both after enough practice. The doctor reassured the worried mother. What I've found to be interesting is that Izuku's quirks share a link with each other. His pyrokinesis can fuel his body enhancement, and his body enhancement can help strengthen his pyrokinetic abilities. It's quite a fascinating development to see 2 different types of quirks working together in one person. Should we fill out 2 quirk registries for Izuku then? Hisashi asked, and the doctor thought for a few moments. You can hold off on filling out a quirk registry for 1 year after a child's quirk manifests to give it some time to develop and get a more accurate idea of what it can do. The doctor informed the parents. I'd suggest doing that in this case because his 2 quirks are technically linked and may be able to be registered as a single quirk once they fully manifest. Thank you for your time, doctor. Inko and Hisashi bowed, copied by Izuku, before they stood and left the office with an ecstatic 4-year-old. The following Monday morning Izuku was dropped off at preschool and was excited to show off his quirk to Kaken. The green-haired boy instantly sought out his ash-blonde friend and made his way over to him. Kaken. I got my quirks. Izuku announced excitedly. Kitsuki looked confused by the plural and questioned it. What do you mean quirks? Kitsuki asked. People have a quirk, Izuku, not quirks. The doctor said I have 2. Izuku smiled widely. Oh yeah? Kitsuki questioned before smirking. Let's see them then. Okay. Izuku smiled before he produced a small flame in his palm. Kitsuki wasn't very impressed, but the rest of the class, including the teachers, all smiled and congratulated Izuku on his quirk. So what's the second quirk? Kitsuki inquired, and the flame in Izuku's hand died out as he scrunched up his face and grew slightly taller, while his musculature became bulkier and more pronounced. It wasn't a crazy increase in height or size, but he was clearly bulkier than he was a second ago. See? I told you I have 2. Izuku smiled as he deflated back to his normal 4-year-old body. And you use them at the same time? Kitsuki wondered, and Izuku shook his head. It's really hard. Izuku replied. I can only use one or the other right now. That's weird. Kitsuki shrugged. If you can't use them both at the same time, aren't you not using them right? I don't know. Izuku's smile fell a bit as he thought about it. Geez, Izuku, even when you get your quirk you can't do it right. Kitsuki laughed and Izuku's face turned red in embarrassment. I'll figure it out. Izuku responded. The doctor said so. If you say so. Kitsuki dismissed. Mine's still better. He grinned as he set off a series of pops with his explosion quirk. For the next year Izuku kept trying to use his quirks properly. The 2 being linked made it difficult to get a grasp on using them both instead of one or the other. Sometimes Izuku would bulk up but no fire would form. Other times it was the opposite, with a burst of fire, but his body staying the same. Working hard, Aizu. Hisashi smiled at his son as the Midoriya family was at a quirk training center, a place where people could go to legally use their quirks so that they could learn to control them. A good half of most of these types of facilities were set up for children to use, as it was imperative that they learn to control their quirks after they manifested. Yeah. Izuku replied. I'm going to learn to use my quirks and become a hero. The green-haired boy cheered and both of his parents laughed at his exuberance. Ever since he'd watched All Might's debut video online, their son had decided he wanted to be a hero when he grew up. The fact that All Might had a quirk that seemed similar to Izuku's only made the young boy more determined. We know you will, Izuku, we're so proud of you, baby. Inko encouraged her son while Hisashi smiled proudly at his little man. Izuku beamed at his parents as he worked to control both of his quirks. Upon leaving the facility an hour later with a tired Izuku, the Midoriyas took the train back to their apartment. Izuku, in Inko's arms, smiled as he watched the world go by through the window. The sun shining down on the world made Izuku grin as he watched. By the time the family returned home, Izuku was full of energy and completely refreshed from his practice at the center. To be young again. Hisashi sighed fondly as he watched his son already filled with energy again. Inko nodded as she leaned her head on his shoulder and watched her baby pull out some toys to play with. A month later. Get out of my way, Deku. Bakugo growled as an explosion rang out across the playground. Izuku still didn't understand why Kakin insisted on calling him that these past few months. Sure, he still couldn't use his dual quirk properly, but that didn't mean he was useless. That's enough, Kakin. You already made him cry. Izuku yelled back, his arms scuffed up but otherwise uninjured from the blast the ash-blonde 5-year-old had hit him with. Do you think you can be a hero with your quirks? Bakugo demanded as his hands popped with mini explosions. Behind him his two lackeys used their quirks, wings and extendable fingers, to try and intimidate him. Heroes don't hurt others, Kakin. Izuku stated resolutely. Bakugo scat at the green-haired boy. Just because you have two quirks doesn't mean you can be a hero. Bakugo snapped back. You can't even use them both properly. But I can use mine fully. Face it, Deku, my quirk is better than yours. Behind Bakugo his lackeys both burst into laughter at Izuku. The boy that the green-haired 5-year-old had been protecting had already fled without any of them really noticing. Izuku knew he could be a hero, his mother and father had both said so. Both of his parents had told them how proud they were of him ever since he'd learned about his two quirks. He was proud of himself. Hey, is it getting hotter? Extendable Fingers lackey asked Wings and Bakugo. Yeah, it is. But why? Wings questioned. Only Bakugo quickly discerned the reason, since he knew what one of Izuku's quirks was. Hey Deku, stop trying to use your. Bakugo trailed off as he stared at Deku. All three of the boys learned two things then and there on that playground. First, what happens when you insult and demean someone's pride. Second, what it felt like to be under the gaze of someone far stronger than them. I can't be a hero. Who decided that? Izuku asked as heat waves were coming off of his body. The same body that was growing taller and packing on muscle at an astounding pace. Deku. Bakugo forced out, hating himself for stuttering. Your quirk is better than mine. Who decided that? Izuku intoned as he now stood at double his original height. The heat that was pouring off his body caused a large heat haze to surround the 5-year-old, though he certainly didn't look like a 5-year-old anymore. I will be the one to decide. Izuku stared down his three bullies, looking down on the three other boys from his new superior height. All three boys bolted away from Izuku and didn't stop running until they'd left the playground completely. This was the day that Bakugo Katsuki learned fear for the first time. It was also the day that began his complete dislike of his once friend. A seething feeling of anger, fear and inferiority developed in the ash blonde that he would struggle with for years to come. For Izuku, he suddenly realized that he was using both his quirks at the same time. I did it. I did it. Izuku cheered as he threw his hands up and made his way back to his home just across the street from the playground. He took the stairs 3 at a time with his current size and was soon standing in front of his door. Opening it quickly, he kicked off his shoes in the entryway and rushed into the kitchen where his parents were. Needless to say, both Midoriyas were shocked at this boy suddenly being in their home. But one look at his face and both parents knew this was their son. Izuku? Inko questioned, her face set in a worried look. Mom, Dad, I did it. I'm using both my quirks at the same time. Izuku smiled and Hisashi smiled happily at his son. That's great, Izu. Hisashi congratulated. But could you turn down the temperature a little? He asked with a chuckle. Izuku looked sheepish for a moment, just now noticing that his parents were both sweating from his heat and quickly shrank back down to his normal size. Sorry. Izuku apologized and Inko moved forward to hug him while reassuring him it was okay. Izuku smiled happily at finally making progress with his quirk. Another month later of Izuku practicing and testing out his full quirk led the family to discovering that his quirks were easier to use during the day, especially if it was sunny outside. This had prompted a trip to the doctor's and another interesting discussion. Doctor's office. So Izuku's ability is stronger when it's sunny? The doctor asked for confirmation before getting nods from all three Midoriyas. I'm not all that surprised. Most pyrokinetics say they feel their quirk is stronger during the daytime, especially on a sunny day. Though we're not quite sure why that is, to be honest. So it's normal then? Inko asked and the doctor nodded. A very common trait among fire-based quirks. The doctor assured her. Now that Izuku has a handle on his power, did you want to register it today? The doctor asked and both parents looked at their 5-year-old son. What do you think, Aizu? Hisashi asked his boy. Can I name it? Izuku asked with his green eyes shining. Of course you can, baby. Inko instantly agreed as she hugged her baby. I want to call it the sun. Izuku exclaimed, his fists raised high. Both Hisashi and the doctor chuckled at the 5-year-old, but the doctor turned to his computer and started filling in the quirk registry. Is this because you can make fireballs now? Hisashi teased his son, making Izuku turn red in the cheeks. It's cause the sun helps my quirk, Dad. Izuku replied with a small pout. Inko kissed the top of his head while Izuku held out his hands and brought a baseball-sized fireball into existence between them. But they do look like the sun. He smiled as both his parents agreed with him as they looked at the red-orange ball of flames. The Midoriya family left the doctor's office that day with plans to celebrate with ice cream along with a copy of Izuku's brand new quirk registry. Registry. Name. Midoriya Izuku Quirk. The sun. Type. Hybrid, mutant emitter. Registry. Izuku would spend the rest of his elementary school years training his quirk. He was often praised, alongside Katsuki, for his powerful quirk and his desire to be a hero. Everybody believed that Izuku was going to make a great hero in the future, and the green-haired boy tried to humbly accept the praise like his parents told him to. There was the realization in the last year of elementary school that Izuku became rather confident when he used his quirk for extended periods of time. That had prompted another visit to the doctor. Thankfully the doctor had been able to quickly figure out that Izuku's body enhancement also increased the amount of hormones his brain released. With the extra dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, endorphins, and testosterone in his system, it was natural for him to become confident and self-assured until he powered down. First year of junior high, second semester. Did you hear about the new transfer? A student a row over from Izuku whispered to his friend during lunch. The blonde girl, Toga I think her name is. His friend whispered back. Yeah, I heard she was from a pretty wealthy family. The first boy quietly spoke. Then why is she at a public junior high like Aldera? The second student questioned in a hushed tone. I heard she's a violent weirdo that attacked another student at her old school. The first student said. I could see it. The second boy nodded. Have you seen her eyes? She's got those cat-like eyes that look at you like something to play with. He shivered at the memory. Where is she anyway? The first boy questioned. She left right as lunch started. The second student responded. Hopefully she's not hurting anybody. How crude, talking about someone behind their back. Izuku admonished both of the boys as he stood up from his desk and left the room. Both boys shrank back from the green-haired boy, no one wanted to potentially anger the normally kind Midoriya. They'd all seen what he was capable of in PE during the quirk application course. Where would I go if I was a new student and didn't want to be near anyone talking bad about me? Izuku pondered as he walked before noticing the sign for the stairs that led to the rooftop. Good a chance as any. He nodded as he made his way up the stairs. Opening the door to the rooftop, he stepped out into the sunlight and smiled. The sun had always made him smile, and he always felt full of energy when bathed in its rays. Looking around, he saw the new girl, Toga, huddled in the shade of the stairwell wall. Go away. Toga muttered dully. The blonde was clearly not in the mood to deal with people. It would be rude of me to leave you by yourself. Izuku replied as he walked closer before stopping a few meters from the girl. Head back. Toga trailed off as Izuku noticed she was gripping her arms tightly. A look into her eyes showed a storm of emotions behind the yellow cat-like eyes. I can't. I want. She mumbled to herself while gazing at him unsettlingly. Are you alright? Izuku asked, now worried the girl might be having some kind of fit or possibly a panic attack. I want. Toga stared at him, her gaze getting darker for lack of a better term. What do you want? Izuku asked, fully prepared to get the girl whatever she needed to help with this attack. Blood. Toga yelled as she leapt forward and swung at Izuku with her nails. Very sharp nails that had been filed to a point, Izuku noticed. The green-haired boy felt his quirk surge through him as he bulked up and heat began to emanate from his body. He quickly caught the blonde girl's wrists and looked into her distressed face. Calm down, Toga. Izuku firmly requested of the girl he now towered over. Seeing the blonde looking frantic, as well as feeling the kicks to his legs, if only barely, he spoke again. Why are you acting this way? My quirk. Blood. I need. Toga was obviously trying to communicate but having difficulty because of her fit. Your quirk is making you act this way. Izuku wanted to confirm. Getting a shaky nod from the writhing blonde. With a nod of his head, Izuku touched his thumb to the sharp nail of Toga's thumb, hard enough to draw some blood. Blood. Toga's eyes zeroed in on the red liquid as Izuku let her wrists go and held out his bleeding thumb. If blood is what you need, then here. Izuku smiled down at the blonde girl who didn't hesitate to literally put Izuku's thumb in her mouth and start licking and sucking on it. This seems almost erotic. The green-haired boy thought to himself as his cheeks turned a bit red. After a few seconds Toga's eyes cleared up and she snapped them wide open. How? I've never. From so little. Impossible. Toga tried to form words but appeared too stunned to do so. Izuku tilted his head curiously as the blonde pulled his thumb from her mouth. She still lapped at it every time the blood beaded up again, but her eyes were sharp and clear of the haze they seemed to have been in when Izuku found her. Are you better now, Toga? Izuku questioned and the blonde girl nodded to him. Thank you. Midoriya, right? Toga asked for confirmation. Izuku nodded with a smile and Toga continued. My quirk needs blood to activate. So sometimes I get this really strong desire to acquire blood. When I ignore it for too long. Well. Here she motioned to the rooftop to indicate the altercation they'd just had. A quirk side effect then? Izuku asked and Toga nodded. Well, I'm glad I could help you out. He smiled at the girl. I've never been able to come out of the fit with so little blood before though. Toga admitted while licking his thumb again. Your blood is amazing. It's so rich, sweet, powerful. I don't know how to describe it. But I don't feel like I want blood at all now. Usually I need more before I'm even close to back to normal. How often do these fits happen? Izuku asked as he sat down with his back against the stairwell wall. Toga followed him quickly, keeping his hand with the bleeding thumb in her grip. They've been happening more often as I get older. Toga answered. The doctors my parents took me to said it was because my quirk was naturally growing stronger. Usually even after I come out of a fit, there's still this little feeling in the back of my mind that wants to find more blood. But just this little bit of yours, Toga paused to lick another bead of blood from his thumb. And even that little feeling is completely gone. I'd be happy to help you out if I can. Izuku offered. Another warm smile on his face. Toga suddenly felt her heart thump in her chest. She liked that smile. Really liked it. It felt warmer than even the sunlight on her skin right now. You would? Really? Toga questioned and Izuku nodded, his smile still warming her from the inside out. Thank you. Midoriya. Maybe I can finally have a normal school year for the first time since 4th grade. Don't mention it, Toga. Izuku grinned as he forced the red from his cheeks when Toga licked his thumb again. So? What do you want to do when you grow up, Midoriya? Toga questioned and Izuku practically glowed when he started talking about his dream to be a hero that saved people with a smile. Toga felt so warm talking with Izuku like this. Hearing about his dream and passion to be a hero just made her want to smile. So, what's your quirk, Toga? I just realized I didn't ask about it. Izuku smiled as he took out a notebook from somewhere. And looked poised to take notes. You're a quirk nerd too. Toga giggled and Izuku chuckled as he shrank back down to his normal size. The danger had clearly passed and his thumb had already healed. Now was the time to learn about another interesting quirk. I suppose you could say that. Izuku admitted with a grin. The two spent the rest of lunch chatting and seeing Izuku go wide-eyed when she told him about her quirk absolutely made Toga's day. The cute way his face turned completely red when she mentioned the naked part of her quirk sent her into full-on laughter as Izuku blushed and stammered. The two quickly became friends before lunch was even over and, unbeknownst to Izuku, he was Toga's first friend since her quirk manifested its side effect when she was 5. Some might say this day was also the first step for the man that would come to be known as the proud hero. Eskiner. For even though he didn't know it, this was the very first time he ever saved someone. Though the girl that he saved would always know and would never forget it. 2nd year of junior high. Thanks for agreeing to help me out, Izuku. Toga smiled as she stretched and limbered up. It's no problem, Toga. Izuku smiled at the girl. He and Toga had been friends for months now. Apparently hearing him talk about being a hero so passionately had inspired Toga to try as well. The blonde girl had confided in Izuku that aside from him, every person she'd met had thought her quirk was creepy or villainous. But after listening to Izuku, with his encouragement and belief that her quirk could be great for heroics, Toga is determined to prove all of those people wrong. She'd be a hero, she'd help people with her creepy and villainous quirk. Are you ready? Toga questioned as she withdrew some wooden training knives she'd ordered off the internet. She needed blood for her quirk to work, so using a bladed weapon made sense. Plus she was always rather limber and agile. So the lightweight weapons would complement that. Any time? Izuku nodded and Toga dashed forward. Izuku bulked up and his body began to produce heat as Toga quickly closed the distance. The first strike came, a stab, which Izuku sidestepped to avoid. Toga swung the other knife towards his stomach and Izuku took a large step back. You're pretty fast, Toga. He complimented the blonde who only grinned at him. For such a big guy you're fast too. Toga giggled as she threw one of the wooden training knives. Izuku moved aside to dodge, and Toga was suddenly inside his reach preparing to stab him in the side. Izuku grabbed the hand with the knife and stopped it dead with his far superior strength. Without any strain, Izuku pushed Toga back, and the blonde went flying backward several meters before her feet touched the ground. Whoa. You're even stronger than I thought. Izuku. Toga smiled at him as she got her footing back. How'd you sneak up like that? Izuku questioned curiously. I dodged a throw knife and then you were already in my guard. People lose track of things around them when they focus on a single object. Toga grinned at him. Your vision focused on the knife. Humming at you and you lost track of me. It's called tricking the eye. Magicians and ninja use it to pull off sneaky stuff. Huh, that's neat. Izuku nodded with a thoughtful look on his face. You ready to continue? Sure thing. Toga grinned and she picked up her other wooden training knife and the two started again. Second year of junior high summer break. Would we come to this place to practice? Toga asked Izuku as they stood in front of a large facility with a high wall surrounding a large amount of land. Because this place allows full quirk use on their large fields. Izuku informed the blonde. You did say you wanted to see more of the pyrokinetic side of my quirk, right? Ooh. I get to see that today. Toga practically started bouncing in excitement. She'd been so curious about Izuku's pyrokinetic abilities. But regulations on pyrokinetic quirks were strict for obvious reasons, so she hadn't been able to see much. The two quickly rented a large rocky field for an hour, and once they arrived Izuku immediately bulked up. Make sure you stay back a bit, Toga. Izuku advised the blonde. My flames are really hot and even the heat they put off can cause first-degree burns if you're too close. I'm back. Toga grinned as she skipped off to the side and watched as Izuku was covered in a heat haze. Fire whipped up around the large muscular form of her green-haired friend. Toga smiled widely at finally seeing Izuku's pyrokinetic ability in full for the first time. He wasn't kidding about the heat though. She could feel it from where she stood dozens of meters away. Gentle sun. Izuku spoke and a ball of flames appeared above his palm. The bright yellow-orange flame swirled around and Toga marveled at the ease of control. With a motion of his arm, Izuku sent the ball of fire flying towards a large rock on the field. There was a blast of flames, larger than Toga expected, and when the fire dispersed the rock was scorched black. That was cool, Izuku. Toga cheered as she waved her arms excitedly. Ahaha. I'm glad you think so, Toga. Izuku chuckled at her mirth, his voice having a noticeable change in depth. Izuku was normally a tenor in voice type. But when he bulked up and used his quirk, his voice got deeper and became a baritone voice type. Toga hadn't told Izuku, but she found his voice appealing in both forms. Can you do more? Toga asked with a wide smile. Of course. This is merely a sample of my power. Izuku proclaimed. The lowest and the most gentle of my named attacks. With that he held up his right hand, palm facing the sky, and a massive ball of flame swirled forth. Toga actually craned her neck to see the top. The heat had jumped considerably, and even as far away as she was still sweating in a matter of seconds. This is midday sun. It's an area of effect move that superheats the surroundings and forces villains to surrender as they succumb to the heat. I could see it. Toga agreed as she fanned her face with her hands. She was still further away as she had been, and she had sweat running down her already. She couldn't imagine how hot it must be directly beside the massive ball of flames. Izuku continued to demonstrate his pyrokinetic control and some different variations of his attacks for Toga. The blonde was mesmerized by how much work Izuku had put into his quirk over the years. This wasn't a level of control that someone just had. This was clearly the result of years of dedication to practice and refining his quirk. Toga truly admired Izuku's drive to be a hero, that the green-haired boy put everything he had into his dream was inspiring. She also found it attractive like nobody's business. She was most definitely crushing on her friend. Our time is almost up, Toga. Izuku informed her as he looked towards the large digital clock on the side of the facility facing the field they were in. Would you like to see anything else before we leave? A big attack, Izuku. Toga cheered. A really big one. A big attack you say? Izuku grinned with a proud look on his face. Very well. Izuku leapt up into the air with his enhanced body, easily clearing 20 meters before calling forth another ball of fire. This ball was different than the gentle sun he'd shown at the beginning. The center of the ball was a bright white and the flames almost seemed to be compressed into a smaller space. Izuku held the compressed ball of fire above his palm as he took aim at a large pile of stones at the end of the field. Cruel sun. The verdette intoned as he launched the ball at the rocks. Toga watched on as the ball smashed into the rock pile at speed. The resulting blast almost knocked her off her feet from the shockwave. Holy. Toga trailed off as she spotted the remains of the large pile of stone. The entire area that had once been littered with large rocks and boulders had been half melted into molten rock. The hot liquefied stone poured down the remaining surface of the largest rocks to form a large pool of lava on the ground around them. Seems I still have a ways to go. Izuku mused as he looked at his handiwork. I meant to melt them all in one shot. Izuku, that was crazy awesome. Toga cheered as Izuku walked towards her and shrank down to his normal state. Thanks, Toga, I appreciate it. Izuku smiled kindly at the blonde as he stood before her. I didn't know you had that much power. The excited blonde gushed as they walked back towards the facility. What kind of villain could stand up to that? Hopefully not many. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Potentially a powerful pyrokinetic villain. Or maybe one that had some kind of incredible fire resistance as a side benefit of their own quirk. But their quirk would probably be. The verdette started to mutter and mumble, and Toga couldn't stop her giggles when she saw Izuku get like this. She thought it was so cute how he could mumble on and on about quirks like this. Earth to Izuku. Toga teased and Izuku snapped out of his muttering. Oh, sorry about that, Toga. Izuku blushed slightly. Don't worry about it. Toga waved off. I think it's cute. See, cute. Izuku was now full on blushing red. Toga giggled at his reaction before leaning closer with a grin. Yep. Cute. Toga confirmed. Now come on. I need to get home and take a shower. You might not sweat from the heat you can put out, but I sure do. Oh okay. Izuku stuttered slightly as he followed along with his friend. End of second year of junior high. Please go out with me. Izuku bowed to Toga as he held out a letter to the surprised blonde. The verdette's face was bright red as he forced himself to be braver than he usually felt when not using his quirk. Ah really? Toga blushed as well as she took the letter and quickly read it. It wasn't overly long, but the feelings behind the words on the paper came through powerfully. Izuku's feelings were genuine and Toga felt her heart thump in her chest while a smile took over her face. Yes. The blonde answered her own crush's confession. She couldn't believe it. Izuku liked her like she liked him. This was the best day ever. You will. Izuku looked up and the two locked eyes without even meaning to. Both smiled at each other reflexively before Toga practically threw herself into Izuku's arms. Of course, Izu-kun. Toga laughed happily as they held each other. I've liked you for a long time. Izuku tightened the hold he had on Toga at her own confession. I'm glad. Toga. Izuku was promptly cut off as Toga put her index finger on his lips. Himiko. Toga smiled at him. Call me Himiko, Izu-kun, only you get to call me that. Hey alright. Hi Himiko. Izuku smiled even with his cheeks pink. We'll work on it. Toga giggled as she leaned in and placed a soft kiss on Izuku's lips. The verdette's eyes shot wide open at the sudden kiss and he was almost certain his flames might have come out for a second. When she pulled back from the chaste kiss, Toga broke out into full laughter at the stunned look on her new boyfriend's face. Hey. I wasn't expecting that. Izuku tried to defend his shocked state. You're too cute, Izu-kun. Toga claimed as she snuggled into his arms. I can live with that. Izuku smiled as she held her close and the new couple enjoyed the warmth of their embrace. Izuku proved he was a bit of a romantic under his quirk nerd and hero fanboy personality after they started dating. Toga certainly didn't mind being loved and doted upon in public. Going to the mall, the movies, festivals in the summer, even out to eat at small restaurants, the two would pass while out and about. This was made easier since their parents had met already. Toga had explained her sudden control of her fits shortly after she and Izuku became friends. The Toga family and Midoriya family had gotten together for a thank you celebration not long afterwards. Her parents were so pleased that she could lead a normal life without her fits. Toga just wanted to be with Izuku, she didn't really care what was considered normal. But having her parents' approval led to less questions and more time spent with her boyfriend. Third year of junior high. You're all third years now. It's time for you to start seriously considering your futures. Their homeroom teacher told the class as he looked at them from the podium. Well normally I would pass out these career aptitude tests. Why bother? I know you all want to be heroes. The entire class, barring 3, cheered as they showed off their quirks. Yes, you all have very nice quirks. But using them at school is against the rules. So restrain yourselves. Hey, sensei, don't lump me in with all these extras. Bakugo spoke up. This lot would be lucky to end up as sidekicks to a busted D-lister. I'm the real deal. Predictably his fellow classmates had something to say about that as they all tossed insults his way. Bring it on. I'll take you all on. You do have impressive test results. The teacher commented. Maybe you will get into UA. Cue the shocked exclamations of the rest of the class that Bakugo was trying to get into the #1 hero school. That's why UA is perfect for me. Bakugo replied as he stood up from his seat. I aced all the mock tests. I'm the only one at this school that deserves to get into UA. I'll be more popular than all Might himself and become the richest hero of all time. People all across the world will know my name. And it all starts with UA. Ah yes, Midoriya and Toga, you both applied for UA as well, right? The teacher asked looking over his paperwork. Izuku exhaled, knowing Bakugo's temper was going to flare up. Yes, sensei. Izuku and Toga replied, and all of their classmates whispered among themselves. Toga caught her boyfriend's eye and winked at him with a grin. The look in her eyes was one of happiness and pride. Happy that they were both going to follow their chosen path as heroes, and proud at the work the two of them had put in together to get to where they were now. Deku. Bakugo yelled, his hand flaring with his explosion quirk. Or it was for about a second before the blonde's hand was caught in Izuku's, now much larger, hand. The Verdette had accessed a portion of his quirk and grown a few inches, while his physique bulked up noticeably. Bakugo might as well have been a child punching an adult's palm. His small explosions didn't even make Izuku's skin turn red. The green-eyed teen was far more fire-resistant than the explosion quirk user after all. Stop being violent, Bakugo. Izuku told the ash blonde, he didn't yell or even raise his voice. But Bakugo understood the command in the other teen's voice, even while he scowled at Izuku. This was another thing Toga had helped Izuku with. Standing up for himself and being more confident even when he wasn't befueled by his quirk. Bakugo. Return to your seat immediately. We have class to start. The teacher yelled, and Bakugo scoffed angrily as he stomped back to his desk. Class continued normally for the most part after that, and the rest of the day was spent with Izuku either ignoring Bakugo's constant glares or catching Toga's eyes while she looked at him approvingly. His girlfriend sneaking and lustful or naughty looks throughout the day just to make him squirm. She knew what she was doing to him too. The little minx. Midoriya apartment after school. That was so hot, Izuku. Toga cooed into his ear as she straddled her boyfriend's lap. You shut that jerk down completely. The blonde girl licked her lips as she opened his uniform jacket and ran her hands over his shirt-covered chest. Emiko, my mom is only going to be gone for a short time. Izuku worried even as his hands ran up his girlfriend's legs and settled on her hips. The two of them in his room sitting on his bed. She'll be gone for at least half an hour. Toga grinned as she pulled her uniform shirt over her head. Izuku's eyes immediately took in his girlfriend's bra-clad breasts. Toga wasn't body conscious in the slightest. She knew she was cute and Izuku reminded her of how beautiful she was often. Her boyfriend was quite the sweet talker without even meaning to be. We should set an alarm at least. Izuku suggested even as he let Toga pull his shirt over his head. Already did. Toga giggled, showing him the active alarm on her phone before she tossed it onto his bedside table next to his phone. Their lips met as Izuku leaned back pulling her down on top of him. They wouldn't go all the way, neither of them felt ready for that yet. But Toga would definitely make sure Izuku knew when she felt ready. But first. Let me get this off, Izukun, she breathed out huskily as she removed her bra, letting him gaze on her B-cups. You're beautiful, Himiko. Izuku gazed at her lovingly. He had to be the luckiest guy in the world to have a girlfriend like her. I love it when you say my name like that. Toga purred as she pulled his lips to hers. The moan she let out as his warm hands began to caress her breasts would have gotten them caught if his mom had been home. The rest of the couple's third year was spent practicing with their quirks and increasing their martial skills in preparation for the UA entrance exams. Also more dates and homework sessions. Izuku and Toga walked from the train station to the UA campus hand in hand, smiles on both of their faces. Toga was happily snuggled into Izuku's side. Having his girlfriend by his side was doing wonders to keep Izuku's nerves from flaring up. Izuku and Toga were simply enjoying their closeness as they stopped to look up at the large building that was the best hero school in Japan. Out of my way, Deku. Bakugo growled at the other teen as he made his way past Izuku and Toga without so much as a glance back. He hadn't even acknowledged Toga being there at all. Bakugo is in his usual mood. Izuku shook his head at the ash blonde's attitude. Arrogant prick. Toga grumbled as her left hand drifted down to where she kept her butterfly knife hidden. That does seem appropriate. Izuku chuckled before kissing her cheek. Toga's hand left her knife and quickly went up to her cheek. She giggled happily as they both followed the signs to the written exam location. The written exam wasn't easy, as expected of UA, but both Toga and Izuku felt they did well enough on it to pass. When it came time to learn what the practical exam entailed, Izuku had a small fanboy moment at seeing the voice hero. Present Mick on stage going over the details. Toga giggled as she watched. But a growl to shut the hell up from Bakugo, who was sitting next to them, brought the moment to an abrupt end. Toga was seriously contemplating stabbing the explosive prick for ruining the moment. Getting called out by another examinee, a blue-haired teen with glasses and a very strict demeanor, had both Izuku and Toga quieting down. Though Toga muttered threats against the glasses-wearing teen until Izuku took her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. After the explanation was complete, the couple found out that they wouldn't be in the same exam site with each other. "It's okay, Himiko-chan, you're going to ace this." Izuku reassured his girlfriend with a confident smile. "I think I need a good luck kiss." Toga grinned with a look in her eyes while she licked her lips. Izuku met her lips with his in a brief kiss before they separated. Toga pouted about the kiss being too short, she even tried to hold Izuku to herself longer, but they had to get on their respective buses. Exam Site B. "Alright. Here we are, let's begin." Izuku psyched himself up as he stood outside Exam Site B. The verdette began to bulk up and increase in size. A visible heat haze surrounded his body as he tapped into his hybrid quirk. Many of the other examinees looked on. In shock. The verdette teen suddenly went from average height to standing well over 2 meters tall. He towered over everyone else in the exam easily. "Start." President Mick called out loudly from where he stood on a platform at the top of a tower, his voice reaching out across the large testing grounds and to all the various groups of applicants. Everybody in Izuku's testing group froze up for a moment at the sudden start. Izuku being the exception as he used his massive strength to launch himself into the test site immediately. "What are you waiting for? There are no countdowns in real life. Run. Go, go, go." Mick yelled out. To all of the stunned examinees. With no one in his way, Izuku was the first to find the massive faux villain robots on the main street. Knowing he wouldn't have long until the other examinees caught up, Izuku began his attack. Target acquired. Eliminate. Several of the robots intoned and Izuku couldn't help but smirk as he formed a large compressed fireball in his right hand. "I am not the target here," Izuku stated with utter surety. "You are." With that, the teen threw the powerful fireball at the horde of machines. The first dozen or so were burned through without trouble, perfectly circular portions of their metal bodies missing. As the fireball traveled through one robot after another, it eventually destabilized and exploded. The blast rocked the street and made windows nearby shatter from the shockwave. Most of the examinees, who just arrived on the scene, stood with their mouths agape at the fact that a single guy had just taken out every robot on the main street. Within the first 30 seconds of the exam, in a single massive fireball, Izuku had already secured his place in UA High's hero course. Perhaps I should have held back. I don't know how many points I earned now." Izuku mused, realizing he didn't have any way of knowing what his current score was. Staff control room. "Oh my, quite the powerful examinee we have this year." Nezu, the chimera-like principal of UA, commented after watching Izuku's attack. With the lack of collateral damage, beyond some broken windows, it's clear that the young man has worked very hard on his control. "That much power and the road is only blackened a bit. That's rather impressive, to say the least." Cementus agreed with Nezu. Exam Site C. "One down." Toga smiled as she sliced the hydraulic line of the first one-pointer she came across. These robots all had rather obvious weak spots to exploit if you knew how. The machine, with a loss of pressure, couldn't lift its large arms and crashed into the ground before powering down. Toga grinned as she skipped off to find another target. The larger 2-pointers and 3-pointers might be a problem. But she'd still try and find a way to take them down too. She was getting into UA and staying with Izuku. No exam was going to stop her. As luck would have it, a 2-pointer spotted her just as she rounded the corner of a building. The large machine targeted her, but Toga was already moving. With focused eyes, she leapt up onto the larger robot's back. Losing sight of its target sent the machine into a scanning mode. This was all the time Toga needed to notice the button at the base of the robot's neck. "Is that a power button?" the blonde girl questioned before pressing it. The robot immediately lost power and fell to the ground. "Oh. That's useful." She grinned viciously. With this new knowledge, Toga happily skipped through the mock cityscape. Every villain bot had a power button on it. If you could find out where the button was for each type, they could be disabled without having to destroy or damage them at all. Toga had already found out where the button was on the 2-pointers. Finding it on the 3-pointers was a little more difficult. "I guess I can see why it's up here." Toga pouted as she pressed the button between the 2 missile launchers. She'd had to leap, flip, and basically parkour her way onto the 3-pointer. It was way harder than the 1-pointer or 2-pointer. But that makes 34 points for ME. Toga wasn't the only examinee that had noticed the power buttons in her testing site. A girl, judging by her voice, was running around the site topless and turning off the robots too. This would have seen her disqualified if her quirk wasn't invisibility, which made it hard for the villain bots to target her in the chaos of the exam. Toga and the girl almost seemed to be in competition for who could turn off the most robots. "I'm pretty sure I'm winning." Toga nodded to herself. "But just in case." The blonde leaped off the disabled 3-pointer and rushed a 2-pointer before anyone else could target it. Exam Site B. In the last 2 minutes of the test, the giant gimmick robot, the zero-pointer, was unleashed. Izuku had been going around the test site helping others that got cornered or overwhelmed, mostly by using his ridiculous strength to destroy the robots. The green-haired teen watched as the giant robot moved its way down the main street of the fake city towards him. Every examinee around him began to run from the colossal machine. The horde of teens quickly ran past the stationary Izuku. With a smirk, one bordering on arrogant, Izuku chuckled as he walked towards the behemoth. I see why it's just a gimmick. Not many quirks are compatible with an enemy of that size. Izuku mused as he continued to walk forward. The zero-pointer caused buildings to collapse as it passed them. Izuku briefly noticed a brunette girl turn and dash down a side street to get away from the falling rubble. A smart move, considering trying to run down the main street would have only placed her in the machine's path. Feeling the rays of the sun on his skin, Izuku set a firm look on his face. "You'll go no further," he stated with finality. Izuku called forth his flames with a thought. The entire area surrounding him began to waver from the heat haze. The temperature spiked so much that warning messages appeared in the staff observation room. Izuku didn't know this, of course, but continued to channel his power. The street and buildings near him began to smoke from the rapidly increasing heat. Izuku raised his right hand into the air, palm up. The flames quickly began to swirl around this focal point. The fireball formed and rapidly grew in size. Be thankful that noon has already passed. My pyrokinetic abilities are at their strongest during the sun's zenith. Izuku spoke to the zero-pointer as it continued to roll towards him. The massive ball of flames was at least 15 meters in diameter at this point. To everyone watching's surprise, the teachers included, the massive ball began to shrink. The fireball was compressing into itself like a star about to go supernova. The center of the flames went from yellow to pale white, the center got brighter and brighter until it was a dazzling white that was hard to look at. Eventually the center glowed with a bright blue color surrounded by a halo of intense white. Cruel sun. The much smaller ball of intense flames, now only about 3 meters in diameter, rocketed towards the advancing zero-pointer. The superheated ball burrowed into the titanic machine with ease. To the further shock and surprise of the onlookers, the massive zero-pointer was lifted off the ground and carried into the air. Superheated air was blasting out of the hole in the machine's chest as it flew higher and higher into the air. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters, a kilometer. The zero-pointer. A robot just over 60 meters tall, now looked like a small green dot in the sky. Pride flare. Izuku clenched his fist, and the green dot in the sky exploded in a massive fireball. The explosion was so large everyone in each of the test sites could see the blast. Even the people in town saw and heard the massive explosion in the sky. Exam Site C. That was awesome, Izuku Toga cheered loudly, swinging her arms up and down like an excited child. The massive explosion could only be her Izuku. No one else in the exam could possibly have that much firepower. She laughed loudly in her excitement and all the examinees stared at the sky in shock. Two things were only noticed by the most observant of watchers. One was that despite the zero-pointer exploding there was little to no debris or shrapnel falling to earth. Only tiny pieces of rapidly cooling metal would hit the ground around Exam Site B. The second thing was all of the villain bots shutting down automatically as the exam ended. Staff observation room. Ahahaha. Nezu laughed loudly at seeing what the green-haired examinee had done. "My robot." Power Loader muttered seeing his creation obliterated. "What the hell is this kid?" Vlad King questioned the room. He got only silence in response, beyond Nezu's laughter anyway. The rest of the staff could only stare wide-eyed at the power Izuku had just displayed. Even a thin blonde man in the back of the room couldn't help but gape in shock at the power wielded by the teenager. Exam Site B. "Oh. Right. Stop." Present Mick's voice was heard throughout the testing grounds. "The exam is over." Izuku exhaled as he let his quirk release and started to both cool off and shrink back down. He was fairly certain he'd gotten enough points to pass the practical. Even if he hadn't actually been able to count them all. "I can't wait to find out how many points Himiko-chan got." Izuku smiled as he walked back to the bus. He didn't pay any attention to the other examinees gaping at him or giving him a wide berth. He was more focused on seeing his girlfriend again. Izuku climbed onto the bus and sat in the first seat. He'd be able to exit the bus faster when they got back to the main campus. "Yue main campus." Izuku Toga cheered as she launched herself into her boyfriend's arms. "Himiko-chan." Izuku laughed as he caught her flying glump. "That was awesome. Every test site saw and heard your blast. Did you blow up the zero-pointer?" "That's gotta be it, right?" Toga chattered excitedly with a grin. Izuku couldn't help but smile back at his excited girlfriend. "Yeah, I got a little into the exam and saw the gimmick as a challenge." Izuku smiled sheepishly. Toga's eyes widened, along with her smile, as she looked at her boyfriend. "Oh, did my Izukan get all riled up?" Toga teased as she pressed herself against him. "Do you need me to help you calm down and relax?" she whispered breathily into his ear. Emiko Chan Izuku exhaled as he pulled her closer. "Don't be naughty in public." Toga giggled as she took his hand and led him towards the gates. "Then let's go somewhere private," Izuku Kun Toga teased as she pulled out her phone. She typed out a message to her parents and then put it away. Alright, you're so eager, Himiko-chan." Izuku chuckled as he pulled out his own phone and sent a text to his parents. He simply told them that he and Toga were going to celebrate finishing the UA entrance exam. The two teens smiled as they left the campus and took a train to the closest entertainment district to the school. Halfway through the ride, Izuku received a reply from his parents. Both told him to have fun but to be back before dark. "Come on, Izuku-kun," Toga urged him as she pulled him along. "Where are we going exactly, Himiko-chan?" Izuku questioned with a laugh. "Right here." Toga smiled as they entered a quirk box. The guy behind the front desk smiled at the teens as they approached. "What can I do for you?" the man asked. "We'd like to rent a box for an hour." Toga smiled back. "Alright, that'll be 1,000 yen," the man informed them. Toga went for her wallet, but Izuku already had his out and handed the bill to the man. "You," Toga pouted cutely. "I want to." Izuku grinned at her. The man behind the desk chuckled at the cute couple. "Box 9 is all yours, kids. Down the hall and take a right, it's the last door in the hall," the man informed as he handed them the room pass. "Thank you, sir." Izuku smiled as he took the pass. The two made their way down the hall and into box 9. The room was spacious. Enough for upwards of 5 or 6 people. It had the standard quirk equipment set up and ready. Toga closed the door to the box with a grin. All quirk boxes are soundproof by design. They're made that way so that every box could have a group singing loudly in them and not bother each other. Now that they were alone in a soundproof room, well, singing was the last thing on Toga's mind. "Izu," Toga breathed out as she wrapped her arms around his waist and pressed her body against his back. "Let's celebrate." She licked his ear and nibbled on it, making Izuku gasp. "Himiko." Izuku turned to face her and captured her lips. His girlfriend was heavily into physical affection and intimacy. In the year that they'd been dating, she was the one that set the pace for advances in their relationship. Izuku would put his foot down if she tried to go faster than he wanted, but so far that hadn't been a problem yet. The two separated their lips to breathe for a moment. Toga gently pushed Izuku onto the padded bench and straddled his lap. Their lips quickly found each other again, and their kissing deepened. Tongues came into play and Toga moaned into their kiss. "Izu-kun," Toga hummed when his hands cupped her bottom and began to massage and squeeze her cheeks. "More?" she questioned with a pant. Izuku, knowing and dating Toga for so long, knew what she was asking and nodded to her with a fond smile. With a happy giggle, Toga opened his uniform jacket and helped him shrug it off. His shirt came next, leaving his torso bare. She moaned approvingly as she ran her hands up and down his muscled chest. Cooing softly, she kissed his shoulder and then his neck. She licked the juncture between them before gently sinking her pronounced canines into his skin. Izuku let out a sound between a groan and a hiss, as he always did when he let Toga taste his blood. Toga was moaning softly into the bite as her tongue gently licked up the blood that flowed. Her fits had never gone away, but they were easily kept from being a factor in her life by Izuku's blood. A few drops and Toga didn't have to worry about anything for a few days. When they were intimate like this, Toga usually got enough to last for weeks on end. While she enjoyed his blood, Izuku would enjoy her amazing body. Toga moaned as she gently let go and began to lick the bite. Izuku's body enhancement quirk made him heal a bit faster than most. A bite like this one would only be a bruise in an hour or so. Less if he was under sunlight. Toga happily cleaned his wound until it had healed enough to stop bleeding. "Izu-kun," Toga mumbled happily as she ground herself against the hardness she felt below her. "Let me get this off." With it, she pulled off her shirt and quickly undid her bra. Her breasts were exposed to Izuku's eyes for only a moment before he kissed both of her nipples and then sucked the right one into his mouth. Toga's lewd moan was all Izuku needed to hear to know she was enjoying herself. "So soft." Izuku mumbled into her breasts when he switched from her right to her left. Toga giggled as they continued to grind against each other. She pulled his head closer to her tit while running her fingers through his shaggy green hair. "Izu-kun, let me do something too." Toga breathed hotly as she pulled away from him. Izuku could only stifle a loud groan as she descended his body. Kissing and licking wherever she felt like it, Toga eventually ended up kneeling on the carpeted floor between her boyfriend's legs. Smiling naughtily up at him with half-lidded eyes, Toga undid his pants. Izuku lifted his hips and she pulled them down so she could get at her target. "Himiko," Izuku rumbled in his throat and Toga shivered in pleasure just from the tone. She encircled his length with her fingers and stroked him gently. Breathing in the smell that belonged only to her Izuku, the blonde panted before kissing the tip. With slow and teasing motions she left kisses up and down his shaft. When she got to the bottom, she stuck out her tongue and flattened it against him. Hearing him gasp, Toga slowly dragged her tongue from base to tip before kissing the head again. Her Izuku was big, not monstrous like she'd seen on the internet. Quirks could be all kinds after all. But very much above average, and Toga had first-hand knowledge that it got bigger when fueled by his quirk. Ready Izu, Toga breathed on the head. Yes, Izuku hissed out at the teasing. She giggled before lolling her tongue out and guiding his tip into her mouth. She shivered with pleasure as she gently sucked him. Her eyes looked up and saw her powerful Izuku panting and groaning under her touch. It was such a pleasurable rush to know she had this much power over the strongest guy she knew. The fact that they were in love only amplified the feelings. She bobbed her head, taking in a bit more each time. Looking up again, their eyes met, dark green gazing into bright yellow with love and affection in both. Big boy, Toga giggled out as she pulled back to breathe. Her hands never stopped caressing and stroking. Izuku exhaled in pleasure. You're really good at THIS. Toga smiled as she took him back into her mouth. They'd practiced a lot since they first took this step in their relationship. She wanted to be able to pleasure him like he pleasured her after all. Now if she could just get to the base again. With a bit of effort, Toga had Izuku snugly buried in her throat and swallowed reflexively. Izuku's hands gently ran through her hair and undid her hair buns. Her long blonde locks fell down her back as Izuku ran his fingers through her hair. She pulled back so she could breathe before working her way back down again. They maintained eye contact, which just seemed to increase the intimacy and intensity of the act. Izuku was reduced to very little vocabulary beyond good, fuck and Himiko. Toga hummed the next time she took him into her throat. She knew just how to finish her Izuku off after all. The verdette's hands tightened in her hair, which made her tremble pleasantly as he came. Himiko? Izuku almost howled as he hit his peak. Feeling Toga swallow with him in her throat only made it that much more intense. For her part, the blonde adored swallowing his seat down. There was just something about it that was so naughty. She made sure to collect the last bit of his release on her tongue. Showing him her treat, she then gulped it down too. Izuku practically collapsed as he breathed deeply to slow down his heart rate again. Did you like that, Izuku? Toga playfully teased. She loved seeing the results of her efforts. She giggled loudly when Izuku's hands went under her arms and picked her up. She was quickly the one sitting on the padded bench, her skirt was flipped up and her panties pulled down her legs and then off entirely. Your turn, Himiko. Izuku looked her directly in the eye when he said that, and Toga shivered at the intensity in his eyes. Without another word, Izuku was almost buried in her slick sex. She threaded her fingers through his wild green locks and moaned loudly. The best part of coming to a karaoke box was not having to worry about the noise. She could moan and scream her heart out in here while Izuku sent her to paradise. Fuckyess, Toga moaned and would have thrashed if Izuku wasn't holding her legs down. She used her grip on his hair to push him closer to her needy lower lips. Gasps, pants, moans, and mules were all Toga could articulate for the next minutes as Izuku's warm tongue worked her over. Tracing her outer lips, then delving into her depths and making her buck into him. When he pulled back to focus his attention on her clit, she threw her head back and her jaw locked up while her eyes rolled back. She shook and trembled in her climax and pulled Izuku's hair as she thrashed in the throes of passion. We still have about 35 minutes left, Himiko-chan. Izuku informed the almost insensate teen. Plenty of time to keep going. He declared with a chuckle. Izu Toga panted as she reached between her legs to spread her lower lips for him. Give it to Emi. Izuku smiled lovingly at the blonde before leaning forward and kissing her lips. The two shared a deep kiss before Izuku pulled back. Himiko blindly tried to chase his lips before she opened her eyes. Our first time together will be in a proper bed, Himiko-chan. Izuku told his girlfriend. Himiko smiled at his thoughtfulness, but then pouted about not getting to have sex with her boyfriend. I still have plenty of time to satisfy you though. With that, Izuku buried himself between her thighs again and made her howl. Izu, I'm still sensitive. Toga shrieked as Izuku went right back to making her moan and her eyes flutter. Her green-haired sun god would make her see paradise 5 more times before he stopped. Toga was in a daze as she and Izuku got dressed again. She almost put her shirt on backwards, she couldn't seem to figure out how to get her shoes back on after she kicked them off, and she was having a hell of a time getting her hair buns back up. She wouldn't trade this feeling for anything though. She loved it when Izuku doted on her in the bedroom, and she'd eventually figure out all the complicated parts of getting dressed again. Let me help, Himi-chan. Izuku chuckled softly as he quickly gathered up her long blonde hair and helped her make the right side bun. The left followed and by then she was clear-headed enough to put her shoes back on. The two left the karaoke box with no one any the wiser about what had occurred. Toga happily clung to Izuku's arm the whole way back to her house. The two shared a loving kiss before Izuku left to catch the train to his home. Midoriya apartment. Did you have fun, Izuku? Inko asked her son when he got home. Yeah, Himiko-chan and I went to a karaoke box. Izuku told the truth to his mother. That's nice sweetie, Inko smiled warmly at him. Dinner will be ready in a while. I'm making your favorite. Thanks mom. Izuku smiled brightly at his mother. Inko beamed back at him and set about preparing the ingredients. Izuku smiled at his dad as he was about to head to his room. He stopped when his dad spoke up though. Izuku. Did you get hurt at the exams? Hisashi questioned his son. No, I don't think I did. Izuku blinked. He hadn't been struck once by a single robot the whole time. You've got a bruise. Hisashi tapped at the left side of his own neck. Izuku's hand went up to the area. He knew what his father was talking about now. Himiko's bite had healed up by now. But he'd still have the bruise for another 30 minutes or so. He also knew exactly what it looked like. Well then, I'm glad to see you and Himiko had fun at karaoke. Hisashi smirked at his teen son. A knowing look was in his green eyes. Izuku felt his face heat up and looked down at the floor. His dad had seen the equivalent of a hickey on his neck from his girlfriend. This was super embarrassing. When his dad went so far as to give him a thumbs up, Izuku quickly retreated to his room. Hisashi chuckled as he turned towards the TV. His son was becoming a man, he and Toga-chan seemed to have progressed to second base. Maybe he'd run over to the Anmitsu place down the block and pick up a nice dessert for after dinner. It would be a subtle celebration for his son's relationship progress. Hisashi didn't know that he was a base short. If Izuku had his way his father would never know that either. 1 week later Midoriya home. Izuku. It's here son. Hisashi exclaimed as he walked down the hall towards his son's room with a letter addressed to the teen. It was from UA, and Hisashi had already decided it contained his son's acceptance letter. Thanks dad. Izuku thanked his father before taking the letter and heading for the living room. Let's open it together in the living room. The duo quickly entered the living room and sat down. Inko was quick to join them. Here it goes. He said as he opened the letter and out came a metallic disc. A hologram projector? Hisashi questioned before the disc lit up and a hologram appeared in their living room. Greetings, Midoriya Izuku. That's right. It's me, Nezu. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? More importantly, I'm the principal. Nezu introduced himself cheerily, getting Izuku to grin. I'm happy to inform you that you passed a written exam with a very respectable 92%. Not the highest in the exam, but a very respectable score nonetheless. As for your practical exam score, please look behind me. The Chimera pointed to an electronic board that turned on, showing Izuku's picture and score. Practical exam score Izuku Midoriya. Villain points. 117, rescue points. 55. Total. 172 points. Practical exam score. As you can see you performed very well. The new record holder for highest score in fact. Nezu congratulated with a smile on his face. I'm pleased to welcome you to UA High School, Midoriya-san. This will be your hero academia. That's my boy. Hisashi cheered as he playfully ruffled his son's hair. Oh, my baby boy. Inko happy cried as she hugged her son for all she was worth. Thanks mom. Thanks dad, I was certain I passed, but it feels great to hear it. Izuku smiled. Even though he'd reasoned that he'd passed it was a completely different thing to get the confirmation. Also, record holder for highest score. Only to be expected for the future greatest hero. Izuku hugged his mother tightly while his father picked up his cell phone and declared that he was going to get them a reservation at a nice restaurant to celebrate tonight. Izuku was eventually able to get a moment to call Toga and hear her results. Hello, Izuku-kun, you got your results too? Toga asked and Izuku confirmed it for her quickly. Yeah, Hime-chan, I took first place in the exam. The message also said I was the new record holder for highest score ever. Izuku grinned. He was proud of his accomplishment. And that's really hot, Izuku-kun, maybe we should get together when your parents aren't home and celebrate properly. Toga tempted him with a throaty purr. Izuku felt himself shiver pleasantly from the tone. You're a minx, you know that. Izuku questioned his girlfriend. Itry Toga teased. Maybe we could make it work. Do you want to try this weekend? Izuku questioned with a grin. He knew to respond to Toga's teasing. With his own. Otherwise his girlfriend would wield all the power in their relationship and wouldn't that be boring? I will come over there and make you keep that promise mister. Just keep going until one of us passes out Toga moaned into the phone. Don't threaten me with a good time. Izuku retorted even as he felt a phantom bolt of pleasure run up his spine. Do your best, son. Hisashi smiled proudly at Izuku. Beside him Inko was holding back tears at watching their son head off for his first day at UA High School. Sure thing, Dad. Izuku smiled brightly at his parents as he headed out the door. Izuku hummed as he enjoyed the morning sunshine. He walked to the train station and boarded the correct line. After 2 stops, Toga joined him in her own UA uniform. Izuku smiled warmly at seeing Toga in the gray jacket and dark green skirt. Good morning, Izuku. Toga beamed at her boyfriend. The blonde's eyes roamed up and down her boyfriend, taking in how he looked in his uniform. She barely restrained from licking her lips at the sight. Izuku looked good in a uniform. Good morning, Himiko-chan. Izuku smiled warmly in return. Toga quickly sat beside him and leaned into her boyfriend. They entwined their fingers and enjoyed each other's closeness on the ride to their first day of high school. Both had been ecstatic to find out they'd be in the same class. If they hadn't, Toga would have raised hell. She'd have threatened one of the other students to switch with her at knife point if she had to. Hearing the automatic voice informing the passengers of the next stop, both Izuku and Toga stood up. They needed to get off here and then walk the remainder of the way to school. Honestly, in Toga's opinion, any extra time to walk hand in hand with Izuku was time well spent. Disembarking from the train and making their way out of the station, the couple took in the spring views and the pleasant morning. They both smiled reflexively as they walked through the large gates of the school. Both of them were proud of their accomplishment of being accepted by the #1 hero school in Japan. Toga felt an added sense of accomplishment on top of that. After all, her quirk had been called villainous or creepy more times than she could count. But now she was here, at UA High of all places. She was going to prove all of those people wrong. She'd be a hero, just like Izuku, and save people with her quirk. Ready, Himiko-chan? Izuku asked with a grin as they stood in front of the door to Class 1A. Always, Izu-kun. Toga chirped back as she stood on her toes to peck his cheek. Izuku placed a gentle kiss on her forehead in response, and Toga's smile could have lit up the hallway all by itself. Izuku opened the large door and both of their faces dropped. Izuku looked exasperated, while Toga looked like she wanted to slap somebody. Take your feet off that desk, immediately. The blue-haired teen from the entrance exam demanded as he chopped the air. It's an insult not only to the people that made it, but also to our seniors who studied here before us. You're kidding me, right? Bakugo sneered back at the other teen. Did your old school put a stick up your ass, or were you born with it? Should have known. Izuku sighed with a shake of his head. Why is he here? Toga grumbled, eyeing Bakugo like a pile of garbage. He shouldn't have even gotten in. Even if he did, they could have at least put him in a different class. It's him, the new record holder. The blue-haired teen blinked as he noticed Izuku and Toga standing in the doorway. DSK. Bakugo scowled at Izuku from across the classroom. All of the other students in the classroom, the majority apparently as only a few seats were empty, looked towards him at the same time. Good morning. Izuku greeted the class as a whole. He was more than used to being looked at by people that knew the power of his quirk. Morning everyone. Toga smiled, mostly at the other girls in class, with a wave. Good morning, my name is Iida Tenya, from Same Private Academy. Iida walked quickly towards the couple to introduce himself. I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you. Izuku returned the greeting. Toga Himiko. Are you going to get on Izuku's case again? Toga questioned, and Iida, clearly remembering the incident in question, shook his head in the negative. He'd been in exam site B and seen what Izuku was capable of after all. I was very impressed by your record-breaking achievement at the entrance exams, Midoriya. Iida congratulated Izuku. Thank you. Izuku nodded to the glasses-wearing teen. It was a good exam. It's not often I get to really use my quirk like that. He heard some comments from his new classmates when they heard Iida's mentioning of his record-breaking. So that's the guy that scored even higher than All Might back in the day. A spiky, red-haired boy said to a blonde guy with a black lightning bolt-like streak in his hair. No way, for real. The blonde questioned, looking between Izuku and the redhead. Wasn't the old record like 150 or something? A pink-haired girl questioned with a blink as she looked at Izuku. I saw the list for the entrance exam, he got 172 on it. A tall, brunette teen with a muscular frame spoke up. That's impressive. A boy with a bird-like head remarked. Damn Deku. Bakugo growled from his seat, still glaring at Izuku. Everyone's talking about you, Izuku. Toga giggled at her boyfriend. The pink-haired girl sitting in the second seat perked up at the affectionate form of address. Did her new class already have a couple in it? She bounced a bit in her seat at the thought of getting to chat with the blonde girl. I'm used to it. Izuku smiled at her. If you're just here to chat, you can pack up your stuff and leave. A male voice came from behind the couple. Turning to look, the duo found a man in a yellow sleeping bag lying on the floor. Neither was quite sure what to make of this new occurrence though. Who is this guy? Izuku wondered as he looked at the scruffy face poking out of the sleeping bag. Welcome to UA's hero course. The man spoke as he stood up and unzipped the sleeping bag. It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. That's too long. Time is precious and rational students would understand that. Wait for me, please. A female voice called out and a brunette girl entered the class. Sorry, I almost got lost. You're technically not late yet. The scruffy man informed the girl with a sigh. Try to be more punctual from now on though. Yes sir. The brunette bowed slightly as she headed back to her seat. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. Aizawa informed the class. All of the students stared in shock at the information. Right, let's get to it. Put these on and head outside. He pulled out a gym uniform from the sleeping bag and showed it to the class. Huh? Every student blinked at the sudden instructions. In only a few minutes the class of 20 found themselves on a practice field. Thankfully, UA had pretty good signage to lead students to locker rooms and practice fields. So it was easy to find their way to them from the classroom. The quirk assessment test. All the students questioned when Aizawa informed them of what they'd be doing. But what about orientation? We're going to miss it. The brunette Chako spoke up. If you want to be a pro you don't have time for pointless ceremonies. Aizawa replied. Here at UA we're not tethered to traditions. That means we get to run our classes however we see fit. With a quiet exhale, Aizawa held up a phone-like device. You've been taking standardized athletics tests your entire school lives. But you've never been allowed to use your quirks. The Ministry of Education is still trying to pretend we're all created equal and not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day. They'll learn. With a shake of his head, Aizawa focused on Izuku. Midoriya, you broke the record on the entrance exam. What was your best throw on the softball pitch in junior high? 68 meters sir. Izuku replied. Right, try doing it with your quirk. Aizawa instructed and pointed to a circle on the ground. Anything goes as long as you stay in the circle. Alright. Izuku looked at the ball in his hand. It was equal in both size and weight to a softball, but with a metallic black ring around the middle. With a thought, Izuku bulked up. Heat began to emanate from his body as he used his quirk. A rather easy test for me, honestly. The Verdette teen thought with a small smirk. So he's got a strength-enhancing quirk, huh? The red-haired boy Kirishima grinned as the class watched on. That's pretty manly. Oh, that's not even all of it. Toga giggled as she grinned at Izuku's towering form. What do you mean? Kirishima blinked as he turned to face the blonde girl. Oh, you'll see in just a second. Toga smiled like a cat that snatched a canary. Izuku, now standing at 2 meters in height, cocked his right arm back and focused his pyrokinetic ability through his body. The synergy of his hybrid quirk empowered him further and he focused on not destroying the ball. With a powerful throw the ball rocketed off into the distance. The simple throw had kicked up an impressive gust of wind and the students, barring Toga, all stared at the strength of their new classmate. A blast of fire went off in the distance and the students were confused. That was part of my throw, no cause for alarm. Izuku waved to his classmates to assure them. The teen's attention was only diverted a few moments later when Aizawa spoke up. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. Aizawa stated as he turned to face the class as a whole. It's the most rational way to figure out your potential as a pro hero. He held up the device in his hands so that the students could see it. On the screen was Izuku's result of 5,346.1 meters. Izuku grinned as he listened to his classmates gasp at the distance. Over 5 kilometers, are you kidding me? The lightning bolt teen Kaminari exclaimed in shock. What kind of quirk is that? A large boy with gray hair and a face mask questioned. That was awesome, Izuku and Toga cheered and all of the other girls in class looked at her. Some had blushes on their faces at the affectionate form of address. Others smiled at what was obviously a couple in their class. The pinkette with the pink skin practically had sparkles in her eyes. Not a bad throw, considering I had to hold back to not destroy the ball. Izuku chuckled and several of his classmates' jaws dropped. That was holding back. I wanna go, this looks fun. The pink girl clapped her hands together. This is what I'm talking about. Getting to use our quirks as much as we want. A black-haired boy cheered. So, this looks fun, huh? Aizawa questioned, quickly silencing the students. You have 3 years at UA to become a hero. Do you all think it's going to be all games and playtime? Seeing none of the students replying, Aizawa continued, fools, today you'll engage in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last will be deemed to have none and will be expelled immediately. That got a round of gasps from all of the students. Immediate expulsion for coming in last on these 8 tests. Izuku raised an eyebrow at Aizawa's words. That seems rather harsh, even for UA, to simply expel students so arbitrarily. As I said, we get to decide how our classes are run. If that's going to be a problem, you can head home right now. Aizawa stated as he pushed his long hair up out of his eyes and stared at his students. Now let the games begin. First test 50-meter dash. Izuku watched as Iida and the verdette girl with the frog-like features took their places at the starting line. He was interested in seeing how his classmates did and what all of their quirks were. He already had his notebook out, which made Toga giggle at her quirk nerd of a boyfriend. Just at a glance he could tell that both Iida and the girl had mutant-type quirks. Their times were impressive though, Iida clocked in at just over 3 seconds and the girl at about 5.5 seconds. Watching his classmates run, and in some cases, use their quirks in interesting ways to complete the 50 meters, was letting Izuku fill his notebook pages quickly. Something the verdette teen was smiling about. Achako finished in just over 7 seconds and seemed pleased with her result. Toga and the pink girl Mina both finished at just over 5 seconds. Mina appeared to be skating on something coming from her feet. Wondering what it was and what exactly her quirk was made the quirk enthusiast smile. When it was Izuku's turn he ended up being paired with Bakugo, much to his own resignation. "You'll be eating my dust, Deku." Bakugo growled at him as they took starting position. "Oh?" Izuku arched an eyebrow at the ash blonde. "If you want to be competitive then I'm all for it." With his body swelling in size and the heat that was generated because of it, Izuku took his stance. The bang of the camera robot's gun went off. With a burst of insane strength Izuku shattered the starting blocks. The now larger teen cleared the 50 meters in only 3 strides. An impression of his foot was left anywhere he'd taken a step. He clocked in at 3 seconds flat. Bakugo was practically snarling when he'd finished a full second and a half later. The ash blonde's use of his explosions as thrusters hadn't meant anything to Izuku's speed. Grip strength test. If not for Izuku, Shoji Mizo would have dominated this test with his 540 kg squeeze. But Izuku was nothing if not a powerhouse physically and maxed out the dynamometer with an insane 999 kg reading. Yayoi Rozumomo was the only one to match Izuku's feat when she made a miniature hydraulic clamp with her quirk and used it instead of her hands. Toga had come in with an impressive 45 kg. She was easily the strongest grip among the girls. Seated toe touch test. The seated toe touch test hadn't been challenging for Izuku. He was flexible and could get a good score on it easily. Mina was the overall winner on this test. The pink girl showed off some insane flexibility as she practically folded herself in half and was able to reach well past her feet with the tips of her fingers. Toga had placed second, almost able to match Mina in flexibility. The blonde and pinkette seemed to be hitting it off rather well as they chatted between tests. Standing long jump test. The standing long jump was cleared easily by Izuku. His great strength saw him even outdoing Tsuyu and her frog quirk. When he added his pyrokinesis to the mix to act as jets, he became the clear winner as he landed well over 100 meters away. The giggling Toga had landed at the very end of the box and returned to her place by the time Izuku got back. Repeated side steps test. The repeated side steps were easy enough. With his enhanced physicality Izuku secured second place. He'd left impressions of his shoes in the dirt when he finished. He was only beaten out by the short boy Mineta with the ball-like hair. The boy bounced between 2 cushions of his quirk at such speed that no one could keep up. Toga had ended up in 5th place on this test, though the blonde girl didn't mind. She was very much looking forward to the next test though. Sit-ups test. The sit-ups test was also conquered by Izuku without 2nd place even being close. Toga had made sure she got to hold Izuku's feet. Once Izuku had finished the test, beating out the brunette boy Sato, Izuku became the immediate target of Mineta's envy. Toga had leaned forward on the last sit-up to peck Izuku's lips, which Izuku returned with a smile. The short teen had looked on with an incredibly desperate face. One that had gotten him some uneasy looks from those that saw it. Endurance running. Izuku and Iida eventually tied. Izuku had even struck up a conversation with Iida about the blue-haired teen's quirk as they ran around the track over and over again. Aizawa had eventually just told them to stop after they'd gone on for so long that they were cutting into the class's time to finish the last test. Softball pitch test. As Izuku had already done the softball pitch test he didn't have to throw again. Instead he was able to watch as his classmates came up with their own methods of getting farther throws if their quirks were applicable to the test, of course. Bakugo raged when he'd gotten 705.4 meters and stood angrily away from the rest of the class. Izuku had blinked in surprise when Momo had created a fully functional cannon of all things and fired the ball out of it. The verdette had been riding so fast Toga thought the paper might catch fire. The Ravenet score of 3 kilometers and change was well earned in his opinion. Achako left every student's jaw on the floor when she'd removed the effects of gravity from the ball and seemingly thrown it into orbit. Her reading came out as infinity, but Izawa would only mark it as 1 meter further than Izuku's score. Needless to say, Izuku's notebook now had an entire page dedicated to both Achako's and Momo's individual quirks. Toga had been giggling the whole way to the pitching circle. She narrowed her bright yellow eyes as she focused. With almost perfect form she threw the ball as hard as she could. The ball went flying through the air and landed 60.2 meters away. "That was great, Himiko-chan." Izuku pulled Toga into a warm hug. Toga happily snuggled into the embrace. They only separated at Izawa's voice. "I'm just going to bring up the whole list. It's not worth going over each individual score." Izawa informed the class as he clicked the device in his hand. A hologram appeared and listed off their names from 1st to 20th place. Izuku chuckled as he saw his name sitting exactly where he expected it to be. Toga hugged his arm with muffled giggles of her own. Work assessment ranks Midoriya Izuku. Aoi Rozu Momo Todoroki Shoto Bakugo Katsuki Ida Tenya. Tokoyami Fumikage Shoji Mizo Kirishima Ijiro Toga Himiko. Ashido Mina Uraraka Achako Kota Koji. Sato Rakido Asui Tsayu. Aoyama Yuga Shiro Hanta. Haminari Denki Jiro Kayaka. Hagakure Tori Mineta Minoru. Work assessment ranks. "That's to be expected of my Izu Kun." Toga giggled as she leaned into her boyfriend. "You're in the top 10 yourself, Himiko-chan." Izuku praised her, making Toga smile brightly at him. "Nuo?" Mineta screamed as he looked at the list. "How am I going to get popular with the ladies if I get expelled?" His exclamation brought some, rather obvious, reactions from his classmates. "Dude. Really?" Kirishima looked at Mineta disappointedly. "So unmanly. Pervert." Momo looked away from the short boy. "Wow." The perplet with the earphone jacks Jiro Kayaka drawled. The girl was clearly unimpressed to say the least. "Mineta. That is not how a UA student should behave. Much less someone who wishes to become a hero." Iida chopped the air repeatedly as he admonished the shorter teen. "Gross." Toga made a face as she snuggled closer to Izuku. "Also, I lied about expelling the person in last place." Izawa informed them with a wave of his hand. "It was a logical ruse to make you all try your hardest." "I'm saved." Mineta cheered only to be wrapped up in Izawa's scarves and dragged in front of the teacher. Izawa's eyes glowed red with his quirk as he held Mineta off the ground at eye level. "That being said, if you don't improve both your behavior and your physical scores, you'll be out of here before you know it." Izawa informed the, once again, panicking boy. "Just because you're not going home today doesn't mean you aren't the first one on the chopping block. Do you understand?" Mineta nodded rapidly before being released by Izawa's scarves and dropping to the ground. The teacher then turned to Toru. "The physical score increase applies to you as well, Hagakure, understand?" "Yes sir." Toru replied, standing stiffly as if she was at attention. "Their quirks have their uses, but a hero can't just coast by on their quirk alone." Izawa stated to the two lowest scores. "UA has plenty of gym and track facilities for students to make use of. If you're really serious about staying here, I'd suggest using them regularly." "Yes, sensei." Toru agreed immediately. "Yes sir." Mineta nodded back, though far less enthusiastically. "Anyway, your papers for the school and the beginning of the semester are on your desks. Make sure you pick them up and read them by tomorrow." "Dismissed." Izawa informed the class as he walked away. The teens slowly made their way back to the locker rooms to change. "Girls' locker room? Didn't expect this on our first day." Toru exhaled heavily as the girls all changed back into their school uniforms. "It was definitely different." Mina replied with an encouraging smile. "Rather unexpected." Momo agreed as she buttoned up her shirt. "I hope everything we missed in orientation is covered in the papers Izawa told us to pick up from the classroom." Achako fretted as she pulled on her skirt. "I'm sure it'll be fine." Toga giggled as she smiled at the other girls. "That reminds me." Mina looked at Toga with a grin. "You and Midoriya are a couple, right?" "Yep." Toga popped a pea with a bright grin of her own. "He's my Izu Kun. You two look cute together." Sayu complimented the blonde with a cute little croak. "Thank you Tsu-chan." Toga laughed happily. Momo, Kayaka and Achako blushed at the current topic while Toru and Mina giggled. "So, how long have you two been together?" Mina asked with bright, almost sparkling, eyes. "Me and Izu started dating near the end of second year in junior high." Toga held her cheek with a soft smile. "He confessed to me with a letter Neverything. AWW that's OSWEET." Achako gushed, even her normally rosy cheeks were redder than normal. "It's very cute." Momo agreed as she finished with her tie. The Ravenette's cheeks were giving Achako's a run for their money. "So Midoriya is the romantic type, huh?" Mina giggled. "A big strong guy with a heart of gold." Toru giggled as she put on her shoes. Can we please talk about something else? Kayaka requested as she closed the locker and revealed her blushing face. Aizu-kun is strong, for sure, Toga smiled at what were fast becoming her first female friend since elementary school. Even without his work bulking him up, she teased as she pulled out her phone. She unlocked it and then flipped through her pictures. With a giggle she turned the screen to face her classmates. OMY Mina and Toru both broke into giggles with bright cheeks. On the screen was a picture of Izuku, shirtless and wearing a pair of swim trunks, his muscled body on display to the girl's eyes. Toga-san. Momo covered her eyes. After she'd spent several seconds looking. Midoriya-chan is ripped. Sayu commented, her own cheeks a healthy red. Are you sure you should be showing us this? Kayaka questioned the blonde girl. Her cheeks might very well be the brightest. She was also the second, after Momo, to avert her eyes. It's fine. Toga waved off. Aizu-kun and I were on the beach when I took this pic. He's not body shy at all. We talked about sharing photos with others before. He doesn't share any pics I send just for him, and I don't share anything that is just for me either. Just, F4YU? Achako's head might have actually been steaming. We each have a FEW, Toga teased with a wink and giggled at the flushed faces of her new friends. We should be hurrying. We need to get our papers and stuff from class still. Sayu commented as she headed for the door, already changed and with her cheeks slowly cooling off. What? No way. I want to keep talking about boys and romance. Mina playfully whined as she followed after the frog-like girl. Also see if Toga-chan has any more pics she wants to share. Toga couldn't help but giggle at Mina. The pin cat giving her a wink to let the other girl know that she was kidding. I'm sure there will be time for such things later. Momo spoke, even with bright red cheeks, while the girls exited the locker room. 4. Now we should focus on the work we have ahead of us. Alright, save it for girl talk later then. Mina smiled widely. I'm in. Toru exclaimed as she fell into step with Mina. We could make a group chat for the girls of 1A. Toga suggested with a smile. I'm not well versed in such things. Momo admitted. Her upbringing didn't give her very many opportunities to make friends. We'll get you there, yeah Momo. Mina grinned at the Ravenet. Yeah Momo. Momo blinked as she raised her hands to her cheeks cutely. We're not only going to talk about Toga-chan's relationship, are we? Kayaka raised an eyebrow. I doubt it. Achako chuckled as the girls pulled out their phones to exchange numbers. Izuku had no idea that Toga was quickly making new friends, but would be ecstatic when she told him on their way back home. He'd never mention it aloud, but he was worried Toga didn't have any female friends. To be fair, Izuku didn't exactly have any male or female friends of his own. Most were either intimidated when they saw what he could do, or thought his muttering and hobby of quirk analysis was weird. Midoriya, bro, you kicked ass today. Kirishima smiled at the vedette. Thanks Kirishima. Izuku grinned at the retard. You did great too. Thanks man, but you're definitely the MVP today. Kirishima chuckled. I'll say. You demolished the tests, man. Kaminari laughed. No one was even close on some of them. So what's up with your quirk? Sato asked as the boys started to finish changing. I thought it was sort of similar to mine, being a strength enhancer, but that Fire Kinda disagrees. Well, my quirk is a type hybrid. Izuku smiled as he started to explain his quirk to his classmates. Maybe Toga wasn't the only one that would have some new friends by the end of the day. Normal. That's all anyone could call the first half of UA High School's day. Completely normal subjects, like math, English, classical Japanese, were taught as if they were at a normal high school. The only difference was that they were taught by pro heroes for these mundane subjects. Pro heroes like Ectoplasm teaching mathematics or Present Mic teaching English. It was the epitome of normal for a school barring that one difference. When the lunch bell rang the whole of 1A made their way towards the cafeteria. The reactions to the first half of their classes were varied. Some, like Mina, Kaminari, Shiro, and Tor looked wiped out. While others, including Momo, Iida, Bakugo, and Izuku weren't bothered by the lessons much. This food makes morning classes all better. Mina smiled happily as she ate. It's good, Toga agreed with a smile as she sat next to Izuku. Not as full of love as Mama Inko's cooking though. I doubt anyone can put that much love in their cooking, Himiko-chan. Izuku chuckled as he ate. Inko had burst into a fountain of. Here's the first time Toga had called her Mama Inko. The blonde was nearly crushed by the hug she'd been wrapped in by the emotional vedette woman. Izuku still got a chuckle out of it to this day. Both Inko and Hisashi were in favor of Izuku and Himiko eventually marrying in the future. Likewise, Toga's parents were all for the idea considering Izuku was the one helping their daughter be normal. Honestly, Izuku didn't like how much emphasis Toga's parents put on being normal and fitting in. They had practically smothered their daughter with such expectations after all. He hated to think what might have happened if he and Toga hadn't met back in junior high. You two are so adorable, Toru cooed at the couple. Toga beamed at her new friend and Izuku smiled at the invisible girl. What do you think our first heroics class is going to entail? Kirishima asked from the other side of the table. The Redeed was munching on his food with a curious look around the table. I'd guess introductory things, maybe some basic training. Momo surmised as she had a thoughtful look. Basic training seems likely. Sayu placed her index finger on her cheek. I hope it's not another pass or be expelled thing. Sato shook his head. Aizawa scared the heck out of me with that. No kidding, Jiro shivered slightly. When he said that, I almost panicked. Achako nodded to the perplet with her mouth full. Toga thought she looked cute scarfing down her rice like that. We just have to do our best. Mina raised her fist into the air with a bright grin. Indeed, Ida nodded to the Pinket. We shall give our all to become great heroes in the future. If it wasn't for the fact that he had utensils in his hands, Izuku felt like Ida would be chopping the air to accompany his statement. After lunch, Class 1 was sitting at their desks waiting for their teacher to arrive. The first heroics class had many of them hyped up. This was what all the work to get into UA was about. Training to become heroes. All 20 students perked up when a very familiar laugh sounded out. I am here, the boisterous voice called out. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might threw open the door to Class 1A, he held onto the frame as he leaned into the classroom. The students erupted into cries of shock and excitement. Holy crap. Kaminari shouted. It's really All Might. Kirishima cheered with his fists raised. All Might is our teacher. Izuku was smiling widely and Toga was smothering her giggles. All Might had always been Izuku's favorite hero. Getting to see the man up close, talk to him, and learn from the number one was a dream come true for her boyfriend. He also looked cute with sparkles practically coming from his eyes. All Might made his way to the podium and put his fists on his hips, his trademark smile practically shining at the teens. I will be teaching foundational heroics. In this class, we will be pushing all of you to your limits so that you can learn the basics of being a hero. We'll be here after lunch every day, sometimes only with me, while other times we'll have another of your teachers assisting. This class also has the most units per semester. So slacking off will see you quickly losing your spot in the hero. Course. The number one hero warned the class. The blonde man held a card in his hand. With that said, let's get right into it. Your first class shall be combat training. The card he was holding did indeed have the word battle written on it. Combat. Bakugo was grinning viciously, he was beyond excited. The scores from yesterday's assessment wouldn't mean a thing once he aced this class. For this class you'll need these. All Might clicked a button and several panels popped out of the wall on the far side of the room. Each of them had 5 metal cases labeled from 1 to 20, matching the student seating numbers. In accordance with your quirk registries as well as your own written requests. These are your. The number one didn't even get to finish as he was drowned out by the students. Costumes. The class shouted in glee. All of them were practically shaking with excitement, this was the real deal. They'd finally get to wear the costumes they'd come up with. That's right. All Might yelled smiling at them all. After you change, meet at Ground Alpha. Ground Alpha. All Might stood on Ground Alpha, fists again on his hips as he waited for his students to start coming out of the tunnel and into Ground Alpha proper. His grin widened as he saw the first of them walk into the light. They say the costume makes the hero, young students. The number one hero looked over each of them and noted what he saw of the costumes. Young Hagakure looked like she needed some instruction. The teen was clearly not wearing anything beyond a pair of gloves and sneakers. He'd have to discuss this with his colleagues. Surely, they could help the invisible team get a real costume. Mimetic polymers and other materials that incorporated a person's own hair cells into their costume had come a long way from when he debuted as a hero. Surely something of that nature could be applied to Hagakure. Be proud. From this moment on, you are heroes. All Might leaned forward with his trademark smile. Shall we begin, you bunch of newbies? Your costume is great, Achako. Toga complimented her new friend as they waited for All Might to grab a box he had next to his feet. I like yours too, Toga. Achako smiled as she looked over her friend's hero costume. It was styled after a typical school sailor uniform, but even to the brunette's eyes, she could tell the fabric was padded and reinforced for protection. Is that Kevlar? Yep. Aizu-kun helped me design it. It'll stop most bullets and it's knife-proof. Toga smiled as she did a small twirl to show the whole costume off. What I'm really happy about is this. She smiled as she pulled the collar down to reveal part of the sports bra underneath. Aizu-kun helped me find out about quirk compatible fibers online and I submitted some of my hair for testing. It worked out in my case, the sports bra and spats I'm wearing under my costume are almost completely made of my own hair blended with synthetic mimetic fibers. They'll stay on and keep me from being naked when I deactivate my quirk. No more embarrassing naked moments for me. That's great. Achako smiled, even though her cheeks were just a bit redder than usual. Toga had told the other girls about her quirks problem in their group chat. Quirks were one of the first things the girls had talked about after all. I'm glad you don't have to deal with that anymore. Me too. Toga giggled. It was just out of the corner of her eye that she noticed him, Mineta, the creepy pervert in their class. He had apparently slunk over towards her and Achako while they were talking, and his eyes hadn't left her chest, probably since she'd shown Achako the portion of her sports bra. All of the girls in their class watched as the creep accidentally tripped on flat ground and fell towards Toga's exposed legs. Said blonde didn't have time to try and move away, and all of the other girls already felt bad that she was going to be touched by the little pervert. Huh? Mineta was stopped from falling by a booted foot. Looking up the leg the foot was attached to, Mineta locked eyes with Izuku. The verdette didn't look amused. Since Mineta was resting on his boot, Izuku simply high-kicked and launched the pervert high into the air. Mineta's screams of terror as he rocketed into the air drew All Might's attention. The number one hero blinked as he looked between Toga, Izuku, Achako, and then the rapidly disappearing Mineta. You okay, Himiko? Izuku asked his girlfriend. Toga smiled happily before hugging him. Yep. Toga smiled while popping the pea. You always save me when I need you. She giggled while snuggling into his chest. Holy shit. Kaminari exclaimed as he lost sight of Mineta in the sky. I think he just yeeted Mineta into the stratosphere. Good. Every girl in class 1 stated flatly, their faces all deadpan. It spoke volumes that in only a single day, none of the girls thought Izuku had gone overboard with Mineta. The short teen's perverted nature had made him no friends amongst the girls of his class. Definitely going to have a talk with young Mineta. All Might thought to himself as he looked into the sky to find the boy. Spotting the teen in the sky, the symbol of peace leapt into the air. All Might met Mineta before the great theme teen could begin his descent. Grabbing the student by the back of his costume, All Might slowed their fall with a few well-placed stomps against the air. His immense strength created blasts of wind with each kick, and the duo landed a bit away from the rest of the students. Setting the teen down All Might's side. It looked like he'd need to enlist Izawa's help to set young Mineta straight about his behavior. No more of that, young Mineta. All Might warned the teen. Mineta, still shaking from his impromptu flight, nodded rapidly. Young Midoriya, refrain from putting your classmates in life-threatening situations. This is your one and only warning, am I clear? Yes, All Might. I got a bit carried away, my apologies. Izuku bowed his head. Toga hugged him tighter. If anyone could see her face though, they'd probably be shocked by the vicious grin on her lips. Knowing that Izuku was willing to protect her like that was heartwarming. But it also fanned the flames of her more aggressive tendencies too. Hopefully whatever they were doing today would help her calm down a bit. If not, WELL Izuku could help her out after class. The blonde stifled a giggle at her own naughty thoughts. Your costume came out great, Izu-kun. Toga complimented her boyfriend with a bright smile. Izuku's costume consisted of a large dark green vest, padded with Kevlar, and matching pants. A belt with a large golden buckle in the shape of a lion's head secured his pants. On his feet were brown boots, and on his back was his only support gear. A large modified fireman's axe hung from a special belt holster across Izuku's back. Aside from the golden color, it looked normal enough at first glance, but it clearly had some extra features built in. The most notable being what looked like vents where Haft met head. Many of the students were curious about what the large axe could do. Now, without any more interruptions, All Might looked over Mineta, Izuku, and then the rest of Class 1A. Let's begin. Sensei. Iida's hand shot into the air. All Might gave the teen a nod, and Iida spoke. This appears to be a wide open plain. What kind of combat training are we doing here? Excellent question, young Iida. All Might pointed at the teen in his white armor-like costume. Today we'll be getting a baseline of your combat abilities by having you go toe-to-toe with each other. This will let me see where you stand now, as well as how you use your quirks. How will matches be chosen? Momo asked with her hand raised. Is there a time limit? Kirishima questioned next. How bad can we rough up our opponent? Bakugo yelled over the others. Hold on. Hold on. All Might held up his hands. My quirk isn't super hearing, you know. He shook himself before regaining his composure. We'll be randomizing the matches by drawing lots. Heroes don't get to choose what villains they'll have to confront in the field. This randomization will help simulate that. With that, All Might called each student up by their seat number and had them draw a lot from the box in his hands. Toga, seat number 13, pulled out a lot that had the letter H on it. Looking around, she wondered which of her classmates had the other H lot. Let's see, Izuku mumbled as he reached into the box. As seat number 18, there weren't many lots left for him to pick. First again it looks like. He chuckled as he glanced at the large A on his lot. Damn it. Bakugo growled as he noticed that Izuku's lot didn't match with his. All Might had to stoop down to let Mineta pick his lot. The relieved sigh the short team gave off must have meant he didn't get anyone he was immediately terrified of. Momo picked hers next and looked over her classmates. It seemed that Shoji, the tallest guy in their class, would be her opponent. Last was Todoroki who picked out the final lot. Izuku raised an eyebrow when the teen with the two-toned hair turned to face him. The other A lot in his hand explained why though. Alright then, All Might spoke loudly. Does everyone have their opponent? Getting nods from all of the students made the blonde man smile. Good, then we'll start with the first match. Lot A, you're up. Both Todoroki and Izuku made their way out to the middle of the large flat field. Fairly simple rules young Todoroki, young Midoriya. Absolutely no lethal force, no harming any of your waiting classmates, and if I declare the match over, it is over. Are we clear? Yes, sensei. Izuku nodded to his idol. Yes, sir. Todoroki stated, his eyes not leaving Izuku. Good, when I say start you may begin. All Might instructed, but he stopped when Izuku held up his hand. Yes, young Midoriya. Could you hold on to this for me, sensei? Izuku asked as he removed his support gear axe from his back. All Might nodded in agreement and took the golden axe from the verdette. Todoroki's eyes widened, the first real emotion the teen had shown in the last 2 days, as All Might's arm dropped slightly when the axe fell into his hand. Oof, it's heavier than it looks. All Might chuckled as he hefted the axe over his right shoulder. Now that he'd gotten a feel for the weight, he wielded it like a child held an empty paper towel tube. Thank you, sensei. Izuku nodded to the man. Of course, All Might waved off. Ready. Start. With a leap backwards All Might was standing next to the rest of Class 1A. Are you sure you don't need your support gear? Todoroki asked flatly. Not for this, Izuku shook his head as heat began to radiate from him and he grew and bulked up. Todoroki's left eye, the one with the burn scar, twitched as he felt the heat. It wouldn't make a difference either way. Todoroki stated as he raised his right hand. You've yet to even face me in this state, Izuku chuckled with amusement seeping into his voice. Yet you already declare your victory regardless. Confident, aren't you? Todoroki's response was to send a wave of ice and frost across the majority of the field. Everything on Izuku's side was encased in the ice near instantly. I told you. Todoroki sighed. White mist escaped the teen's mouth from the newfound chill in the air. That was insane. Kaminari blinked as he watched Todoroki freeze half the field and Izuku along with it. He won instantly. He hasn't won anything, Toga giggled, and everyone, including All Might, looked at the girl confused. Izuku hasn't even tried yet. Boom. The blast shook the field as all of Todoroki's ice shattered into a steam burst from the rapid shift in temperature. The heterochromatic student was sent flying backwards from the shockwave and barely stayed upright. Standing exactly where he'd been frozen was the now towering form of Izuku. Heat haze was rolling off his body as all the ice disappeared. How did you do that? Todoroki looked even more shocked than the rest of the class. Your quirk is interesting, but it's not nearly cold enough to do me any harm. Izuku chuckled. Come, let's continue the match. Todoroki narrowed his eyes as he sent an even larger wave of ice at Izuku. Much to his shock, the verdette practically exploded into flames. The wave of ice was met with an intense blast of fire. The conflicting temperatures caused another thermal shockwave that sent Todoroki stumbling. Izuku didn't even flinch from the blast. It seems I'll have to get serious. Todoroki stated coldly as frost began to form along his right arm. What came next stunned the entire class. Even All Might had to crane his neck to look up in amazement. A fucking glacier now existed on Ground Alpha. The massive amount of ice completely covered the field except the area where Todoroki was standing, and it was only a dozen meters or so away from the rest of the class. Many of the girls, thanks to their skin-tight costumes or lack of clothing and Toru's case, shivered at the sudden drop in temperature. TTH think Tita Todoroki W wins N now. Zero chattered out as he wrapped his arms around his body from the cold. I prefer heat to cold. Toga grumbled as she shivered. I hope Izu-kun fixes this soon. All of her classmates looked at her like she was crazy. Did she not see the glacier in front of them? Hugh dropped jaws as the glacier began to steam and rapidly melt. Ahahaha. Izuku chuckled loudly as the glacier melted around him. The streams of water pouring off the rapidly melting ice, also turning to steam from the heat he was radiating out as fire surrounded him. To think I'd find such a strong person amongst my classmates. Their quirk is very impressive, Todoroki. He praised his classmate. Todoroki looked thunderstruck at Izuku's ability to shrug off his most powerful attack. Izuku glanced over Todoroki's shivering body. Half of the teen appeared to be covered in frost. It almost matched the left side of his costume with the ice covering it. You seem cold, Todoroki. Don't worry about it. Todoroki exhaled frosted breath as he tried to stop his shivering. Nonsense, Izuku grinned at the other teen. Let me help you warm up. The verdette raised his left hand into the air and everyone watched while holding their breath. Toga being the only exception. She grinned widely at what was about to happen. Midday sun. Izuku intoned and about 30 meters directly above him a second. Sun seemingly swirled into existence. The heat wave this released blew through ground alpha and wiped any remaining traces of cold away. The new sun hung in the air without moving. Many of the teens wondered if Izuku was going to throw it at Todoroki in retaliation for the earlier glacier. So? Is he going to attack with that or what? Kaminari blinked as the mini-sun continued to stay motionless. Only the flares of fire that occasionally escaped the massive sphere were moving at all. NOPE Toga grinned as she removed the Kevlar padded sweater portion of her costume. The cotton and carbon nanofiber blend of her Sailor Fuku-inspired top revealed. That's an AoE move. If you can remove any layers, I'd recommend it, it's going to get really hot the longer Izu-kun keeps that up. She's right. Momo confirmed as she'd already made a digital thermometer with her quirk. The temperature is steadily rising even at our distance. I can't imagine the level of heat those two are experiencing standing directly under that micro-sun. Well? Are you warmer now, Todoroki? Izuku questioned his opponent as massive heat haze almost obscured their view of each other. How are you doing this? Todoroki panted as he was focusing on keeping his body cool with his ice. The left side of his costume was already a lost cause. It had melted away in a matter of moments. How can you maintain this level of pyrokinesis? You shouldn't be able to even speak. All of your focus should be on maintaining that fire. I've trained long and hard with my quirk, Izuku informed the other teen. My heat resistance was incredibly high from birth. Through hard work over the last almost decade, I've refined my abilities and increased my natural resistance. This is nothing for me now. Impossible. Todoroki trailed off as Izuku moved and was suddenly in front of him. The verdette's fist was cocked back and Todoroki instinctively threw up a wall of ice to block. The only problem was his wall of ice was more like a wall of slush. The intense heat radiating down on them from Izuku's midday sun was partially nullifying his quirk. The large fist passed through the slush and nailed Todoroki in the chest. The heterochromatic teen was knocked off his feet and sent rolling backwards. The longer this fight lasts, the hotter my son gets. Izuku informed his opponent. If it wasn't for your quirk, you'd probably already have blistered skin and be suffering from heat exhaustion. Shut up. Todoroki panted as he forced his quirk to work. A wave of ice and slush swamped Izuku. Todoroki continued to force his quirk as he sent wave after wave of ice and slush at Izuku. The only problem with this strategy was that Todoroki was barely even cooling himself down at this point. The air was so hot they might as well have been standing in a blast furnace. The second problem with his strategy came in the form of Izuku passing through his attacks like they were merely a light mist and socking Todoroki in the jaw. The red-white-haired teen felt his feet come off the ground. His vision developed spots of black as he hit the hot dirt of ground alpha. His head was swimming and he couldn't focus. The last thing he saw with his blurring vision was the bright orange-yellow glow of Midoriya's sun disappearing and the teen standing over him. But Class 1 and All Might. Hot. Mina cried out as the temperature continued to increase. All of the students that had a layer to remove had already done so. Mina had ditched her vest with the faux fur neck lining. Kaminari had shucked off his jacket, as had Jiro with hers. This is insane. Momo shook her head in disbelief at the number on her digital thermometer. The day had been a pleasant spring day when they'd come out to ground alpha, roughly 21 degrees Celsius. According to her thermometer it was now 36 degrees Celsius and still climbing. I told you. Toga sighed as she fanned herself as much as possible. It's got to feel like hell where they are. Tokoyami commented, having also removed his long cloak a while back. Shouldn't we stop them? Sayu questioned as she wiped her forehead of sweat. The mini-sun dispersing a few seconds later answered the frog-like girl's question. They all watched as Izuku stood over the downed Todoroki. With the disappearance of the sun, all of the students let out sighs of relief when a cool breeze blew through ground alpha. The heat was dispersing and the temperature in the area was dropping back to what it had been. Midoriya is the winner. All Might announced loudly. He rushed onto the field and was at the two-teen side a moment later. I knocked him out, but I don't think I hurt him much beyond that. Izuku informed his idol teacher. His heat resistance is impressive. Yes, he appears to be alright, but just in case. All Might pulled out a small phone-like device and hit a button. Less than a minute later 2 robots rolled onto the field with a stretcher between them. They carefully loaded Todoroki onto it before picking it back up and rolling away. Those medic units will take young Todoroki to Recovery Girl for treatment. He'll be fine in short order with her care. Yue is impressive. Izuku blinked as he saw both the care and efficiency the small robots had used to get Todoroki to the care of recovery girl. No wonder they can train in as close to real-life situations as they do. Quite right, young Midoriya. All Might smiled and gave him thumbs up. Izuku was still bulked up by his quirk, so he had no desire to. Fanboy squeal. Once he cooled off then he'd do so. Toga would probably get a giggle out of it. Izuku thought with a grin. The teacher and student walked back to the rest of the class. All Might handed Izuku his support gear axe back and the Verdette team casually returned it to the special holster on his back. Alright, so next we have Lot B. Let's see what you've got. All Might declared as he moved the class forward. That was great, Izu-kun. Toga smiled brightly at him. Izuku shrank down as he released his quirk and smiled back at his girlfriend. Thanks, Himiko-chan. Izuku pulled her into a hug and the two squeezed each other gently. It got pretty hot over here, Toga grinned up at him. I don't think they believed me when I told them it was about to get really hot. Ah, sorry about that. Izuku apologized with a grin. I got all sweaty because of you, Toga fake pouted at him, puffing her cheeks up cutely. You'll have to make it up to me. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. You want to stop by that crepe place we saw yesterday, don't you? Izuku raised an eyebrow at his girlfriend. Maybe. Toga grinned at him. You could just ask. Izuku chuckled as he kissed her cheek. Toga beamed at him as she held the spot his lips had just left. What am I going to do with you? He shook his head fondly at her. I could think of a few things. Toga winked at him with a naughty grin. Not in front of everyone, Himiko-chan. Izuku reminded his amorous girlfriend. Toga playfully stuck out her tongue. Toga smiled as she and Izuku held hands while they watched their classmates spar with each other. So far no one had even come close to matching what Izuku and Todoroki had done in the first match. Some of the other matches had been quick, while others had dragged out a bit. Match B had been Iida vs Aoyama. The blonde teen had fired his laser at the speedster multiple times, but not a single blast had touched Iida. The match ended with a punishing, high-speed kick from Iida that folded Aoyama over his leg. Iida had apologized profusely to the almost unconscious blonde when All Might had called in the medic units to take Aoyama to recovery girl. Match C had dragged on for a while. Kirishima vs Bakugo had seen the screaming bomber actually meet someone that could stand up to his explosion quirk. Kirishima had managed to sock Bakugo in the jaw one good time by punching through the smoke the explosion caused. This led to a back and forth match of offense versus defense. Bakugo had more raw power and better mobility, but Kirishima's quirk was so tough it mostly negated Bakugo's force. Toga giggled every time Izuku pulled out his notebook to jot down new observations about his classmates' quirks. Match D was short and sweet. Kaminari vs Kota had ended with a larger teen twitching on the ground. Though it was obvious Kota had never been in a fight a day in his life. The large teen was rather pacifistic and had no real form. Kaminari had ducked a couple of wild punches, then touched Kota. The teen had twitched and let out a shriek from the voltage passing through him before collapsing. Match E had been Zero vs Mina, two mid to long range fighters. Mina had displayed an incredible level of acrobatics and flexibility, dodging Zero's tape. The black-haired boy also had pretty good evasion, quickly dodging every blob of acid Mina chucked at him. At the end of the several minute-long bout, Mina had managed to pull the win by striking Zero's elbows with her acid. The fact that both teams were breathing heavily from all the running and evading showed just how hard it had been for them. Zero had been alright after a few moments of wiping the acidic substance of his skin, with Mina's help. Match F had been Mineta vs Tokoyami. The short teen hadn't seemed perturbed by their bird-headed classmate when he'd matched lots with him. That quickly changed when, just a second after the match started, a shadowy beast had emerged from under Tokoyami's cloak and blitzed Mineta. A large clawed hand slammed the purple-headed boy into the ground and held him completely immobile. After 30 seconds, All Might had called the match in Tokoyami's favor. Toga had stifled herself as she'd broken into full-on laughter at how fast Izuku was riding down Tokoyami's quirk. Match G had been Momo vs Shoji. The large teen proved his own impressive strength by snapping the first bolo-like restraints Momo had used on him. The voluptuous teen had to make a quick retreat when Shoji rushed her. The masked teen's multiple fists had left an imprint in the ground when he'd missed a strike only he could pull off. During her retreat Momo's stomach had glowed and a wave of caltrops had fallen onto the dirt between her and Shoji. The tall teen had staggered as he forced himself to stop his charge and avoid stepping on the sharp implements. With some time to think, Momo had created a few items quickly. The Ravenette had barely had time to finish her creations by the time Shoji had rushed around her caltrops and was on her again. Momo dodged the multiple limbs Shoji struck at her with before slamming two of her creations on the ground. A huge blast of smoke obscured everyone's vision as what were apparently smoke bombs went off. They all heard a cry of surprised pain before Momo staggered out of the smoke cradling her right arm. Already a large bruise was forming on the limb. Shoji strode out of the smoke with multiple large ears at the end of his dupli arm's quirk. "You heard me?" Momo stated and Shoji nodded as the ears reformed into fists. The silver-haired teen moved forward to continue the match, but he took a taser shot to the chest for his trouble. As Shoji collapsed to the ground, his body twitching, Momo revealed the final object she'd made to be a police-style taser gun. All Might called the match in Momo's victory, and the two combatants left the field. Shoji stating he was fine as he gently rubbed the area the nodes had struck him. Match H was Toga's and she was going up against Sato, one of the largest guys in their class. The two made their way out onto the field together, and Sato, in his yellow costume, gave her a nod. Toga grinned at the larger teen, and All Might began the match. Sato grabbed a container and dumped the contents in his mouth. Toga observed carefully to discern what his quirk was. A habit she'd picked up from Izuku instead of rushing in to try and attack first. Sato's muscles began to expand and bulk up. The yellow costume getting tighter over his frame as he obviously increased his strength. It was sort of similar to Izuku's quirk, but Toga had a feeling the strength increase was nowhere near as much as her boyfriend's. Sato rushed forward, fist cocked back for a devastating punch, and Toga pivoted on her heel to dodge the blow. With her opponent slightly off balance, Toga kicked his ankle hard, Sato went down and collided with the dirt. Toga pulled her knives and leapt onto his back. Sato started to struggle until he felt the metal near his neck. The brunette teen broke out into a sweat at the knives held to his throat. When Toga giggled at his face, Sato was reminded of a slasher film he'd seen once. Midoriya's girlfriend was freaking scary when she wanted to be. "I think I win, yeah?" Toga asked rhetorically, the knives held stable, not touching him, but also not giving Sato any room to retaliate. "Why yeah, good match." Sato agreed, and Toga removed her knives and hopped off of his back. With a smile she resheathed her blades. Sato got off the ground as they heard All Might call the match in Toga's favor. "You should watch your punches." Toga smiled at her opponent as they walked back towards the group. "You put your full weight behind your first punch and upset your balance. It was pretty easy to topple you when you'd already done half the work for me." "Yeah, a rush-down strategy didn't work in my favor at all." Sato rubbed the back of his head. "Maybe a counter-punch strategy would have worked better. We can try next time we're paired up." Toga grinned at him. Sato nodded as he chuckled along. "That was great, Himiko-chan." Izuku praised his girlfriend as he pulled her into a hug. Toga smiled beautifully as she snuggled into his arms. "Thanks, Izu-kun." Toga hugged him back. The two turned to observe the second-to-last match. Match I was Toru vs Jiro. Izuku was pretty sure Jiro had a distinct advantage in this matchup. He was proven right when Jiro, the moment the match started, plugged her jacks into her boots and blasted the area Toru stood in with sound waves. The invisible girl had cried out at the attack and her gloved hands came up to her ears to try and block out the noise. With Toru incapacitated, Jiro had unplugged one of her jacks and sent it zipping across the space between them. The invisible girl seemed to jolt from the sound waves Jiro blasted directly into her body. The match was quickly called in Jiro's victory. The rocker helped her friend back to her feet and they walked back to the group together. Match J was the final pairing and it pitted Achako against Sayu. The two took their places on the field across from each other. All Might began the match and Achako immediately had to jump to the side to avoid Sayu's long tongue. Sayu demonstrated a good handle on mid-range combat. Achako was doing everything in her power to not get caught while Sayu was merely staying mostly in the same place and launching her tongue. Eventually Achako rushed her friend and Sayu took the opportunity provided. The frog-like girl's long tongue struck Achako like a punch. The brunette staggered for a second, but it was all revealed to be part of her plan when she grabbed Sayu's tongue. A pink glow covered the tongue and Sayu herself. With a battle cry Achako jerked the now weightless Sayu and tossed her by the extended tongue. Sayu riveted in shock as she was whipped through the air. Achako let go, but didn't expect Sayu's tongue to wrap around her arm. While she might currently be weightless, that didn't affect her ability to generate force. Sayu reeled in her weightless body and as Achako was panicking and failing to get the frog girl's tongue off her arm, she struck. The highly developed legs of Sayu slammed into Achako's torso. The powerful muscles uncoiled and shot the brunette teen backwards across the field. Achako bounced off the ground once before rolling to a stop. Sayu used her quirk's ability to cling to surfaces to attach her back to the ground. Achako shakily stood up, the wind clearly knocked out of her. Sayu prepared for another round, but Achako threw up onto the ground and All Might called the match. The number 1 hero was near instantly at Achako's side and checking up on the girl. A minute later and Achako was recovered enough to release her quirk. Sayu hopped over in a single leap to check on her friend. The two seemed to speak for a moment, but no one except All Might was close enough to hear them. Everything seemed to be okay though as Tsuyu helped Ochako walk back to the group. Both girls seemed alright, for the most part, when they got back to everyone else. "Ochako-chan, are you alright?" Toga asked her friend. The brunette smiled, even as she gingerly rubbed her lower chest. "I'm alright, Toga-chan." Ochako confirmed with a smile. "Su-chan just surprised me with that maneuver. I'll be alright." "That's good." Toga smiled brightly as she gently pulled Ochako into a soft hug. The brunette flushed cutely for a moment but smiled as she returned the hug. They pulled away with grins as All Might got the class's attention. "Excellent work today, students." All Might gave them his signature smile. "I saw some good work out there. I'll give some quick advice before I dismiss you all, so listen up." Every student straightened up a bit as they focused on their teacher. Critique from All Might. Izuku looked like he might just start vibrating from how excited he was. Toga took his hand with a muffled giggle. "I'll start with the match we just saw." All Might nodded to Ochako and Tsuyu. "Both of you made good use of your quirks. Each of you was able to surprise your opponent and take advantage of their lapse of concentration." All Might gave the two of them thumbs up. Both Tsuyu and Ochako smiled at the praise. "But, knowing how someone else might turn your quirk against you is an important part of hero work." Young Asui exemplified this when she made use of her weightless state to deliver the finishing blow. Everyone, barring Bakugo, gave applause for the frog girl's success. Tsuyu riveted happily, even with a blush on her face. "Great job, Sue." Toga hugged her friend. Tsuyu blushed slightly darker, but returned the hug with a bright smile. In the first match, young Midoriya showed excellent control of his quirk. He nearly nullified his opponent's quirk and then took advantage of that fact to end the fight quickly. Keep that in mind as you train students. Collateral damage is something heroes try and avoid as much as possible. All Might gave praise while also imparting another lesson. Izuku looked like he might pass out from a direct compliment from All Might. "That's my Izukun." Toga smiled brightly as she held onto his arm. Young Iida. All Might directed his gaze to the glasses-wearing teen. Iida stood ramrod straight at being addressed. "You made excellent use of your quirk and the mobility it gives you. You defeated your opponent in a single blow and that's impressive. Rendering a villain unable to continue threatening others quickly is the hallmark of a good frontline hero." "Thank you, sensei." Iida actually saluted All Might at the praise. Young Bakugo and young Kirishima. All Might smiled at the pair. Kirishima looked excited while Bakugo tried to hide his interest. "You both fought well. However, Bakugo, you must tone down that language. Screaming expletives is not the best look for a hero." Bakugo huffed and turned his head away a bit. "Young Kirishima, your quirk is excellent and lets you take hits. But don't let your mobility fall to the wayside. Just because you can take a hit doesn't mean you always should." "Yes, sir." Kirishima nodded to All Might with a grin. Young Kota, young Kaminari, your match was over quickly. All Might nodded to the pair. Kaminari looked pleased as it was basically praise for him. Kota looked down, either ashamed or just embarrassed. "Young Kota, we'll work on your forms to help you make use of your strength along with your quirk in the future. Kaminari, we'll refine your control over your quirk. I noticed you seemed a little off after you used it on your opponent." Kaminari rubbed the back of his head at the mention of his control. "Yes, sir." Kaminari replied while the shy Kota just nodded. Young Siro, young Ishido. A most excellent match for demonstrating mid-range combat, well done. All Might congratulated the two. Both smiled at the praise from their teacher. "Mobility is an important part of ranged combat and I'm glad to see you both have made use of it. We'll work on quirk control and endurance in the coming classes." "Yes, sir." Siro grinned. Happy he'd made a good impression. "Sure thing, sensei." Mina bounced on her heels. The Pincat was all smiles. Young Mineta and young Tokoyami, your match was also rather short. All Might mentioned. Mineta slumped a bit at the reminder of his instant defeat. "Do not lament, Mineta, we'll work on your reaction speed and mobility during these classes. Tokoyami, we'll be looking into new ways to utilize your quirk. While it is definitely strong, over-reliance on one's quirk can make a hero into a one-trick pony. That isn't enough to make it in the field, eventually someone will figure out how to get around your quirk." "Of course, sensei." Tokoyami nodded to the critique. He knew he had a ways to go with both controlling Dark Shadow and fully utilizing his quirk. "Young Yaoi Rozu and young Shoji, both of you made excellent use of your quirks out there." All Might gave praise to both of them. Shoji nodded his thanks and Momo gave a bright smile. "Some mobility training would help both of you. We'll also work on your quick thinking skills, Yaoi Rozu. In a villain situation you will not always have time to think and formulate a plan. Even if you do, no plan survives first contact with the enemy, as they say. So we'll put you through fast-paced scenarios in the future to work on your response time under pressure." Yes, sensei, I'll do my best. Momo nodded. Both of her fists raised up to her chest and a look of determination on her face. Young Jiro and young Hagakure All Might nodded to both girls. You had a quick match, a bit one-sided because of the incompatibility of your quirks. We'll work on overcoming such things, Hagakure. Yes, sensei. Toru replied. Clearly a little put out. I'll also be recommending that Midnight help you with a costume redesign. All Might informed her. Toru seemed to perk up at this. Though it was hard to tell with the invisibility. With your quirk and the advancements that have been made in mimetic materials and quirk-compatible fibers over the last several years, I'm sure we can get you a much more practical costume. Yes, sir. Toru's bubbly voice returned as she pumped her fist into the air. This has been a good first class. All Might's signature smile beamed at the students again. I've gotten an idea of where each of you stands and can plan our lessons around what we need to work on. Make sure you keep giving it your all, students. We'll constantly be striving to go plus ultra in this class, so look sharp. Yes, sensei. Class 1 chorused while they gave short bows to All Might. Now, watch how Hero leaves like he has somewhere he needs to be. All Might laughed before dashing off so fast he was out of sight before most of them could blink. Oh man, I'm never going to be that fast. Sato lamented as they class started heading for the locker rooms to shower and change. No kidding. Kirishima remarked. That's so freaking manly. As the guys quickly showered off the sweat of training and changed back into their uniforms. Conversation naturally broke out. Some were chatting about how they did today, while others were making small talk. It wasn't until he was buttoning up his uniform shirt that Izuku was fully pulled into the conversations. Hey, Midoriya, what was that crazy move you used during your match? Kaminari questioned the verdette. You made a freaking mini-sun that's so hot we were all sweating. Yeah, Yaoi Rozu made a digital thermometer, and according to her the temperature went from 21 degrees Celsius all the way to 36 degrees Celsius. Your match didn't even take that long. It was insane. Shiro exclaimed. None of the guys noticed Bakugo's scowl worsen as he heard their praise for Izuku. I call it midday sun. It's an AoE move that should be able to subdue multiple villains at the same time because of the heat it produces. Not every villain is going to be fire resistant, so I don't want to be horribly burning people every time I fight a villain. Izuku explained his move to his new friends. Yeah, that makes sense. Sato nodded as he got his tie on. Excessive force is a good way to end your own hero career early. Not to mention that no hero wants to accidentally kill someone. Tokoyami spoke up. A hero's main goal is the resolution of a situation or incident with no loss of life. Exactly. Shoji agreed as he fixed his tie and put on his jacket. Frontline heroes need to be strong, no one argues that, but restraint and control should always be at the forefront of their minds. Girls' locker room. Man. Toru sighed as she fastened her skirt. I didn't do very well today, did I? It was just a bad matchup, Toru. Kayaka assured her friend as she pulled on her tie. You'll get better with practice. Yeah, Toru-chan, this class is all about getting better, right? Achako smiled at the invisible girl. Plus, All Might is going to have Midnight Sensei help you redesign your costume. I'm sure that'll help out too. Mina hugged her invisible friend. I can help you with your hand-to-hand if you want, Toru-chan. Toga offered with a smile. Stealthy girls like us have to be able to handle ourselves, right? You girls are the best. Toru quickly tried to pull all 7 girls of Class 1 into a group hug. After the impromptu hug fest was over, Toga pulled on her shoes and checked her phone. With a grin, which was quickly noticed by Mina, Toga bounced slightly. Oh? What's got you so happy, Toga-chan? Mina teased the blonde. Izuku sent me a text saying he'd meet me in the classroom to grab our bags. Toga smiled happily at her phone. We're going to a crepe shop we noticed a few days back. It's a little after school. 8. That's OCUTE, Toru gushed as she danced around. I wish you a good time, Toga. Momo smiled at the excited blonde. Have fun. Kayaka grinned, though her cheeks were noticeably pink. Let us know how the crepes are too. Achako giggled, she likes sweet things. Will do. Toga laughed as she quickly left the locker room and jogged, almost ran, through the halls to get to 1A's room. A few minutes later and Toga was approaching the room. With a grin she threw open the door and skipped into their homeroom. Izuku was waiting there and smiled brightly when he saw her. Toga nearly glomped him as she rushed forward into his arms. Excited, Himiko-chan. Izuku chuckled as he hugged his girlfriend. Yep. Toga pecked his cheek. She quickly grabbed her bag and slung it over her shoulder. Izuku offered her his hand and they left the classroom together. They walked through UA's halls, across the front campus, and past the UA barrier with smiles on their faces. The couple took a train to the next station and disembarked. Walking down the street they quickly found the crepe shop and entered. They were seated and given menus quickly. Toga happily looked at all the options along with Izuku. Toga eventually decided on a strawberry and chocolate crepe while Izuku got a blueberry crepe. While they waited for their treats they made idle talk. Mostly about their first heroics class and what they expected for tomorrow. One strawberry and chocolate and one blueberry. The waitress, a young woman with a quirk that apparently let her freely control the color of her hair if the ever-changing locks were any indication, smiled at the teens. "You two are a cute couple," she commented with a giggle. Toga beamed at the woman and Izuku blushed slightly. "Thank you." Izuku's cheeks were warm, which made Toga giggle at him. The waitress left and the two took their first bites. Toga cooed as she ate. "It's great. Sweet, but not too sweet, I like it." Izuku agreed with her as he enjoyed his crepe. A few bites later and Toga offered Izuku a bite of her crepe in exchange for a bite of his. The couple happily took a bite from each other's crepe, mixing the flavors of each treat a bit. Izuku noticed a bit of whipped cream on the corner of Toga's mouth. He tapped the same spot on his face and Toga blinked in realization. Izuku jolted slightly when he felt something brush his leg. He swiftly realized it was Toga's foot. The little minx had apparently gotten her shoe off and was now rubbing up and down his leg with her sock-clad foot. "Emiko-chan." Izuku's face was fully red now. "You can't get mad at a girl with cream on her face, now can you?" Toga giggled as she ran her foot up to his inner thigh before pulling back. "You're an evil little minx, aren't you?" Izuku mumbled before he took a large bite of his crepe. "You know me so well, Izukun," Toga teased, the tip of her tongue poking out from between her lips. "Not in public, Himiko-chan." Izuku reminded her with a shake of his head. "Oh," Toga playfully pouted, puffing up her cheeks cutely. "I've spoiled you too much, haven't I?" Izuku smiled fondly at her. "Completely rotten." Toga agreed with a giggle as she leaned over and stole another bite of his crepe. "Hey." Izuku pulled his crepe away from his playful girlfriend. From over by the entrance to the back their waitress watched the cute couple with a giggle. They were absolutely adorable. She noticed a few of her co-workers thought the same as they glanced at the couple before looking away with soft smiles. Izuku and Toga paid for their crepes before heading for home. Toga was wrapped around Izuku's arm again and Izuku had a warm smile on his face. The couple got on their train and sat next to each other. Toga's head on Izuku's shoulder and Izuku lightly resting his head on top of hers. Both of them were content and looking forward to their future classes and becoming heroes. What in the world? Izuku blinked as he saw the crowd of reporters gathered in front of UA at the gate. There had to be a crew from every news station in the Tokyo metropolitan area. Even a few from outside of Tokyo too. Did something happen? Toga wondered as she and Izuku walked closer to UA's gate, hand in hand. "What's it like to have All Might as a teacher?" a reporter asked as soon as they caught sight of Izuku and Toga. The verdette pulled his head back slightly as a microphone was shoved into his face. "Can you back off?" Toga glared darkly at the reporter shoving their mic into her boyfriend's face. Her free hand started drifting towards her hidden butterfly knife. Whoa, what are you all doing harassing our student?" "Listeners." President Mick loudly asked of the large group of reporters as he jogged onto the scene. "You're interfering with our students' ability to get to school. If you don't calm down and step back, we'll have to get the police involved, you dig?" Several of the reporters backed off at seeing the well-known hero and hearing the threat of law enforcement being called. "We just want to know about All Might," a reporter called out to the pro. "All Might isn't available for interviews today, so you can all leave." Aizawa replied blandly as he walked up and stood next to President Mick. "And why should we listen to such a shabby-looking man?" a different reporter demanded. Aizawa just exhaled heavily. This is why he hated the media. "You know, they're causing such a ruckus. They're almost like villains." President Mick whispered to Aizawa. "You think we could get away with roughing them up a bit? Not unless you want your reputation dragged through the mud." Aizawa shook his head at his longtime friend. "Nezu's already called the police. So let's just wait." While Aizawa and President Mick kept the reporters back, the students could finally walk past the gate and get to class. Izuku and Toga walked towards their classroom together. Neither of them had planned for a reporter mob today. One of the reporters had gotten a little too brash and tripped the security sensors shortly after the last of the students had entered. She was met with UA's primary security feature, also known as the UA barrier, a massive steel gate. That slammed into place before she could get near it. With over a meter of reinforced steel between them and any form of All Might interview, the multitudes of reporters had no choice but to complain and wait. The arrival of the police a few minutes later to usher the reporters off the sidewalk and street in front of UA was even more unwelcomed. -1 classroom. Anybody else plan for a reporter ambush this morning? Mina huffed as the class chatted before homeroom. "Seriously, back off a bit, right?" "You said it," Jiro agreed with the pinket. I didn't expect to get harassed for an interview about All Might's position as a teacher on the way to school this morning. They kept asking questions and shoving each other. So I couldn't even answer anything. Kaminari sighed, not enjoying his first time in front of reporters. I'm glad the teachers showed up when they did. Sayu stated with a cute croak. Yes, they were becoming rather rude. Momo nodded in agreement to the frog-like girl. Take your seats, homeroom is about to start. Aizawa announced as he entered the classroom. All of them rushed to comply so he wouldn't start glaring with his quirk again. After lunch foundational heroics. Today we'll be working on costumes. All Might announced to the class with his signature smile. Now that you've gotten a feel for your costumes, you may have noticed some things you want to change. In that regard, I've called in Midnight to help with the girls while we guys look over what we could improve on together. That's right. Midnight opened the door with a flourish. The beautiful teacher walked into the classroom with a strut she'd become famous for during her career. Most of the guys in class found their eyes drawn to her. Toga was happy to see Izuku only had his normal fanboy look in his eyes instead of the almost drooling Mineta and Kaminari were doing. Let's look over these costumes and see what we can improve on, ladies. The 7 girls of class 1 all gathered around Midnight while the boys took up spots around All Might. Chatter quickly filled the classroom as small whiteboards were given to those that wanted them. Papers covering each student's costume were in All Might's and Midnight's hands as they looked over each of the designs. But the girls. I like what I'm seeing for most of your costumes. Midnight nodded as she looked over the designs. Form, functionality, and style are good for most of you. But we can always strive to make them even better. The girls smiled at their teacher happily. The first 2 I think need the most help are Tori-chan and Momo-chan. Thank you, sensei. Toru bowed, completely serious. I've come to realize I didn't really put much thought into my costume and the design company didn't seem to take my request seriously either. Their quirk being invisibility can make costume design difficult. But in this day and age, technology is practically devoted to quirks. Midnight encouraged Toru with a bright grin. We'll go over a list of materials for a proper costume and discuss mimetic fibers and polymers that we can integrate. Yes ma'am. Toru chirped happily as Midnight took a tablet from the front podium and brought it over. We'll start by going over basic materials and then move on to more complex designs and functions, sound good? Midnight asked the girls with a soft smile. Yes, sensei. All 7 chorused back with smiles of their own. Wonderful. Midnight chuckled. Now, I noticed a lot of you have used padding of Kevlar or other protective material. This is a good start but the skin-tight suits don't allow for much layering. We'll look at carbon nanofibers first as they have great tensile strength while also providing protection and not limiting mobility or flexibility much. She tapped the tablet screen and brought up a display for the girls to see. The girls watched a short video about carbon nanofibers and some took notes. It never hurt to think about more protection in the field. But the boys. Now, is there anyone that has any questions about their costume already? All Might inquired as he looked over the 13 boys he was working with. Not seeing any raised hands, he continued on. Are there any questions about the costumes of your classmates? An outside eye can, oftentimes, be an asset when considering redesigns. A few hands went up at that and All Might smiled widely. Now he was engaging his students. Young Zero, what is your question? Not to sound rude, I didn't want to say anything right away since I didn't know what the costume could do, but Mineta, what's up with the armored diaper thing? Zero questioned as he pointed to Mineta's costume sheet. I wanted to protect my junk. Mineta replied instantly. All of the guys were torn between agreeing that was a good thing and wondering why he chose a diaper-like design. I think I might have made it a bit too thick though. I can admit that it does look kind of like a diaper. Maybe have it redesigned a bit to be slimmer and more form-fitting. Not a bad idea. All Might nodded to the short teen. While looks and aesthetic aren't everything to a hero. If you plan to be on the front line, image can be very important. I have a question. Izuku raised his hand. Yes young Midoriya. All Might gave Izuku the floor. Todoroki, you have ice covering your entire left side. But your quirk deals in ice and cold already. From our match I saw that you can freeze over when you push your quirk far enough. Wouldn't a heating system of some kind be better than further lowering your body temperature? Izuku questioned the two-toned teen. My left side isn't the same as my right. Was Todoroki's response, delivered in the same flat tone Izuku remembered from their matchup. Different how? Kirishima asked curiously. When it didn't look like Todoroki was going to answer, All Might stepped in. Young Todoroki's left side produces fire, rather than ice. All Might informed the group he took notice of the minute twitch the teen gave off when he spoke of his fire ability. Wait. You have ice and fire. Kaminari looked shocked before he pointed at the other teen. That's totally overpowered. If you can produce fire to the same degree as ice, you'll be the first person that I've met that could potentially match my own pyrokinetic abilities. Izuku looked excited at the prospect of having someone to train his pyrokinesis even further with. I won't use my left side in battle. Todoroki denied, and the other 12 teens, plus All Might himself, looked either shocked or concerned. Can you not control them or something? Shoji questioned him, concern in his tone. You won't use more than half of your quirk. Bakugo growled at Todoroki. What? You think you're so much better than me that you can half-ass your way through UA? Huh? The rest of the group, barring Izuku who just sighed heavily, all started at Bakugo's aggressive behavior and angry tone. When Todoroki refused to respond, Bakugo got even angrier. The blonde stood from his seat, practically growling while he glared at Todoroki. All Might thought it best to intervene before things got out of hand. That's enough. All Might spoke with finality. Even Bakugo flinched slightly at the tone. With a sneer at Todoroki, Bakugo returned to his seat. We can discuss quirks at a later date. Now we are focusing on costumes and how to improve them. Left unsaid was that All Might planned to bring up Todoroki's refusal to use the fire part of his quirk to Nezu and Hound Dog. The outright rejection of one half of his quirk set off alarm bells in Toshinori's head. Without knowing the limitations of each other's quirks, I can't make accurate suggestions. Izuku shook his head. Maybe if we spent a little time on that, then we could suggest alterations and materials for redesigns. Midoriya makes a good point, sensei. Iida spoke up in agreement. Very well then, All Might relented. We'll have a quick overview of your quirks and current limitations so that we can make accurate suggestions. But the girls. So, for Tori-chan, we'll need to have Recovery Girl take some blood and hair samples for testing. Quirk-compatible fibers and materials don't work for everyone. But if yours do, then I'd suggest this optical fiber weave for the costume overall. It can become any color it needs. To be even, clear and transparent. If your cells or hair are capable of being worked into your costume, then the mimetic fibers will be blended and cross-woven into your costume to enable physical coverage as well as full invisibility. Midnight clapped her hands together as she smiled brightly at Toru. Then you add in the carbon nanofibers for protection, and Tori-chan's costume covers functionality and protection. Mina grinned happily as she looked over what the group had come up with together so far. The Just Leaves style. I think a one-piece design would work best, or maybe a jumpsuit. Sayu offered her opinion on the style of the costume. That's probably for the best. Toru agreed as she looked over the various ideas. Since it can change color and even become transparent, would you need a specific color scheme? Jiro wondered, since colors on a costume were often what helped identify a hero at the site of an incident. I'd probably not go too crazy if I had a set color scheme. Toru admitted with a hum. Just a cute color combo would be enough for me. A few of the girls giggled at that. Midnight smiled on at her students as they brainstormed. Well, until we get your samples taken and tested, we'll put this on pause and move on to Momo-chan's costume. Midnight moved the class along to the next girl that could use some help. As a fellow heroine that needs skin exposure for my quirk to work the best, I've been through a few different designs of costume. Momo was paying the utmost attention to Midnight in hopes of gleaning some of the pro's experience. You'll want some protection, of course, but skin exposure can be had even with the restrictive laws on the books. A few of the teens noted the tone that Midnight had spoken about the laws with. Toga, Momo, Jiro, and Sayu wondered what kind of history their teacher had with said laws. It took a few moments for Momo to think back about hero laws and find a memory that she thought had relevance. With a slight jolt, the tall Ravenet looked at her teacher. That's right, your original costume is what caused the Costume Decency Act to be created and applied. I remember now. They said your original costume was too scandalous. Momo spoke from memory. Yeah, Midnight almost looked like she was pouting. Those old fossils said my first costume was the equivalent of a flasher. Can you believe that? I had everything properly covered, I made sure of it. It let me freely use my quirk too. Nowadays I rely on these thin mesh materials so that I can conform to the laws and still be effective when doing hero work. Wait, I remember that, I was super little though. Echako spoke up. I remember mom and dad talking about a young heroine that revealed too much skin. She almost got in trouble with the police because they didn't understand her costume on a few occasions. Yep, that's the trouble of having a quirk that needs skin exposure. Midnight sighed, her head hung slightly as she cupped her right cheek. They vetoed my second costume idea too. They said it wasn't more than lingerie. I had to argue about the third costume idea. But a leather outfit that covered everything and obeyed the new laws couldn't be denied. She giggled as the cheeks of some of her students went red. Toga and Mina both snickered along with their teacher. Aside from the potential for a wardrobe malfunction, what's wrong with Yamamomo's costume? Jiro questioned, trying to get the class back on track so she'd stop feeling like her cheeks were on fire. It actually covers too much of her skin. Midnight smiled at them. She completely covers her back, one of the largest areas of skin on the human body. With a bit of a redesign, we can prevent any wardrobe malfunctions and open up more area for her quirk to work with. Not to mention incorporate some more utility functions. It's always good to have options in the field after all. That's true. Momo trailed off, her hand on her chin as she took on a cute thinking pose as she thought over ideas. What would you suggest, sensei? I'm thinking we go a bit tactical. Midnight smirked as she tapped and swiped on the tablet for a bit. After some time she flipped the tablet around to show the girls. Some sounds of surprise and appreciation followed, making Midnight smile. I like it. Toga giggled happily. But the guys. Wait, so you're saying you can completely fry your brain and you become an idiot? Sato blinked at the kickback of Kaminari's quirk. Yeah. Kaminari sighed as he admitted to his lack of control with his electricity. It sounds like what happens when there's a power surge and the lights and electronics go out. Tokoyami spoke up thoughtfully. You need something that acts like a surge protector. Izuku suggested as he flipped through his new notes on his classmates' quirks. Maybe a support item that has the same functions and can prevent you from shorting out. That would be nice. Kaminari agreed as he looked at his hand and sparked his quirk. I don't want to be a one-hit wonder and then be a liability in the field. We'll look into ideas and designs for you, young Kaminari. All Might gave the teen his signature smile. We'll definitely work on quirk control often, but it never hurts to have a backup or fail-safe in place for emergencies. Similar idea for Tokoyami, too. Kirishima proposed as he looked at his bird-headed classmate. Some kind of light source that you could activate in the event you lose control of your quirk. A contingency measure would be appropriate. Tokoyami nodded his agreement with the red-haired teen. If light were to suddenly become scarce while Dark Shadow was already free, I would at least have my own source of light to rein him in before he could hurt someone. Sentient quirks are rare, so having a way to bring yours back under control is good thinking, young Tokoyami. All Might grinned at the boy. I'd suggest some kind of amplification device for Kota. Iida motioned to the large, shy teen. Though I believe voice-related quirks can sometimes be interfered with when put through electronic devices. I'm not sure, actually. Kota's quiet voice spoke up as he tapped his fingers together. It was a nervous tick, most probably, for the shy young man. Well, we can test that out in a future class, young Kota. All Might gave the teen a reassuring grin. Present Mick uses amplification equipment all the time. I'm sure he'd be of great help in figuring out how gear might affect your quirk. Why yes sir. Kota replied, just barely above a whisper. The class carried on from there. When it was time to end the class and dismiss the students, both All Might and Midnight felt they'd made very good progress today. After school dusk. Damn heroes, a raspy voice growled, its owner's face hidden under a hoodie, while wearing baggy black pants. So secure. So in control of things. The raspy voice took on a hard edge as the person reached into their hood and scratched at their neck. Letting everyone smile like fools. The person walked down the sidewalk towards UA's front gate. Originally the plan was to strike at lunch, sowing chaos to cover their plans. But on suggestion from Sensei, they'd made a change. After all, if there were students on campus, then the heroes would spread out to protect them. That could leave their infiltrator to get caught by accident. That was no good. But if they sent their little declaration of war after the students had all left, then the alarm sounding would bring all of the hero staff of UA, running like dogs called by their master. He chuckled as he got closer and closer to his target. Are you ready, Kurogiri? He spoke into the phone on his ear. Yes Shigaraki Tamura. The person on the other end of the line replied cordially. It's time to declare war. Tamura cackled with glee. There was a demented smile crawling across his face. It's time for you heroes to realize that you're not so secure after all. With that he stepped into the sensors range at the main gate of UA High School. An alarm went off immediately. The blaring was followed by the UA barrier slamming closed for the second time that day. With a twisted smile on his face Tamura reached out and touched the reinforced steel gate with all 5 fingers of his right hand. The steel began to corrode. Rust seemed to spread like a wave across the metal. Tamura grinned as the impenetrable UA barrier crumbled away into a cloud of rust. Quick as a blink he bolted across the empty street and down into the forest that led into the town below. As soon as he was out of sight a black-purple cloud swirled into existence and he ran through it. Welcome back, Shigaraki Tamura. A person, seemingly made of the fog-like material, welcomed the hoodie-wearing man. Hurry up and carry out your part of the plan, Kurogiri. Tamura snapped at the suit-wearing person. Of course. Kurogiri's black-purple fog swirled around him and then shrank into itself until nothing remained. At UA. What the hell is this? Aizawa questioned as the entire staff stared at the destroyed gate. Nothing but rusty dust remained of the barrier now. We're not sure. Vlad King replied to his fellow homeroom teacher. The cameras caught a man in a hoodie and black pants, tripping the alarm and destroying the gate with a touch. He bolted as soon as he was done. Could never be called a prank. Ectoplasm stated seriously as they remained on guard while inspecting the area. To cause this much damage in such a short time doesn't bode well. What the hell was the point of this though? Midnight questioned, her eyes narrowed at the destroyed gate. Is a villain picking a fight? Have you discovered anything, Power Loader? Nezu questioned, looking at the ruins of the gate. Only piles of rust and fragments of steel littered the ground. It wasn't chemical, I can tell you that much. Power Loader replied as he examined a few of the larger pieces. No malformations, no melting, no discoloration that you'd get from acids or bases. I can rule out heat too, there isn't a scorch mark on any of these pieces. Not to mention the way it was destroyed is completely different form. How heat destroys steel. All of these pieces are brittle though, like they've been left outside, exposed to the elements for decades. A disintegration quirk, Nezu murmured after a moment of thought. Activated by touch and able to spread within a certain distance. That's most troubling in the hands of a villain. Such a deadly ability in the hands of one who is willing to use it to attack you of all places does not bode well. Principal Hound Dog called out to the Chimera as he returned from the forest with a few of Ectoplasm's clones. Were you able to track our assailant scent, Hound Dog? Nezu asked the counselor, his hands behind his back. No sir, Hound Dog shook his head. The scent completely disappears about 20 meters into the forest. It's like they just vanished. That's most troubling. Nezu grimaced, his face showing he was thinking and trying to put all the pieces together. Sir, I covered the rest of the campus. All Might spoke up, having just rushed through the area looking for anything out of place. Anything? Nezu questioned the number 1 hero. No sir, not a single door or window had been touched. Recovery. Earl is checking the cameras on every single entrance too. All Might exhaled, maintaining his form thanks to not having a strenuous foundational heroics class today. I've met my fair share of audacious villains, but I've never met one that just ran away after causing so much destruction. Usually they're the ones that want to stay and fight. Yes, to attack and run shows either cowardice or intelligence. Nezu nodded as he continued to think. If the school itself hasn't been breached, then I'm not sure as to which our mystery attacker is. The fact that they disappeared so completely is troubling. All Might mentioned as he looked over the ruined gate. There are only a few types of quirks that can do that. None of which are good when used in this manner. Nezu hummed, thinking through quirks like teleportation or warping. Our attacker may well have had an accomplice to pull this off. Great. All Might sighed. He'd need to be on guard for suspicious persons around the school. This reeked of an opening attack. Foundational heroics class. I wonder what we're doing today. Ichako wondered aloud as class 1 awaited for Izawa. All of the teams were eager to put the morning classes behind them and get to their hero training. Not surprising for a class of hero students to be fair. Well, we did combat in the first class. We went over costumes last class. Maybe this time it'll be on support operations or something. Sayu suggested with a thoughtful look on her face. Whatever it is, it'll be better than the regular old classes we do in the morning. Toga grinned at her friends brightly. She would do fine in the basic courses with Izuku's study help. But she joined the hero course to prove she could be a hero, despite what everyone had thought about her quirk when she was growing up. I hope it's exciting. If you lot would settle down I could to tell you. Aizawa drawled. The entire class started a bit from the sudden words. No one had even seen the man come in. The 20 students went silent and faced forward intently. That's better. Their homeroom teacher mumbled before he pulled out a card and showed it to the class. Today you'll be doing rescue training to prepare you for floods, fires, and other disasters. The card in his hand had the word rescue on it in bright red letters. A few in the class broke out into excited murmurs at this announcement, much to Aizawa's irritation. I'm so excited. Ichako cheered with a bright smile on her face. Several of the class couldn't help but smile or chuckle at the happy brunette. Rescue is what I plan to specialize in when I go pro. Cute Toga giggled to herself, seeing how bouncy Ichako was being about their class today. That's my plan too, Ichako. Sai ribbited happily, sharing a smile with her brunette friend. I'll be right at home in flood rescue. Scenarios. I'm already pumped. Let's get started. Kirishima raised his fists in front of his chest. Quiet down. Aizawa commanded as he activated his quirk, causing his eyes to glow red and making his hair levitate noticeably. The students instantly stopped their chatter. Stop making me use my quirk. You're giving me dry eye. He grumbled out annoyed. He pulled out eye drops and applied them. Now, it's up to you to choose whether to wear your costume or not. Some of them may not be suitable for certain scenarios. The location we'll be training at is a bit remote, so we'll be going by bus. That'll be all. Get ready and don't waste time. He gave them all a long stare before grabbing his yellow sleeping bag and leaving the room. Rescue training, a good challenge for my control. Izuku nodded to himself as he grabbed his case. His case was much larger than the other students because of his axe. The verdette's gaze sharpened with determination as he headed for the boys' locker room along with the rest of the guys. In short order Class 1 was changed into their costumes and getting onto the bus. Toga quickly pulled Izuku into the back and cuddled up to him. Izuku could only smile fondly at his girlfriend and indulge her a bit by pulling her into his side and letting her snuggle, head patting her with a smile. The two chatted quietly about the upcoming training. Most of the girls, mostly Toru and Mina, cooed at the cute display. We're here. Look sharp now. Aizawa slipped out of his sleeping bag with practiced ease as he stood up and led the class off the bus. A few minutes later and everyone was off the bus and walking into the massive dome-shaped building. When they saw everything that was inside the building, most of the students let out excited exclamations. Holy crap. Are we at Universal Studios Japan? Kaminari questioned gleefully, making several others turn and deadpan at him. Not quite. A voice, that seemed like it was being heard through a speaker or old radio, called out to the group. Echako perked up as the group turned to face the speaker. There's the flood zone. The conflagration zone. The landslide zone. Every disaster you can imagine. The woman speaking wore a very puffy astronaut-styled suit and yellow shoes. Her arms were held wide as if to welcome them all. Oh. Izuku exclaimed, his eyes bright as he recognized the hero. It's Space Hero 13. She's one of the top-rated rescue heroes in Japan. Toga couldn't hold in her giggles at seeing Izuku fanboy over a pro again. I love 13. Echako was bouncing up and down in excitement, her brown eyes sparkling as she looked at the pro. Everyone in Class 1 was fairly certain they knew just who Echako's favorite pro hero was now. This training ground that I created is the perfect site to put your heroism to the test. I call it the unforeseen simulation joint. 13 introduced with a flourish. Everyone could practically hear the smile in her voice, even with the speaker filter. It really is USJ. Several of them exclaimed, comparing the two acronyms against each other. 13, where's All Might? I thought he was supposed to be meeting us here. Aizawa questioned his fellow instructor. Well. 13 sighed, before subtly holding up 3 fingers. I'm afraid he got caught up in quite a few incidents on his way to the school this morning. He's exhausted himself. At the moment he's resting in the break room, though he did call to tell me he would try to make it to the latter half of the class. That man is the height of irrationality. This was precisely why I suggested that he just move onto the campus already and be done with it. Aizawa exhaled while pinching the bridge of his nose. Well, no point in wasting time, we'll start without him. Of course. But before that, I have 1 or 2 points. 13 said, before pausing. Or 3. Maybe 4. Her voice started sounding a bit sheepish as she continued. Perhaps 5. Or 6. The entire class deadpanned and sweat dropped. Well, as I'm sure many of you are aware. My quirk is called Black Hole. It draws in and breaks down everything. Echako was nodding along with their instructor, her eyes still sparkles. Cute Toga giggled behind her hand as she watched Echako practically bounce in place at being so close to her favorite hero. Yeah. You've used it to save countless numbers of people in almost every disaster imaginable. You break down debris and free trap civilians and even clear roadways for medical vehicles, police, firefighters, and everything. Echako did her best Izuku impression without even meaning to. She was just so excited. That's right. Indeed, my power is capable of saving many lives. But it would also be incredibly, frustratingly easy to use it to kill that put a damper on the excited mood of the students, bringing down the intensity so they were all paying attention. Just as I'm sure it would be uncomfortably easy for some of your own quirks to take a life. In our superpowered society, the usage of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. It may seem like a stable system, but never forget that it only takes one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for people to die, 13 warned the hero students. During Aizawa's assessment test, you were able to touch upon the true power of your quirks. With All Might's person-to-person combat, you experienced the danger of using your quirks against other people. Today will be a different story. Today you shall learn how your powers can be used, not in combat, but to save lives instead. The space-themed hero had her arms spread wide, as if to indicate the whole of the USJ behind her. Before 13 could continue, the lights all over the dome began to flicker strangely. Everyone looked around in confusion at the odd phenomenon. Kaminari, an electric quirk user, blinked and tilted his head at the lights. He recognized the signs of fluctuating electrical output due to practicing with his quirk growing up. What's going on? Aizawa questioned as he took charge, his students were his first priority in the event anything unplanned happened. Something's gone wrong with the power. 13 sounded confused as she looked up at the flickering lights. It was his experience that drew Aizawa's attention to the small distortion forming down in the plaza. The underground hero glared at the anomaly as he reached into his scarves to pull up his goggles. A black, smoke-like hole tinged with dark purple had formed in the center of the plaza. Two glowing yellow eyes appeared and seemed to glare at the surroundings for a moment. The smoky mass expanded outwards, swirling wider and wider before a hand emerged from within. Another hand emerged to join the first, almost like they were pulling apart a curtain. What emerged was a man's head. But there was nothing normal about it at all. He had what appeared to be severed hands covering his body. On his arms, around his neck, and even on the front and back of his head. The one on his face was acting as a macabre version of a mask. Between the fingers of the hand mask, a demented red eye glared hatefully at them all. Then, before the eyes of both teachers and all 20 Hero Corps students of Class 1A, more and more people started coming through the black-purple smoke. Each one of the emerging people had one thing in common, a malice in their gaze that promised violence. "This isn't part of the class, is it?" Kirishima questioned as they beheld the large group coming from the smoke-like portal. "No." Aizawa stated flatly, his tone dead serious. "Those are villains." "No way. Why would villains break into UA? Every teacher is a pro-hero. That doesn't make any sense." Mineta cried out in panic. 13, aren't there intruder sensors here? Momo asked the pro. "Of course there are. But they're not activating. I'm even using the manual override." 13 revealed the small device in her hand. It was a control for the USJ systems. The touchscreen was filled with a single message. "System not responding. Haminari, try to reach the school with your personal communicator." Aizawa instructed as he partially unwound his capture scarves. "Yes, sir." Kaminari nodded as he tapped the device on his ear. "Ow, damn it." The blonde exclaimed a second later as he practically tore the communicator off his ear. Even from a distance everyone could hear the horribly loud shrieking of feedback interference coming from the device. "They've jammed the frequencies," he called out as he held his ringing ear. "I doubt they snuck into the main campus as well. They picked the perfect time to attack here, with the fewest pros and multiple targets. They clearly have an objective and have brought in quirks to reach that objective. Which includes someone capable of jamming outgoing signals." Todoroki was still calm in the face of this danger. Or one of the few able to keep his cool at least. The large swirling smoke-like portal closed after a large monstrosity of a creature emerged and stood behind the man covered in severed hands. Before anyone could move though, the man covered in the severed hands spoke loudly for all to hear. This is strange." The man spoke with a raspy voice. "The schedule we stole said All Might, 13, Eraserhead, and Class 1 would be here. So where's All Might?" he questioned, scratching at his neck, his red eyes staring at everyone up on the platform with nothing but disgust. 13, get the students out of here." Aizawa ordered as he pulled on his goggles and leapt down the stairs towards the large group of villains. With his capture scarves in hand he picked out his first targets. 13 was corralling the students and urging them towards the exit, but that option was quickly cut off when the security shutters around the USJ began to slam closed. The humanoid fog villain appeared in front of them. "Good afternoon, hero students." Several of the class dropped into fighting stances in front of the villain, even as 13 quickly placed herself between the villain and the students. "We are the League of Villains. I hope you'll forgive our audacity, but we are here today with a declaration of war." His courteous tone did nothing to hide the outright lack of care he had for their lives. It made a few of the students of Class 1 shiver in fear. "To that end, we have come to this bastion of heroism to kill the symbol of peace, along with an entire class of aspiring heroes." A surge of heat rushing through the area in a wave, it was almost hot enough to sting. A blur raced past 13, and it only slowed down when it was right beside the villain. Everyone there, barring Toga, felt their eyes widen and their jaws drop as they watched Izuku swing his axe and catch the fog-like villain by surprise. The top of the haft came in contact with a metal brace around the villain's neck and Izuku heaved with his immense strength. The villain blurred past the stunned students and went rocketing towards the monstrous villain down below. The humanoid fog slammed into the hulking beast. The oil-black skin appeared to ripple from the blow, but the villain didn't even blink. The fog villain crumpled to the ground to the surprised exclamation of the hand-covered leader. "Kurogiri. What the hell happened?" the man demanded of the suit-wearing humanoid fog. "Shigaraki. Tamura. Run." Kurogiri managed to get out before his yellow eyes disappeared and his body went still. Back on the platform overlooking the USJ, everyone blinked in shock at what Izuku had done. The verdette was bulked up and a massive heat haze was pouring off his body. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, Izuku hefted his axe. The head of the axe began to glow with heat and the vents on either side of the head erupted into flames. With 3 blindingly fast strikes, the steel security shutters were slashed clean through. Izuku kicked the cut section with one of his powerful legs, and the steel flew backwards almost a dozen meters outside. A large hole now existed for the students to escape. 13, I'm going to assist Aizawa, please get everyone out of here. Izuku requested of the pro hero. Toga, Izuku looked at his girlfriend with a warm smile. Make sure they all stay out of the building, please. Alright, Toga agreed with a small smile. Don't do anything crazy, Aizu. I want you back in one piece as soon as you're done. It's a promise. Izuku chuckled before leaping away and landing in the plaza with a crash. Midoriya, wait, 13 reached out with her hand, but the teen was already in the plaza. Let's go, everyone. We need to get out of here. Toga yelled loudly, shaking her classmates out of their stupor. Right, 13. 13 shook herself for a moment before focusing on the students she could reach. Yes, everyone outside immediately. 13 corralled the remaining students towards the large triangular hole in the security shutters. Screw that. Bakugo yelled back as he turned towards the plaza. If Deku is fighting, then I'm going to fight too. You will not, 13 all but ordered the ash blonde. Bakugo turned to argue, his mouth open to yell. Unless you want to be suspended for disobeying an instructor during an emergency, you'll do as I say and evacuate. Bakugo snapped, his jaw closed at the threat. Midoriya is already in trouble for going off on his own, do you want to share the same punishment? No. Bakugo growled out, and Kirishima placed his hand on the explosive teen's shoulder. Dude, come on, I don't like leaving Midoriya behind either. Right. Now, the best thing we can do is escape so that the villains don't get their way. Kirishima stated, though his tone was subdued. Bakugo scoffed angrily, but followed the rest of Class 1 through the large hole and outside. Haminari, please try and contact the school now that we're outside. 13 requested of her charge as she stood facing the hole in the wall. Her hand was held out. Ready to deploy her quirk if any villains should emerge to cause them harm. Yes ma'am, Kaminari put his device back on and activated it. Hey, I can get through now. Contact the school and tell them that villains have attacked the USJ, we need reinforcements. 13 instructed as she kept vigilant watch on the only way out of the USJ at the current time. Kaminari quickly did as asked, contacting the emergency line that led to Principal Nezu's office. Plaza. Midoriya. What are you doing here? Evacuate with the rest of the class, now. Aizawa ordered his student as he parried a punch and kicked out his opponent's knee. The sudden arrival had startled the majority of the villains, small-time thugs really, but a few had tried to capitalize on the distraction. Aizawa had quickly shown that he wasn't distracted, however. There are more villains in the USJ than the ones here, sir. Izuku's towering form responded. I noticed people in the waters of the flood zone before I jumped down here. Even you can't fight 100 or more villains by yourself. You'll exhaust yourself before help arrives. The rest of the class is evacuated already. Now it's just a matter of waiting for reinforcements. You should be outside with them. You're a student, your safety comes first. Aizawa responded sternly as he erased a thug's quirk and slammed his fist into the shocked villain's face. The man hit the ground like a sack of rocks. I know the spirit of self-sacrifice is in a true hero's nature, sir. Izuku's heat continued to increase, forcing the villains near him to back away as their skin began to burn. But leaving someone behind to die is against everything a hero stands for. Izuku stomped on the ground, cracking the concrete below his foot. I'm fully prepared to accept whatever punishment I will receive for disobeying you. But I refuse to let someone die if I can save them. The heat spiked more, and several villains yelped in pain from being too close to the hulking teen. Nomu, kill that brat. Shigaraki demanded, pointing at Izuku with a deranged look in his red eyes. The massive monstrosity gave a horrible shriek as it blurred forward. Izuku braced himself and took the punch. The ground cracked, and the verdette was sent flying backwards from the punch. Kill him. Make sure he's dead. Nomu blasted forward, even as Aizawa erased his quirk. I know I erased his quirk, how is he still moving that fast? Aizawa wondered in shock as he tried to race towards his student. He needn't have worried. You have some strength, don't you? Izuku questioned as the dust cleared. He was holding back the Nomu's fist with just his left hand. I was shocked. He smiled at the monster. Not many can actually make me feel their blows. Nomu shrieked again, and Izuku gave a light chuckle in response. In the next instant Nomu was across the plaza and Izuku's right fist was extended. But you aren't that strong. What the hell? Shigaraki exclaimed, unconsciously taking a step back in shock, along with a bit of fear. What kind of hacks bullshit are you pulling? You were the ones that attacked us. Izuku turned to face Shigaraki, staring the villain down without fear. You brazenly and without hesitation declared your intention to murder all of us. Izuku took a step closer to the hand-covered villain leader. You don't get to complain about your choices now. The terrible shriek of Nomu reverberated throughout the USJ as the beast charged forward. Still mindlessly continuing to try and carry out the orders it had been given. Shigaraki, seeing his weapon still in fighting condition, regained his confidence. As the two powerhouses clashed again, sending a shockwave from the point of their collision, the villain spoke up. "You got lucky with that last punch, brat," Shigaraki declared with a laugh. Eraserhead was nullifying Nomu's quirk, but your fists can't do anything to his shock absorption. You can try and be a knockoff All Might all you want, but Nomu is the anti-symbol of peace. He was bioengineered to kill All Might. Good to know, Izuku mentioned as he blocked Nomu's punch. Since this thing isn't human, I don't have to hold back. The temperature spiked instantly. Villains screamed as their skin burned while Izawa was far enough away that he only broke into a heavy sweat from the heat. The villains ran away from the blazing teen and the bioengineered weapon as they continued to clash. You can punch him all you want. His shock absorption can stand up to All Might's power. Your flames are next to worthless too. Nomu also has hyper-regeneration. Shigaraki cackled as he watched Izuku and Nomu continue to exchange blows. Suddenly, both of Nomu's arms, just below the elbow, fell off. A strange black itcher splattered onto the ground from the grievous injuries, even still Nomu only paused in its attacks. The weapon never registered pain, it literally couldn't. My attacks have no effect? Izuku questioned, Shigaraki only now noticing the axe that Izuku had drawn from his back. Who decided that? I didn't even see the fucking swing. Shigaraki realized, a bit of panic seeping into his mind. If he wasn't already sweating heavily from the sheer heat Izuku put off, he'd have broken out into a cold sweat. Nomu's arms quickly regenerated and the beast launched itself at Izuku again. My flames are useless. Izuku formed a ball of fire above his palm. The fireball looked like a miniature sun, only it was changing, the heat continuing to rise. The center of the sun changed to a white so bright it was painful to look at. In the very middle of the flames was a tiny core of intense blue fire. Who decided that? Nomu slammed a fist into Izuku's chest at full force. The verdette didn't even flinch from the blow, much less move backwards. The teen merely dripping blood from the corner of his mouth. Steam and smoke were coming off Nomu's body from being so close to the ridiculously high heat that Izuku was controlling. Shigaraki recoiled at seeing that Izuku was somehow still getting stronger. I will be the one to decide. Izuku intoned with finality. Cruel sun. The miniature sun slammed into Nomu point blank. The abomination's flesh burned, boiled, and then was vaporized. The altered structure of its body could withstand immense amounts of physical force. But with heat in excess of 3000 degrees, cells simply ceased to be. The attack vaporized the head, arms, torso, and legs of the Nomu. Only its feet remained, charred and blackened on the floor. The fireball continued straight forward, like a cannonball, scorching everything that got close to it. Ayarg! Shigaraki screamed in agony as he practically burst into flames from sheer proximity to the mini-sun. His flesh burned, the moisture in his body, most specifically his arms, which he'd instinctively raised to try and protect himself, turning to steam, while his flesh was dried and blackened. A massive blast went off as the fireball detonated against the far wall. A large hole was simply gone from the USJ, revealing the outside. Aizawa stared in shock at the power that his student wielded. The villains in the plaza all looked at the incinerated Nomu, the flailing, burned Shigaraki, and the unconscious warp gate user, in fear. Collectively, every villain in the plaza that was still conscious put their hands behind their heads and kneeled on the ground. In the next few seconds, every villain was face down, hands behind their heads, in a show of complete surrender. "A wise choice," Izuku uttered loudly, spitting the blood in his mouth out. "You have no idea how hard it is to not accidentally incinerate someone when I'm going all out." The villains all began to tremble at the warning from the teen. Outside of the USJ. The bus pulled up at speed before screeching to a stop. The doors were practically torn open as the pro-heroes of UA High rushed out to check on Class 1A, seeing 19 teens, and 13 instantly prompted questions from Nezu. The sound of police sirens was quickly closing in on the location. 13, where is young Midoriya? Nezu questioned his faculty member. The tone brooked no argument or excuses. The chimera-like principal only wanted straight facts. Midoriya rushed off to assist Aizawa with the villains before I could stop him, principal. I'm sorry. 13 bowed her head as the pros quickly made their way towards the triangular hole in the wall of the USJ. Everyone stopped when a massive blast went off and they felt the ground shake slightly. Part of the wall of the USJ seemingly erupted into flames before vanishing completely. There were only small bits of debris raining down over the large empty lawn that surrounded the facility on all sides. What the hell was that? Present Mick exclaimed in shock at seeing the blast. Izuku? Toga screamed, her worry for her boyfriend overriding all else as she bolted towards the hole in the wall. She was blocked by 3 of Ectoplasm's clones and growled at the obstruction. Miss Toga, we don't know the situation inside yet. Remain out here while the teachers take care of the villains. The ectoplasm clone on her right instructed Toga with no room for argument. That was Izuku. If he's using that much power then something must have gone wrong. Toga yelled back at the clone of the pro-hero. The actual ectoplasm had already entered the USJ along with the rest of the teachers to try and get a handle on the situation. Police cars arrived on scene and officers began surrounding the area. This was quickly followed by ambulances and paramedics. The teens were corralled by the clones of ectoplasm away from the USJ. The police were moving closer to the triangular hole to get a grasp of the situation. Inside the USJ. Holy. Midnight breathed out as she saw dozens upon dozens of villains surrendering on the ground of the main plaza. Aizawa and Izuku standing over the group looking much better than any of the teachers thought they would after getting the emergency call. There are still many dozens of villains left within the facility. Nezu informed. His eyes, ear and nose telling him so and his incredible intellect already making plans. Split up and capture all of them. They appear to be common crooks, but take no chances, let's move. Yes sir. The pro-heroes replied in unison as they headed down the stairs and began to spread through the facility and into the various disaster zones. The roundup of the common thugs wouldn't take very long for seasoned pros. Aizawa, I need a situation report, immediately. Nezu mentioned as he walked towards Class 1A's homeroom teacher and the towering verdette next to him. Midoriya appeared to be safe, which was top priority. The heat haze coming off the boy also seemed to be making the surrendered villains in the plaza tremble. Yes sir. Aizawa replied as he pulled his goggles off. The sounds of fighting, mostly mixed loud quirk, could be heard as the teachers started dealing with the remaining villains. In the aftermath of the villain attack on the USJ many things went into motion. Some of these things, like the parents of Class 1 being called and informed of the situation, were expected. Other things, however, happened behind the scenes with only those that needed to know being aware. Forensics of the USJ, along with interrogation of the captured villains, revealed a plot to upset the peace of Japan as a whole. After all, killing All Might, the symbol of peace, would undoubtedly start a spiral of chaos that the nation hadn't seen in decades. Unknown to the students, the battle between Izuku and the bioengineered weapon called Nomu, plus his defeat of the leader of the attack, had led to startling discoveries. The leader of the League of Villains, one Shigaraki Tamura, had lost his arms. The blackened flesh was beyond saving, even with healing quirks. Both of the villain's arms, from below the bicep, were amputated to save his life. The gray-haired man had been practically catatonic since the attack. The Warp Gate villain, Kurogiri, had not registered as a single person when DNA tests had been performed. The villain's results more closely matched the samples that had been extracted from the charred feet of the bioweapon, Nomu. Multiple people's DNA had been found in both Nomu and Kurogiri. Along with these findings came the horrifying discovery of both possessing multiple quirks. But Nezu being the pro-hero that had taken on the case, to work on it with the police and offer his immense intellect, it was an easy matter to fill All Might in on the findings. I can't believe it. All Might's fist clenched tightly as he read over the report in Nezu's office. He's still alive. The near-skeletal man growled. Only one person had the ability to forcefully implant multiple quirks in people. All for One was still alive, even after Toshinori had done everything in his power to kill the monster. It would seem so, Nezu nodded as he prepared tea for the two of them. However, what is much more disturbing are these lab results from the Nomu and the Warp Gate villain, Kurogiri. Such genetic modification, and the various operations that both have gone through, speaks of professional medical training. A doctor with decades of experience, most likely. Is that how he survived? Toshinori blinked, looking up at the chimera-like principal. He had a skilled doctor to keep him alive. It is my current theory, Nezu acknowledged as he poured Toshinori a cup of tea and then one for himself. But such skill is not something that just any doctor would have. On that note, to be able to create two bioengineered creatures, one capable of human-level reasoning and actions, is not something that any medical professional would simply learn. No, what we're dealing with is a medical professional that's not only had years of training and experience, but perhaps decades of illegal experimentation as well. Of course he'd find someone like that. Toshinori scowled as he picked up his tea. A sip did little to soothe his nerves, but it helped a tiny bit. Manipulating alpha factors and quirks to this degree though, merging quirks together. That's not something that can just be done. All for One must be providing assistance while the doctor modifies the bodies of these Nomu creatures. Yes, the Kurogiri Nomu was an unpleasant revelation, to say the least. Nezu sighed heavily, knowing he'd need to bring Aizawa, Izashi, and Nomuri onto the case. None of them would be pleased at the previous identity of Kurogiri. It honestly made Nezu's stomach turn. Just knowing that this villainy had been going on for so long. It was unsettling. Young Midoriya is far more powerful than even I imagined after seeing him at the entrance exams. Toshinori moved the subject on. Knowing that lamenting on the discoveries wouldn't do anyone any good. To think he resolved this incident almost single-handedly. When he goes pro, I think we'll have a bit less to worry about in the future. The blonde man smiled slightly. We can only guide him through his time here at UA and put forth challenges to bring out his best. Nezu hummed with a grin of his own. His quick actions and sound defeat of this league of villains has brought much to light that we were unaware of. Now is the time for us pros to go to work. The Chimera gave Toshinori a serious look, one which was returned with a powerful gaze. Yes, it is. Toshinori's tone was powerful in its finality. Midoriya residence. Izuku had been picked up by his parents after the incident at the USJ, just like all the other students of Class 1A. His mother had fretted over him, even after seeing his worst injuries were mostly just some bruises and a small cut on the inside of his mouth. Recovery girl had healed him in a matter of moments at the scene. But Inko and Hisashi wouldn't be his parents if both hadn't been concerned and worried. He'd held his mother for the majority of the rest of the day and into the evening, reassuring her as many times as she needed that he was fine and everything was okay. Hisashi had ordered food for the family and sat with his wife and son the whole time. Unbeknownst to Izuku, a similar scene was being played out in most of the homes of his classmates as well. Parents holding their children close and offering their ears to listen to their children's feelings. What all of the teens mentioned was that it was thanks to their classmate Midoriya that not a single one of them was hurt. Izuku was already being regarded as a hero among the parents of Class 1A. It was yet another heroic act that he was credited for without even knowing it. With classes cancelled for both Hero Course 1 and 1B the next day, the students had more time to come to grips with what they'd gone through. 1B was given the rundown on what had occurred at the USJ. Their own rescue training would be postponed until the following week. All systems at the USJ facility were being gone over and given new security in that time. During this day off, Toga had naturally come over to the Midoriya home to be with Izuku. Izuku's room. I'm fine, Himiko-chan. Izuku held his snuggling girlfriend closer, gently running his fingers through her blonde locks. I know, but you worried me. Toga mumbled out as she held him close. When I saw the explosion I panicked. Seeing you using that much power, it scared me. Knowing that someone among the villains was that strong and was pushing you that far, I thought I might lose you. She buried her head into his neck and breathed in his scent. I'm not going anywhere, Himiko-chan. Izuku tightened his hold on her and kissed the top of her head. I'm just glad you're alright, Izu-kun. Toga nuzzled him gently. But you have some making up to do for worrying me like that, mister. She huffed as they continued to hold each other while lying on his bed. I'm fine with that, Izuku smiled into her hair. I think I know a good way to start too. I'm listening. Toga grinned against his neck. Let's start with a foot rub and then after school one day this week we'll have a date to any place you want. Izuku gently squeezed Toga closer to him. Will that work? I think so. Toga giggled playfully as she pulled back to look him in the eyes. The two gazed warmly at each other, they moved closer without words and their lips met. It was a gentle kiss, filled with love and affection, promises of the future and all the time in the world. Both teens felt their hearts thrum in their chests as they pulled each other as close as possible. They both inhaled deeply when they finally separated. I love you, Toga Himiko. Izuku rested his forehead against Toga's gently. I love you too, Midoriya Izuku. Toga returned his love with all of her own. Let me get some supplies ready and we'll get to your foot rub. Izuku smiled at her. Toga giggled as she slowly let him go. Izuku knew how to pamper and dote on her. It made Toga love him all the more. Inko and Hisashi could only smile as Izuku went about the kitchen and bathroom. He was clearly about to give Toga-chan a foot rub. The doting on his girlfriend he'd learned from his father, including foot rubs. It lifted worry and tension off both parents' shoulders to see the teens acting normally. At the very least the incident didn't seem to have traumatized the two. I'll make an extra place for dinner tonight. Inko smiled brightly when Izuku went back into his room with his supplies. Toga-chan won't want to leave after a good foot rub. Speaking of, maybe I should give you one tonight too. Hisashi offered his wife with a smile. I'm sure we could both use a little relaxation after what happened. Inko giggled at her husband as he pulled her into his lap and kissed her cheek. Never let it be said that their marriage wasn't full of love, even after 16 years. UA High Principal Nezu's office. Do you know why you're here, Midoriya? Nezu asked of Verdette first year. I believe so, sir. Izuku nodded to the principal. Then are you ready to learn what your punishment will be for going off on your own in the middle of a crisis? Nezu looked at the teen seriously. I was prepared the moment I leapt into action. Izuku replied resolutely, more than okay with whatever happened. He didn't regret what he'd done. If given the chance to do it again, he'd make the same call every time. You'll be suspended for the rest of this week. Nezu began, his black eyes locked with Izuku's green. During that time you'll write a formal apology to both Aizawa and 13 for going off on your own during the villain attack. On top of that, you'll write an essay on the relevant laws that you technically broke with your actions for me. I think 5,000 words will suffice. Yes sir, I'll do so. Izuku gave a respectful bow to the principal. Very good, Midoriya, we'll see you back here Monday morning. Nezu dismissed the teen from his office. Thank you principal. Izuku rose from his bow and gave the chimera a nod. With that, the verdette turned and left the office. Willing to act in crisis and also willing to accept the consequences of his actions. Truly he will be an excellent hero in the future. Nezu commented after the teen had left. There was a smile on the principal's face. Izuku texted Toga about his punishment, letting her know that he wouldn't be in class until Monday. Just as he suspected, Toga had ranted in her reply about the school being ungrateful and that he should be getting recognition for his actions instead of punishment. He calmed her with several texts on his way off the campus. They only stopped when the bell for homeroom rang and Toga had to pay attention in class. At hidden location. What do we do now? An old man with goggles, a lab coat and a mustache asked a man sitting in a chair and hooked up to a life support system. The man had the top half of his head marred by horrible scar tissue. His eyes were gone, along with his hair. The various tubes and wires connected to the man gave off the impression that he was at death's door. In contrast to the life support system, the man wore a tailored black suit that was clean and sharp. His appearance was such a contrast that one might make the mistake of believing this injured man wasn't on borrowed time. I did not expect Tamura to fail so utterly. The injured man remarked, watching the footage stolen from the hijacked USJ security system. A single teen, a first-year Hero Corps student, had soundly dealt with Kurogiri, Nomu, and Tamura. The verdette was not only powerful physically, but he clearly trumped every other pyrokinetic that the injured man had ever seen. The man had lived a very long time too, so that was saying something. Who is this boy? Midoriya Izuku, according to the class roster that was stolen along with the schedules. The old man informed the suit-wearing man, as he brought up the information, what little there was, on Izuku. A type hybrid. How rare. The injured man commented. It wasn't often you saw one like this boy. What should we do going forward? The old man asked again. We were counting on Tamura for your plan. Your quirk isn't compatible with most people. It's just too powerful, the strain even a weakened form of it puts on the body is often too much for others. Patience, doctor, we still have some time left to fix things. The injured man replied. This was followed by a coughing fit that saw some blood on the man's hand. His breathing was ragged afterwards as he lay back in his chair. We don't have that much time left. The doctor shook his head. My quirk won't prolong my life much longer. Your injuries aren't healing, even with the best of my treatments. If we don't find a compatible host soon, then our decades of planning will be for nothing. All the work we've put into cloning quirks, all the advancements we've made, all the Nomu we've made. It'll all have been for nothing. The old doctor became frenzied at the ever-approaching time limit the two of them had. Be silent, Dr. Garaki, you're losing your composure. The injured man spoke sharply. I'm just concerned, all for one, that the decades we've spent will go to waste if we both run out of time. Dr. Garaki exhaled heavily. Truly the weight of the years was beginning to wear heavily on the old man. We will find a compatible host, and then we will resume the plan quickly. All for one replied calmly. This is merely another speed bump in our path. We've dealt with plenty of those over the years. What's one more? I suppose you're right, Dr. Garaki compassed himself. If only I had been able to find the hyper-regeneration quirk before your battle with All Might. We cannot change the past, Doctor. All for one inhaled and exhaled a few times before he continued. We can only change the future, and change it we shall. I'll search the international quirk registries I have access to. Perhaps there we'll find someone compatible with All for One. We need a new host to bring about the fruition of our plans. Dr. Garaki began making his way towards his vast array of computers. Do so, Doctor, I have the utmost faith in you. All for one grinned as he lay back in his chair and let the medicine ease the pain that was a constant in his body ever since the fight with All Might. UA High School Monday morning. Izuku and Toga made their way towards their classroom from the teacher's lounge. Izuku had turned in his two formal apologies and the essay for Nezu. Toga was still annoyed that Izuku was punished for making the USJ attack into a virtual non-incident. Izuku, for his part, had expected punishment and was fine with serving it. Even heroes weren't exempt from the consequences of their actions. When the two entered Class 1A's room they were quickly noticed. Dude. Midoriya, you're back. Kirishima smiled at his verdette buddy. Midoriya. Kaminari waved as he joined Kirishima in walking towards the couple. From there it was almost a deluge of his classmates coming to greet him. The other students repeatedly thanking him for his quick actions and dealing with real villains. Izuku took their praise as humbly as he could, like his parents had taught him, but even his cheeks were starting to turn red from the parade of thanks. Toga stifled her giggles as she held his hand through it all. "Take your seats, class is about to start." Aizawa spoke up as he entered the room. Everyone was in their seats and attentive in seconds, prompting a nod from their teacher. "Now we've gone over this before, but since Midoriya has rejoined us, I'll announce it again. The UA Sports Festival is coming up." "Yes." Kirishima cheered with his fists raised in front of him. "Let's go kick some ass." He was quieted by Kaminari's hand being shoved against his face. "Wait a second." Kaminari protested, the blonde was clearly repeating something he'd already said before. "Is it really such a good idea to still hold the sports festival after villains attacked?" Kayaka questioned Aizawa, getting a nod from Kaminari. Izuku was willing to bet that this conversation had happened more than once already during his suspension. "I mean, couldn't they attack again when even more people are packed into one place?" Shiro asked and a few students looked questioningly towards Aizawa. "The administration thinks this is a good way to show that the threat has been handled. That our school is safer than ever." Aizawa spoke in the tone of someone repeating the same words for the umpteenth time. "Plus, they're increasing security compared to past years. This event is a huge opportunity for all students at UA, it's not something we can cancel because of a failed villain attack." "Why not? It's just the sports festival." Mineta looked worried at the thought of another potential villain attack. "Mineta," Izuku turned to look at the boy that sat behind him. "Don't you know how important the sports festival is?" "Of course I do." Mineta responded while small beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "I just don't want to get murdered." The UA Sports Festival is one of the most watched events in the country. Aizawa spoke a bit louder to end their conversation. "When it comes to competition between future heroes, the UA Sports Festival is #1 in Japan for viewership." "That's right," Momo agreed from her seat behind Mineta. "Top heroes from all over the country will be watching. This is an event where you can get scouted." "Yeah, unless you're dead," Mineta retorted, still looking uneasy about the event. "She's got a point though," Kaminari piped up with a grin. "After graduation, a lot of people join pro agencies as a sidekick." "Yeah, but that's as far as some people ever go." Kayaka glanced at the blonde. "They miss their chance to go independent and stay eternal sidekicks." "Actually, that's probably where you're headed, you're kinda dumb sometimes." "Ow." Kaminari practically pouted at the critique. "It's true that getting scouted and joining a famous hero agency can get you more experience and even popularity," Aizawa admitted to the class of teens. "That's why this festival matters. If you want to go pro one day, this event can open up doors for you. You get 1 chance a year, 3 chances in a lifetime. No aspiring hero can afford to miss this festival. Which means you can't slack off in your lessons or training. Am I clear?" "Yes, sir." The class chorused. Several hours later, after their modern literature class with Cementus, the bell rang to signal the students' lunch break. Class 1 were naturally still talking about the upcoming sports festival. Some were excited, others were nervous, some didn't seem to care much or were very good at hiding it. "I am so pumped for this festival," Kirishima exclaimed, showing he was clearly part of the excited crowd. "Heck yeah, if we put on a good show we're practically on the road to being pros." Shiro grinned at the redeed. He was also a part of the excited group. "That's why we're all here in the first place, right?" Sato grinned as he punched his right fist into his left palm. "We get so few chances, so we have to make the most of this." Tokoyami agreed with the other guys. "I'm kind of jealous, Shoji, your quirk is so unique you'll definitely stand out." Kaminari sighed as he looked at the Dupli arms user. "Possibly, but what matters the most is to show the pros how useful I can be." Shoji replied as he waved off Kaminari's enviousness. Results were much better for getting scouted than just being noticeable. At least that was Shoji's take on the festival. "No doubt you'll make a scene too." Kayaka snickered at Kaminari, reminding the electrification user of his dopey state. Kaminari grumbled at the ribbing. "Everyone is so excited, Aizu-kun." Toga beamed at her boyfriend. "Of course, everyone wants to be pro heroes. The festival is their first shot to get scouted." Izuku smiled back at her, pulling her into a gentle hug. "Toga. Midoriya. Let's do our best in the sports festival." Achako had such a serious face that most of the class had to blink to make sure she was still the same Uraraka they knew. "Everyone. I'm gonna do my best." Achako threw her fist into the air, there seemed to be a pink aura of determination coming off of the girl. "Yeah." Several students replied, throwing a fist into the air with a suddenly competitive brunette. "I said I'm gonna do my best." Uraraka threw her fist into the air a second time. "Achako-chan. Are you okay?" Toga questioned with her head tilted to the side. She'd never seen her friend so competitive before. At lunch Toga and Izuku found a quiet spot out in the courtyard together. The couple had taken their meals from the cafeteria and sat in the shade of a tree. They sat almost shoulder to shoulder as they ate, occasionally sharing bites of food with each other. The two were so absorbed with each other they didn't notice that many of their peers were glancing at the adorable scene. Several of the upper year girls were giggling or cooing at the couple. Quite a few other couples were doing much the same as Toga and Izuku on the lovely clear day. "They're so adorable." A blue-haired girl commented to her friends as they sat a ways away from the first-year couple. "Aren't they? So cute." Yes, now calm down and eat your lunch." A red-headed girl next to the brunette smiled. She was always so excitable. It was the cutest thing in the galaxy. "I heard the verdette was the one that practically took care of the villain attack single-handedly," a muscular blonde teen mentioned after swallowing his food. "He must be pretty strong." "I can't imagine having to fight villains in the first month of being in high school." The navy-haired teen next to the blonde guy shook his head. "I'd have panicked and frozen up completely. I already know it." He looked down at the blanket the four of them were sitting on. It almost seemed like a heavy dark blue cloud had appeared over the teen's head. "Hey now." The brunette girl practically sparkled as she spoke. "None of that. You're a third year now, so you've already passed that point, right?" "Right. Seriously, how can one of the top 3 in the school be such a downer on himself?" the redhead questioned with a blink. Toga and Izuku were completely oblivious to all the scrutiny though. The couple were far too involved with each other as they finished their food and decided to cuddle. Toga happily cuddled into Izuku's chest and molded her body against his. Izuku responded by wrapping his arms around her and gently laying his head atop hers. The bell had just rung to signal the end of the day's last class. As Class 1 packed up their things over the next minutes, only a few noticed a muffled sound coming from the hallway outside. When Ichako opened the door to leave, she was met by a corridor full of other students. "Why the heck are you all here?" Ichako exclaimed seeing the horde of students just staring at her and the rest of Wana through the open door. "Do you all have some kind of business with our class?" Iida questioned the large group. "Why are you blocking our doorway? Are you trying to hold us hostage?" Mineta demanded of the group. "They're scouting out the competition, idiots." Bakugo sneered as he walked up to the door. "We're the class that got attacked by real villains. They want to see us with their own eyes." A few students of Class 1 showed annoyance with Bakugo's normal abrasive attitude. Ichako frowned, Mineta pointed right at Bakugo while gaping at the rudeness. Izuku shook his head at the ash blonde while Toga rolled her eyes at the jackass as she thought of him. "Well, at least now you all know what a future pro looks like," Bakugo stated straight to the faces of their fellow year mates. "Now move it extras." "Really?" Izuku figured Bakugo's attitude was permanent nowadays. The explosion quirk user was always going to be like this. "You can't just go around calling people extras just because you don't know who they are, Bakugo." Iida admonished the red-eyed teen while chopping the air with his right arm. "So this is Class 1A?" a purple-haired male student questioned as he made his way through the crowd. "I heard you guys survived a real villain attack. But you just sound like an ass." The teen stared Bakugo dead in the eye as he called him out and then continued as he finally got to the front of the crowd. "Is everyone in the hero course delusional, or is it just you?" "Huh?" Bakugo growled as a vein became visible on his forehead. Several of the Wana students were shaking their heads and trying to wave the new person off before he made Bakugo explode. "How sad to come here and find a bunch of egomaniacs." The guy rubbed the back of his head, his wild purple hair moving slightly from the motion. "I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here I was forced to choose a different track. Such is life." Bakugo seemed to be getting angrier as the other teen continued to speak. "I didn't cut it the first time around, but now I have another chance. If any of us do well in the sports festival, the teachers can decide to move us to the hero course. That means they'd have to transfer people out to make room." A few of the members of Class 1 stiffened up at that reminder. "TSK." Bakugo looked a few seconds away from snapping entirely. "Scouting the competition. Maybe some of my peers are, but I'm here to let you know that if you don't bring your very best, I'll steal your spot right from under you. Consider this a declaration of war." The teen stated plainly and clearly. "I didn't put in all the extra work both before and after the entrance exams to lose to anyone that's not serious about being a hero." "Where'd this guy even come from?" was the thought running through most of Class 1A's minds. "Hey. I'm from Class 1B. We heard you guys were attacked by some villains. I wanted to see what was up, but you're just a bunch of punks that think you're better than us." Another new guy yelled as he pushed his way forward. He had long chin-length messy gray hair and black eyes which were tilted slightly inwards. Each eye had very thick jagged tan-colored eyelashes that almost seemed to surround them when the teen's eyes were opened. He didn't appear to have any noticeable eyebrows, though, much like Kirishima, he had sharp pointed teeth. Damn it, everyone is going to hate our class now. Several of the class 1A students screamed internally. That's a rather brash claim to make, isn't it? Izuku stepped forward, with Toga beside him. When did any of us say we thought we were better than you, exactly? Huh? The silver-haired loudmouth looked at Izuku blankly. You said we all thought we were better than your class, right? Izuku looked the other teen dead in the eye as he spoke. I'm curious as to how you came to that conclusion, considering none of us has said anything except for Bakugo being his normal, abrasive self. Well, The other teen fumbled a bit, kicking up whispers and muttering from the crowd. The purple-haired teen that declared war was looking at Izuku with a raised eyebrow. You jumped to conclusions and made up your own mind. Toga spoke for the class 1B student. She dealt with plenty of people doing that when they learned what a quirk was. Yeah. The other teen looked sheepish as he rubbed the back of his head. Look, that was my bad. I'm sorry I jumped to conclusions. I'm Tetsu from class 1B, I wanted to come see class 1A, but I lost my cool after hearing the blonde guy run his mouth. It's fine, Bakugo has a way of pissing off everyone around him when he opens his mouth. Toga chuckled mirthlessly. Fuck off. Bakugo shouted back as he stomped off through the crowd. Oh no, I made him upset. Toga overacted badly, like she cared, and Izuku placed his hand on her shoulder to calm her down. So maybe you aren't all full of yourselves after all. The purple-haired guy spoke up with a sigh. But my declaration of war still stands. I will get into the hero course. One of those 40 seats is going to be mine by the festival's end. With that he turned and walked away, and the crowd of students began to disperse. Well, that was different. Achako mentioned, and the tension in class 1A began to fade away as the students picked up their bags and left the room to head home. This sports festival is going to be fun. Toga giggled as she and Izuku walked towards the train station hand in hand. I'm looking forward to the competition. Izuku agreed as they walked. Maybe there would be other students that could challenge him. That would be great. Izuku needed some good training partners to push himself against so that he could continue to improve. The next 2 weeks were spent taking every opportunity to train for almost every student that was in the hero course or wanted to get into said course. The school's gym and track facility saw a sharp uptick in use, though this happened every year around this time, so the teachers all got a chuckle out of it. Except Aizawa, he just rolled his eyes and went back to his current information gathering. Under Nezu's recommendation, Aizawa, Hisashi, and Namuri had been brought into the League of Villains case. As the hyper-intelligent Chimera had suspected, all 3 pros had been shocked, horrified, and then downright furious when they'd seen the results of Kurogiri's DNA tests. The 3 had immediately gone through everything that was known so far and started getting in touch with their various contacts. Aizawa, as an underground hero, had several more contacts that watched over the back alley deals and other crimes that most pros rarely saw. The type of crime and the kind of criminals that stayed hidden and never brought attention to themselves. So far the erasure hero hadn't found any leads that went anywhere. There was no talk of anyone going missing, no whispers of strange drugs or offers of quirk enhancement going around. It was odd. Those were the types of things that usually led to scummy, illegal underground operations for people desperate to strengthen their quirks. Aizawa had busted a fair number of them himself during his career. Usually trigger rings or some other quirk-enhancing drug that someone had tried to cook up. Nezu and Detective Tsukauchi had both been discreetly looking into doctors, both active and retired, that fit the profile of skills they'd built up with Recovery Girl's assistance. At the moment none of the people they'd looked into had any connection to the league that they could find. The detective's polygraph quirk was put to use often during the course of their investigation so far. They still had more than half the list to go, so they were hopeful to get a solid lead. But if they didn't, Nezu was already making backup plans and looking into other routes of investigation to find the truth. UA gym facility. Too slow, Aizu. Toga laughed as she landed a punch against her boyfriend's left side. Had Toga been fighting with her preferred knives, that would have been a debilitating stab wound. Your evasion and speed have both definitely improved, Himiko-chan. Izuku praised the blonde as they sparred on one of the large padded spaces that UA had in their gym facilities. I haven't even taken your form for a boost either. Toga giggled as she swayed around a punch, kick, punch, kick combo. One of her favorite battle tactics was to use some of the stored energy that her quirk turned blood into for her transformations and then take on Izuku's form. Even without being able to use his quirks, her boyfriend was still impressively strong and fit. The added freak-out factor of seeing a teen girl suddenly turn into a muscular male teen and gain almost 15 centimeters in height was also tactically advantageous, as well as funny, in Toga's opinion. Well, at least the gym uniform is unisex. Izuku sighed as he blocked a kick and upset Toga's balance. He'd seen himself wearing Toga's clothes more times than he'd care to admit, honestly. Toga thought it was hilarious to walk around in his form wearing a skirt and a cute top. He wasn't as much of a fan. We have to wear the gym uniform while we participate in the sports festival, so I'll be able to use my quirk more freely too, since everyone is wearing the same outfit. Toga remarked as she rolled and then skipped up to her feet before retaking her stance. You're going to do amazing, Himiko-chan. Izuku assured as he closed the distance and engaged. I'll do my best, but you can't help me out, Izuku-kun. Toga shook her head as she ducked and weaved around his strikes. The blonde's footwork was a thing of beauty. The sports festival is a competition, so we'll be competing against each other. I'll remember. Izuku promised as he caught her arm. Good. Toga used his hold on her arm to jump up and land a double kick to his stomach. The blow didn't do much, but it did loosen his grip enough for her to escape. Man, those two are really going all out. Toru marveled as she and the other girls took a break. Toga even sparred with you and me before this. Mina shook her head before taking a drink from her water bottle. She plans to spar with me afterwards too. Achako looked on amazed as Toga and Izuku continued on with their spar. Her stamina is something to be admired. Momo agreed as she and Kayaka sat next to each other. Well, we'll just have to improve our own stamina then. Sayu stated with her index finger on her cheek. I'm all for that. Kayaka breathed out as she got her hair trade under control. Training with you guys is showing me that I've neglected my physical training a bit too much. Oh, he caught her. Mina noticed Izuku catch Toga in a bear hug. How's she going to get out of this one? Achako leaned forward to watch. By kissing him, apparently. Toru burst into giggles as the group watched Toga's lips meet Izuku's. The couple quickly forgot about their spar as they kissed. Many cheeks went bright red as the girls of Class 1 watched on. Beginning of the sports festival. Man. I really wanted to wear my costume, Mina complained as the whole class was in their designated waiting room. Everyone was wearing the standard UA gym uniform for the festival. It's to keep things fair, Momo reminded the Pinkett. The other classes don't have costumes, so gym uniforms level the playing field, so to speak. Not counting each individual's advantage from their quirk. I wonder what the first round is gonna be this year. Sato pondered aloud as he distracted himself so that nerves wouldn't build up. The anticipation of not knowing is the worst. It doesn't matter what comes. We must face down whatever the organizers have set up to challenge us. Tokoyami replied with his eyes closed and arms crossed. He's right, we have to show that we can handle whatever comes our way like real heroes. Shoji agreed with Tokoyami as he sat at one of the tables. Is everybody ready? We'll be entering the stadium soon. Iida announced as he watched the clock. One by one the class stood up and prepared to head out to the field. It was time to prove their worth as future heroes. However, Todoroki approached Izuku who was quietly talking with Toga. Midoriya. The red and white-haired teen spoke up. Izuku turned to look at his classmate while everyone else watched the two most powerful students in their class talk. What's up, Todoroki? Izuku questioned as he looked at the ice and fire user. He was still kind of bummed that Todoroki wouldn't practice pyrokinesis with him. Looking at things objectively, you and I are the strongest people in this room right now. You are probably a bit stronger than me. Todoroki stated bluntly, not caring about the rest of the class clearly hearing their conversation. Bakugo bristled at the slight and looked half a second away from yelling at Todoroki. What about it? Izuku quirked his eyebrow at the other teen's words. Todoroki had barely said 2 words to him since their match during All Might's class. Regardless of your power, Todoroki continued to stare at Izuku. I am going to beat you. Everyone else in the room was rather shocked at the bold statement, particularly when it came so suddenly from one of the quietest members of their class. Didn't see this coming at all. Kaminari blinked, looking back and forth between Izuku and Todoroki. Some of the other students looked uneasy at this sudden declaration. Toga looked like she was debating whether to slap Todoroki or laugh in his face. Hey. Why are you trying to pick a fight now of all times? We're about to begin the festival. Kirishima tried to ease the tension that was building in the room. I welcome the competition, Todoroki. Izuku grinned at the two-tone boy. But you seem to be forgetting that you have far more competition than just me. If you let your focus rest solely on me, any one of them could pass you by in this festival. Every student in the room perked up at this indirect pep talk from the strongest member of their class. Except Bakugo that just quietly muttered about murdering them all in the festival and winning the whole thing. Mineta, who was the closest to the explosion quirk user, slid away from him quickly. That response was so manly, Midoriya. Kirishima fist pumped excitedly. There was a wide smile on his face. It's time to go. Everyone, let's make our way to the field in an orderly fashion. Iida declared as he marched to the door and left the room. He's always so stiff. Mina laughed brightly and the remaining tension in the room vanished as Toga joined in the laughter. President Mick shouted from the booth, causing the crowd to cheer loudly. Make some noise, sports fans. Get those cameras prepped, media hordes. This year we're bringing you some of the hottest performances in sports festival history, guaranteed. I've only got one question before we start this show. Are you ready? Let me hear you make some noise as our students make their way to the big stage. How did I get roped into this? Azawa grumbled from his seat next to President Mick. Time to welcome our students to the field. Mick announced loudly as the first years began to emerge from the tunnel and onto the field. Going in alphabetical order, we start with our two hero course classes. Give it up for Class 1 and Class 1B. The crowd exploded into cheers as Class 1 appeared along with Class 1B. After the news of the attack on the USJ broke, people had wondered how an attack by so many villains had been stopped by only 2 teachers and a single student. If the rumors were to be believed, of course. Damn, this place is completely packed. Zero mentioned it, seeing the massive crowd and all of the cameras flashing. Next up we have the students that keep UA High as one of the top 3 academic scoring high schools in Japan every year. There are general studies classes 1C, 1D and 1E. Look out, hero course. Some of them are looking to take your place in one of those 40 seats. President Mick hyped up the ground while praising the general studies students for their hard work. Izuku briefly noticed a few of the students start walking a bit taller at the pro's words. Some of our hero core students could learn a thing or two about grades from them. Azawa spoke and a few of the hero core students from both classes flinched slightly. Now we have our talented students that produce the gear that gets things done. Support course classes 1F, 1G and 1H. Make some noise. Mick shouted as the support core students, some of them with their own self-made gear on, walked onto the field. Anyone that wants to go pro needs to make connections with support gear designers. Quality gear can be the deciding factor in the field. Azawa remarked, and several of the support core students grinned. And last, but certainly not least, the ones who learn the ins and outs of our economy and how to market to heroes and their causes. Business course classes 1I, 1J and 1K. If you want to be an independent pro, you better make some friends here, hero core students. President Mick declared loudly as the crowd's energy kept building. The business core student smiled and chuckled at the pro's statements. He wasn't wrong though. Any pro that hoped to go independent in the mainstream of the hero industry better have some good marketing and representation. Many pros that became so-called eternal sidekicks did so because they failed to cultivate good working relationships with representation firms. That was actually a pretty fair introduction for all courses. A brunette girl from the general studies course mentioned just loud enough for Izuku to catch. With all of the first years gathered in the middle of the field, a loud crack caught their attention. From up on the stage appeared Midnight in all her voluptuous glory. Almost every man in the audience grinned or smiled at the beautiful pro. It's time for the opening speech. Midnight announced into the microphone with a grin. Please welcome this year's chief umpire for the first year tournament, the R-rated hero, Midnight. President Mick presented to the cheers of the crowd, especially the male section. What about the principal? One of the attendees asked another. He's always at the third year stage, every year. The guy next to him answered back, not taking his eyes off Midnight. Someone might want to talk to Miss Midnight about what she's wearing. Kirishima mentioned with his cheeks slightly red. Yeah, that costume should definitely come with a warning label. Kaminari agreed even though he hadn't taken his eye off the pro since she appeared. Teenage hormones were a powerful thing. Is that really appropriate apparel for a high school sports festival? Tokoyami questioned as the pro prepared to start the festival properly. A few of Class 1 noticed Mineta giving a very enthusiastic thumbs up. He was also staring hard at Midnight as if trying to grope her with his eyes. Silence, everyone. Midnight yelled, whipping the air to get everyone's attention. For the student pledge we have Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. Every eye turned to the verdette teenager. Izuku knew this was because he had scored the highest during the entrance exam. So this was at least expected. Toga nudged him forward and Izuku gave her a warm smile. As he walked towards the stage he heard the murmuring of the crowd. As he headed to the microphone, Midnight gave him a gentle nod of support. I'm pleased to be representing my fellow first-year students. Izuku gave a nod to the crowd of students on the field. I know that some of you aren't really into this event, while others of you are gunning for one of the 40 seats in the hero course. To both groups I say this, let's have some fun. But to those that are after one of our seats, a different message. Bring your best. We earned our seats in the entrance exam, if you wish to take them from us. Then earn your seat here and now at the sports festival. We all welcome the competition. Let's all push each other higher towards our goal of being heroes. The crowd exploded into raucous applause at the short speech. Cheering and cries of motivation rang out from the crowd. Midnight squealed and hugged herself from the youthful passion as she called it. Even all of the first-year students began to clap for Izuku's words. With a short bow, Izuku walked back down the stairs towards his class and his girlfriend. What a pledge. If that hasn't roused your spirit and fired you up, you must already be dead. President Mick blasted out through the speakers. With that awesome pledge and the spirit of competition blazing, let's reveal our first event for this year's sports festival. Get your foot off the desk. Aizawa's voice was barely heard as the crowd continued to roar and cheer. Time to find out the first game of the festival. Midnight cried out as a display lit up behind her and began spinning through options. This is when our students start experiencing the pressure for the first time. This year's first event is. The display stopped on the words obstacle race. An obstacle race. Midnight cracked her whip while giving a somewhat sadistic smile. Here we go. President Mick yelled loudly while all the students looked on at their first event. Now the sports festival had started for real. An obstacle race. The first-year students chorused as they looked at the display screen. The course will be one full lap around the stadium. The total length is 4 kilometers. As you all know, UA High's selling point is freedom. Midnight gave a sadistic look as she licked her lips. There are only 2 rules. First, you have to run the entire course. No shortcuts or you'll be disqualified. The pro cracked her whip towards the first years. The second rule, no attacking other students. Messing with the field to your advantage is fine, direct attacks are not. Other than that, everything goes. You know the rules now, little listeners. Play fair and get back here first to be the winner. Break either of the 2 rules and you're out of the festival completely. President Mick called out through the stadium speakers. Now, then, take your places, everyone. Midnight yelled, making the crowd cheer as the first event was about to begin. The students began to move to the tunnel that marked the starting line. Izuku and Toga stood side by side as they waited for the race to begin. They gave each other a warm, but competitive, smile as they got ready. Izuku briefly glanced around at the rest of the students. The Hero Corps students all looked determined and prepared. The reminder that their seats were up for grabs seemed to have lit a fire in the 40 students. He saw the same determination in a few other students from different courses. The one with the most profound look was the purple-haired teen that had made the declaration of war against Class 1A. The countdown to begin started as the first of 3 lights, a red light, went out. I wonder what the prize is for winning this race, Izuku mused briefly. It wouldn't be out of character for the sports festival for the winner of the first event to be given something for the next round. Or would the prize actually be a detriment? He wouldn't put it past. UA to make success another trial. The second light, yellow, this time went out. No time to wonder about it now, I'll just do my best. Izuku grinned as his body bulked up and heat began radiating from his form. The final light, a green light, flashed on. Start. Both Midnight and Mick yelled at the same time. In an instant every student rushed forward. Izuku took a single leap and cleared the entire crowd faster than most could notice. Toga playfully rolled her eyes as her boyfriend rocketed with a burst of his ridiculous strength. Okay. Let's check out the action. Are you ready to give commentary, Eraser? President Mick asked Aizawa. I'm still not sure why I had to be up here in the first place. Aizawa drawled out. We'll get started right away, Eraser. What should the crowd pay attention to in the first few minutes of the race? Mick continued as if Aizawa hadn't lamented being there. The moves made right in this opening section will be important. Aizawa commented as he watched all of the first years rush into the narrow tunnel. Inside the tunnel, yelling and shouting began as the participants were squeezed together. Trying to run through the tunnel at the same time was proving impossible. It was far too narrow for all of them to pass through at once, and many realized that it had been designed this way on purpose. This was clearly a test of ingenuity to see how they'd get through and take a lead in the race. The sudden drop in temperature made the majority of the students start shivering. The floor was covered in a sheet of ice, and most of the first years' shoes froze over, sticking them in place. Several dozen calls of alarm or outright accusations of cheating rang out as Todoroki ran past the immobilized students. Sorry, but I have to win this race. Todoroki stated while leaving a trail of ice right behind him. It would make it hard for those that freed themselves to walk, much less run, to try and catch up. Like hell, Isahid. Bakugo roared as he was already in the air with his explosions firing to keep him airborne. Nice try, Todoroki. Kirishima yelled out as he leapt forward in a long jump to clear the spreading ice before it could entrap him. That was naive, Todoroki. Momo commented as she produced a long pole from her palm and used it to vault herself over the ice trap. Excuse me, sorry, coming through. The purple-haired teen made multiple apologies as he practically parkoured over other students to avoid the ice. Many of said students were already trapped by the spreading frost and he wasn't going to be one of them. Literally using the trapped students as stepping stones wasn't his original plan, but it wasn't as if the bi-colored teen had given anybody much time to think. Your ice can't stop my sparkle. Aoyama stated while firing his laser and being carried through the air by the force his unique energy generated. Nope. Toga laughed as she used her speed and athleticism to pull off a wall run and make it out of the icebox that the narrow tunnel had become. Hey, that was close. Mina shouted as her special shoes accreted her acid onto the ice. The liquid dissolved the ice and made small clear patches on the track where Mina stepped. I'm so glad I practiced this. Ochako floated above the track, her weightless form moving quickly through the air from her initial kickoff. Her stomach was already starting to feel bad though, so she'd have to land soon. Not a fan of the cold. Tsuyu stated as she was almost beside Ochako in the air. Her frog form quirk had easily let her leap out of the tunnel entirely. You think you can get ahead of me, you half-and-half bastard. Bakugo yelled as he set off stronger explosions to increase his speed. More people dodged that than I expected. Todoroki noted as he continued to run. The hybrid quirk user refocused on the track. Ahead of him before blinking in shock. Izuku had already left the tunnel entirely by the time Todoroki had sprung his trap. He'd landed and started running by the time that the first students had even made it to the end of the frosted tunnel. The verdette's enhanced physicality had not only put him in the lead, it was making the gap wider by the second. When did he? Todoroki tried to recall when Izuku had gotten ahead of everyone. I didn't even see him pass me. Yeah. It seems like Midoriya is already in the lead. He launched himself ahead before Todoroki's ice trap even struck the tunnel. Talk about leg strength. Mick announced as all eyes moved to the monitor as it focused on Izuku leading the pack by a significant margin. That's what happens when you don't hesitate. Aizawa spoke up. Midoriya determined the best course of action to escape the tunnel was not to run through it but to use his enhanced strength to make a single leap and clear it entirely. He approved of the quick and rational actions of his student. You think you're so cool, but I've outsmarted you. Mineta called out, bouncing over the ice while using his quirk to make stepping stones. Ha! How pathetic, Todoroki. The purple-headed boy taunted as he took a weird pose. Take this. My special attack. Grape. He was cut off as a large metallic fist slammed into him from the side and sent the pervert of class 1 bouncing along the ground. Target acquired. The mechanical voices of dozens and dozens of robots rang out as a horde of one-pointers from the entrance exam tore through the walls that had been set up to outline the track. With a rumble and huge plumes of dirt and dust, 8 zero-pointers rose from their hiding places among the forest surrounding the track. Ooh, enemies have shown up out of nowhere. We're in for a treat here. It's a test of strength and cunning, the Robo Inferno. President Mick announced while the robots locked onto the students. Are those the zero-pointers from the exam? Kaminari skidded to a halt, along with the majority of the first years. The hero course had to fight those. Someone questioned from the crowd of students. This is what they meant by obstacles. Another student demanded as they stared up at the towering robots. There's too many. We can't get through. A different student cried out at what they perceived to be an impassable barrier. So, this is what the other students faced in their entrance exams. Todoroki commented as he sized up the massive machines. Where did the school even get the funding for these things? Momo wondered as she, Ochako, and Kayako looked at all the robots. Before anyone could make a move, Izuku, who had barely slowed down, dealt the first blow to the Robo Inferno. A massive bang went off, and one of the 8 zero-pointers rocked backwards from the impact of Izuku launching himself at it. The verdetted shoulder tackled the mechanical behemoth and sent it reeling. The massive tank treads came up off the ground from the force of the blow. Beggin'. Izuku stated firmly as both of his hands rested against the robot's metal torso. The metal below him turned red as heat spread through it. The heat radiated outward, forming rings of increasing temperature as Izuku funneled his pyrokinesis into the metal. The center went from dull red to bright red to dull orange to bright yellow and finally turned bright white as it completely liquefied. The fallen zero-pointer was bisected via melting in front of everyone watching the sports festival. Whoa yeah. Mick screamed into the microphone. Barely even slowing down, Midoriya destroys a zero-pointer near instantly. What a display of power and control. President Mick exclaimed loudly. With the obstacle cleared, Midoriya is back on the move, increasing his lead. Many of the watching pro heroes shifted their eyes to Izuku with interest. It wasn't every day that you saw a student like him. I won't let you beat me. Todoroki promised as frost started to accumulate in his right hand and spread across the ground. They obviously went through a lot of trouble, but I wish they'd have prepared something a little more difficult. Especially since dear old dad is watching. He stated with a mocking tone at the end. The ground froze in a large area surrounding Todoroki, and he swiped his right arm upwards, sending a blast of ice and frost at 3 of the remaining zero-pointers, just as the massive machines began their attack. The robots stood no chance as the ice encased their metal bodies, and they froze over. With an exhale of frosted breath he ran between the frozen behemoth's legs as he chased after Izuku. "Look, he stopped them." A student called out. "We can get through between the legs." Another claimed loudly. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Todoroki warned the group at large. "I froze them while they were off balance." He informed in a monotone as the 3 zero-pointers started to tilt over. The majority of the students ran backwards to clear the area as the frozen giant slammed into the ground. On purpose. His final words to the rest of the students went unheard in the racket as he rushed ahead. Todoroki from Class 1 attacks and defeats multiple zero-pointers in one hit. Then he traps his competitors behind a wall of frozen metal with all the other robots. He's definitely one to watch. It almost seems unfair. Mick roared as he stood up from his seat at another display of incredible power from the first-year students. His attack was both offensive and defensive. He made a rational and strategic move to ensure his own progress. Aizawa commented as he watched Todoroki chase after Izuku. That's to be expected of a student who got in through recommendation. He's never even fought those robots before. The Robo Inferno was extinguished by his chart-topping moves. Mick was almost hopping up and down as he commentated. "Like hell I'm letting Isahit and Deku surpass me." Bakugo yelled as he launched himself over the remaining zero-pointers with his explosions. Bakugo, also from Class 1A, clearly does not intend to throw in the towel. Instead of trying to go around, he goes overhead. "Clever." Mick called out as more and more students started making their way through. As expected, 1A and 1B are the fastest to make it through the first obstacle. Snipe noted from the teacher's booth. The other students aren't bad either. Especially the ones from General Studies who have a chance to get into the hero course. Toshinori mentioned as he watched the race. But there's a clear difference in training. The hero courses aren't given any time to just stand around. Aizawa stated as the students of Class 1 and Class 1B tore apart any robot that stood in their way. Momo created a fully functional cannon and blasted a zero-pointer's head into scrap with a well-placed shot. Mina dissolved the head of any robot that got near her. Kaminari simply had to touch them and release his quirk for a second or two to fry the robots. Iida could simply kick most of them aside without much trouble. Kayaka could destroy 2 robots at the same time with her jacks and the immense vibrations they sent into the robots. Zero and Tokoyami used their quirks to follow Bakugo's lead and go up and over the zero-pointers. During the entrance exam, they were seen as enemies to be avoided. If you see them as opponents to be defeated, then they're just large, slow hunks of metal. They're easy to deal with if you make smart shots. Snipe commented as he watched even the zero-pointers fall to the students. "Now that I've slipped past, it's time to catch up." Toga giggled to herself as she'd completely slipped through the Robo Inferno without even having to fight. With a thought she activated her quirk and transformed into Izuku. Izuku had a long lead at the moment, but a glance backwards showed several students closing the gap. Todoroki was out in front, Bakugo right behind him, and another Izuku was behind Bakugo. "Wait. What?" Izuku blinked before quickly realizing what was going on. "Himiko-chan, please don't do anything embarrassing while you're in my form." "What's this?" Mick yelled into the microphone at the sudden anomaly. "There are 2 Midoriyas on the track. What's going on?" "That would be Toga's, from Class 1A, quirk in action." Aizawa spoke up as a good portion of the crowd had started murmuring in confusion. When her activation condition is met, she can take on the physical form of another person. It's a perfect copy of the person in question too. All physical attributes, barring the person's quirk, are available to her for as long as the transformation lasts. Talk about next level roleplay. Midnight gushed, making many people in the audience blush or sputter in embarrassment. Moving on. Aizawa instantly shut his old friend down before she could really get going. For those of you who thought the first obstacle was easy, let's see how you feel about the second one. Present Mick held his right hand to his head with a wide grin on his face. The next obstacle seemed to be a bottomless pit. Tall stone platforms were spaced out across the large canyon, but the platforms were so far apart from each other that only a select few quirks would have any hope of jumping between them. In between the platforms were long thick ropes that moved slightly in the breeze. They weren't even close to approaching stable footing. If they take a spill, they're out. If they want to pass this test, they'll have to get creative. It's the fall. Mick announced as Izuku finished looking over the massive chasm and the tons of rocky platforms that spanned the width of the obstacle. "I can handle this." Izuku smirked, fueled by his quirk. He had boundless confidence. Crouching down, Izuku used his enhanced strength to launch himself forward. The arc of his leap would have brought him down somewhere in the middle of the chasm. Flames erupted from Izuku's hands and feet, shocking the audience. With careful control of his pyrokinesis, Izuku flew over the last half of the chasm and touched down on the other side. Incredible. Midoriya gets past the second obstacle as if it wasn't even there. This will surely increase his lead. Present Mick exclaimed while the crowd cheered as the rest of the students started to hit the edge of the second obstacle. "You won't escape," Todoroki declared angrily as he blasted himself along a rope line with his ice, trying to catch up. Using this method he was quickly across almost a dozen platforms and on the other side. "Damn you, Deku. Don't think for a second that I'm copying you," Bakugo screamed after Izuku's back. Powerful explosions lifted the ash blonde into the air and with proper control, Bakugo flew over the entire obstacle. "Wow, that's almost unfair," Ochako commented as she watched Bakugo fly over the obstacle. "This is no time to be impressed, Ochako." Toga, in Izuku's form, called out to the girl. Ochako blinked at seeing the verdette, knowing. He was in the lead thanks to Mick's play-by-play. "Let's go." With that, Toga used Izuku's impressive physical fitness and her own familiarity with taking his form to run across the rope line in front of her. Truly Toga's balance was to be admired. "Yes. Finally. This is my chance to show what I can do. My support items are going to steal the spotlight from these wannabe heroes." A pink-haired girl with thick dreadlocks snickered as she approached the edge. The young lady was decked out in support gear from head to toe. "Everyone. Observe what my brilliant gadgets can do. These are my wire arrows and hover souls. You're from support." Ochako couldn't stop herself from exclaiming the obvious. "Hey. Where'd you get to bring all of that stuff?" Mina pointed at the decked-out girl. "Hero Corps students get all kinds of special training. So to keep things fair and to give us a fighting chance, we can bring whatever gear we want. We just have to make it ourselves." The pinkette grinned brightly at the two girls. "Now watch and be amazed." With that, the support corps student launched a cable across the chasm to a platform. Her boots activated and lifted her off the ground with powerful concentrated fans. "I hope all the support companies are watching." But that she launched off the edge and swung through the chasm. When she reeled herself upwards with her wire, her boots kicked up their propulsion and rocketed her into the air. In one shot the support course girl had crossed half the obstacle. "I won't lose," Ochako declared as she ran to one of the ropes and started to cross. "That gear is just unfair." Mina huffed as she picked a rope and started crossing too. On the other side of the fall, Todoroki looked behind him to see Bakugo gaining ground. The ash blonde was cursing as he forced his quirk to keep going. His arms were starting to hurt and his palms felt numb, as if they were asleep. The kickback of his quirk was slowly building up. Is he still getting faster? Maybe he's a slow starter. Todoroki pondered as he increased his speed more. "Damn it." Bakugo growled, noticing that Todoroki was picking up speed. "You bastards keep looking down on me." The leading three are keeping their positions, while the rest of the pack remains mostly clumped together. The number of people that will make it through the first round hasn't been revealed, so no one can relax yet. "Keep going, students." Mick encouraged the first years. Izuku had gotten to the final obstacle with his lead still intact. He continued to run even as he read the large sign. "Danger Mines" was on the large white sign in red. With a running start, Izuku only smirked as his quirk continued to fuel his confidence and pride. With a powerful leap, one that left deep imprints of his shoes in the dirt of the track, Izuku cleared the entire length of the minefield. He didn't even have to use his flames. Landing threw up a cloud of dust, but in less than a second, Izuku was bolting down the track again towards the finish line. "I couldn't even announce the final obstacle before Midoriya cleared it," Mick roared in excitement. He just cleared the minefield in a single running leap. What a student. Midoriya knows his limits fairly well. He was able to determine that he could make such a leap in seconds. Aizawa offered his own comments. "That's the kind of knowledge that lets a pro operate in the field to their maximum ability." "Damn." Todoroki ground his teeth a bit as he slowed and worked his way through the minefield. "This shit doesn't affect me," Bakugo declared with a slasher grin as he blasted himself into the air again. His arms were already sore, but the short rest he'd given his quirk between the fall and the minefield had helped a bit. "Don't you dare think you can stay ahead of me, Deku. I can't waste time here," Todoroki decided, and a pillar of ice formed under his feet, launching him into the air. The bi-colored team tucked and rolled when he landed and was back on his feet before the two mines he tripped could detonate. A large platform of ice formed under his feet and he blasted ahead, leaving a trail of nearly meter. All ice behind him. He felt his body shiver as he pushed his quirk harder and harder to catch up with Bakugo and Izuku. Izuku continued to run. A glance behind him showed both Bakugo and Todoroki closing the gap as they used their quirks to the fullest. With a smirk, Izuku faced forward and went from running to full-on sprinting. The bulked-up verdette became a blur and kicked up a large cloud of dust behind him as he bolted into the stadium. He saw the finish line briefly, but passed it and skidded to a stop dozens of meters away before the announcement of his win was blasted out through the speakers. Midoriya makes one last impressive dash as he wins the obstacle race. Mick yelled out as Todoroki and Bakugo crossed the finish line. To Bakugo's rage, the board showed Todoroki beating him by a fraction of a second. The ash blonde growled, even as his hands shook and his arms had a sharp pain in them. Rainbow-colored confetti dropped as the crowd cheered furiously. Izuku raised his right fist in victory. With a proud grin, Izuku looked out over the cheering crowd. He knew many of them were pro-heroes, and he could hear and see their excitement and how impressed they were by his skill and power. He exhaled as he lowered his fist and shrank down to his normal height and physique. He evened out his breathing and let his heart rate come back down to normal as he watched the next few students finish the race. A girl. But Vines for hair, that he was fairly sure was in Class 1B, came in fourth. She was followed by a boy with a skull-like face. The next student to cross the finish line was Iida. The glasses-wearing teen looked less than impressed with his placement in a race of all things. Next was Tokoyami, who appeared to be out of breath. The next person, in 8th place, was Izuku again. Izuku? Toga exclaimed as her transformation burst apart into the strange liquid her quirk left behind. The girl threw herself into her boyfriend's arms with a beaming smile. Congratulations. You won. I knew you would. You came in the top 10, Himiko-chan. You were amazing. Izuku smiled at her as he pulled her into a hug. Toga only giggled as she snuggled into his arms and relaxed. She'd stop whenever they announced the next event, but until then she was going to cuddle with her boyfriend. Emitter home. That's my boy. Hisashi cheered as he watched his son take first place in the first event of the UA High Sports Festival. Izuku. My baby. Inko was a fountain of happy tears as her husband held her close. She was so proud of her Izuku. Hisashi couldn't help but chuckle as he soothed his wife and her penchant for endless tears. As the rest of the students completed the obstacle race, it was revealed that only the top 42 students would move on to the next round of the sports festival. Looking around at the ones that had made the cut, revealed the general studies guy with purple hair that had declared war on Class 1A, the pinket from the support course, and all 40 of the hero core students. Mineta practically collapsed as he came in 42nd place. Toga's sharp ears picked up conversation among some of the business core students that were observing the obstacle race. She grinned when she heard what they were saying. She fully agreed with them, after all. So, what do you think? One business core student asked the other two beside him. Midoriya's stock is going to climb really fast after that showing. The middle teen stated with his hand on his chin. That's certainly true. His quirk looks to be quite powerful. With such a display of power, enough to destroy one of the zero-pointers in one move, not to mention his speed, reaction time, and judgment, he's certain to climb the rankings quickly. If you took on his agency's management, how would you market him? The third teen questioned the other two curiously. He practically markets himself, doesn't he? The first teen smirked at the other two. Power, speed, judgment, he's practically top 10 hero material already. He is slightly above average in looks. You could go at marketing from that angle too. With his quirk causing him to bulk up further when it's active, you could even do two different types of marketing when it comes to looks. You could open doors for his agency and bring in lucrative merchandising deals like that. The middle teen mused thoughtfully. He's obviously in a relationship too, the teen on the left commented, observing Izuku and Toga holding on to one another. Everyone likes a top hero that's also family-oriented. It's the wholesome angle that makes people smile. You could definitely boost his popularity even further that way. Even the business course can't see how perfect me and Izu are. Together. Toga grinned happily as she leaned against her boyfriend. While the business core students participated in the festival, for the higher years it was less about trying to win and more about cultivating their professional instincts. Things like selling merchandise or doing marketing simulations during the festival were common. It was all about getting good enough to promote and market the heroes of tomorrow. Now that we have our top 42, we can start the next round. It is unfortunate that not everyone can make it in, but we have to cut the numbers. The next competition begins soon and the press will be all over it. Give it your all, students. Mick announced to the crowd. Now, let's discover the second round event. Midnight cracked her whip as the wheel on the display began to spin rapidly. Everyone watched on as the wheel spun. The sudden stop revealed the event and everybody was quick to read it. Cavalry battle. The cavalry battle. Aw man, my quirk isn't very good for those. Haminari mumbled despondently. He was better at crowd control. If he had to worry about teammates, then he'd have to limit his quirk usage by a lot. Since it's not an individual event, how is it going to work? Sayu questioned curiously, unknowingly voicing the thoughts of several others. Allow me to explain. The participants may form teams of 2 to 4 people, as they wish. It's basically the same as a standard cavalry battle. Midnight explained the upcoming event as a screen showed an image of 13 holding up All Might as the horse rider, with present Mick and Snipe supporting him from behind. The main difference being that based on the results of the first game, each person will be assigned a point value. So, we're just racking up points like at the entrance exam? That's easy enough. Kirishima nodded along with Midnight's explanation. That means each team is worth different points depending on who is on the team. Jiro noted as she listened on. I get it. Mina beamed with her fists in the air. I am still talking. Weren't you taught not to interrupt someone when they're speaking? Midnight violently cracked her whip, glaring at all of the talking students. But, yes, that is completely correct. The points assigned start at 5 for the student in 42nd place and then go up by 5 from there. That means the 41st place is 10 points and 40th place is 15 points. Okay, then simple math. Since I was first place, that's 5 multiplied by 42, meaning that I have 210 points. Izuku quickly calculated out his score as the first place finisher of the obstacle race. Not quite, Midoriya. You see, there is one exception to this rule. The point value assigned to first place is 10 million. Midnight gave Izuku a sadistic smirk while pointing her whip at him. Izuku suddenly felt all eyes turn to him and focus intently. In his mind's eyes everyone had turned into shadow-like silhouettes with bright red eyes. He felt a tinge of nervousness at being the target of literally everyone else. Then he felt Toga squeeze his hand and the nerves vanished entirely. He looked at his girlfriend and received a bright smile in return. They would face this together. That means as long as you have the 10 million headband, you automatically win. Someone said just loud enough for everyone to hear. That's right. It's survival of the fittest, where even those at the bottom can overthrow the ones at the top. Midnight declared with a wide grin. So, it's everyone versus me and Himiko-chan. Ha. Bring it on. We won't go down without a fight. Izuku smirked at the other 40 participants. Toga gave them all a slasher smile as well, and several people flinched back from the pair. You'll have 15 minutes to form your teams and strategize, use them well. Midnight informed the teams before a timer appeared on the large screens around the stadium. It started to count down and many people quickly rushed from the stands to go to the bathroom or to grab some snacks from the concession stands. All proceeds went to UA and helped fund the school after all. Ichako-chan. Toga skipped over to the brunette with a devious smile. You're coming with us. She grabbed the other girl's hand and started guiding her towards Izuku. Huh? What? Toga-chan. Ichako flailed slightly as she was brought over to Izuku. While Toga was securing Ichako, Izuku was accosted by a different girl. Haha. Just as I thought, this is great. You stand out really well. Mei grinned as she hovered over to Izuku on her hover soles. Izuku actually flinched backwards as he turned to face the girl only to find her inside his personal space. Can I help you? Izuku asked the pin cat curiously while leaning back from her. Team up with me, mister. 10 million. Mei grinned manically at the tall boy. Who are you? Izuku questioned as the girl hovered in place. The pin cat laughed as she stepped back and pulled her steampunk-styled goggles up. Izuku could now see her eyes, which had unique yellow irises with what appeared to be a crosshair naturally formed in them. It must be part of her quirk. He mused and Kinda wanted to ask her about it. Me? I'm Hatsume, from the support course and the one that can take you to victory. Mei declared with a wide grin and a thumbs up. And how's that? Izuku raised an eyebrow at the energetic pin cat. I don't know you beyond those delicious 10 million points you've got, but you've got to let me use your position. Mei once again got into his personal space. At least you're honest about why you want to team up with me. Izuku blinked at the support corps student. Of course. If I wasn't, then you'd have no reason to trust me. Plus, if I team up with you, then I'll inevitably become part of the team everyone's going to be watching the most, right? Mei grinned widely at Izuku. That's probably right. Izuku acknowledged and watched the girl's eyes gleam. Well, then, when that happens, all of my super cute babies will be seen by all the big support gear companies. That's free publicity for me and for what I can do, do you understand that? Mei was once again very close to his face. Much to Izuku's relief, Toga had returned with Ichako at about this time. His girlfriend didn't look very amused by how close Mei was to her boyfriend. She grabbed the pin cat by the scruff of her shirt and pulled her about 2 meters away from Izuku. The hover soles made this very easy for the blonde. When she had Mei far enough away from Izuku, Toga glared into the other girl's eyes. Who are you and why are you so close to Isaacin? Toga demanded of the other girl. This led to Mei introducing herself again, and both Toga and Ichako were slightly taken aback by the girl's manic personality. The support course develops the equipment that helps you heroes use your quirks to the max, and I have tons of babies, so I'm sure that I have something you are going to like. Oh, I see this one's caught your eye, Mei smiled widely as she picked up what appeared to be a jetpack. I made this baby based on some heroes. Here, but I added my own original twist to it to make it work a lot better. Wait, are you talking about the Buster hero, Airjet? I like him, too. Izuku smiled at Mei. Toga couldn't stop the grin that formed on her face. Izuku was going to start fanboying over heroes again. You do? Mei tilted her head at him. Yeah, his agency is close to my home, so I went on a tour a few years ago. Izuku smiled brightly. That had been a good day for the hero fanboy. That's nice. By the way, my quirk is zoom, which allows me to see things at 5 kilometers away or teeny tiny things while I build my babies. Useful, right? Mei gave a brief rundown of her quirk to her teammates. That's an interesting quirk. Izuku agreed and really wished he had his notebook to jot it down. But this isn't the only baby I have. Mei pulled out a whole case of different items to show her team. Any of them that you pick will benefit you greatly. Mei promised with pride in her eyes. I think I have a plan thanks to this. Izuku mumbled as he looked over the devices that Mei had available. Huddle up. The four of them quickly gathered around to listen to Izuku's idea. The loud buzzing sound of the timer going off filled the stadium. Everyone in the stands quickly refocused on the stadium floor. All of the teams had formed and several of them were clearly eyeing Izuku's team. Time's up. The 15 minutes to gather your team and strategize are over. Now, let's get the cavalry battle started. Midnight announced to the students in the crowd. She was going to have to focus for this event. Refereeing an event with 12 teams of teenagers ready to fight each other was no simple task. Hey, come on, wake up, Eraser. The second round is about to start. President Mick shook the dozing Aizawa awake. It's now time for the cavalry battle to begin. We have 12 teams lined up on the field. He exclaimed to whip the crowd up. Mick was a consummate showman. There are some interesting teams out there. Aizawa commented as he took a few seconds to look at the teams. Now, raise those battle cries. It's time for the bloody battle. President Mick declared and the crowd roared in excitement. You're exaggerating. I doubt that there will be that much bloodshed. Aizawa gave a side glance at his old friend. Mick ignored him entirely as he continued to fan the flames of the cheering crowd's excitement. Here are the teams. Mick called out as the screens around the stadium flipped to show the names of each team and its members. As everyone read the team names, many were shocked when they saw the name of the team at the top of the list. This was supposed to be the team with the most points. In this case, it should be Izuku's team. But that wasn't the name on the screen. What the? Several people blinked as they looked at the team name. Team Toga. Everyone had expected Izuku, as the winner of the first event, to become a rider in the cavalry battle. But Izuku had chosen to become the front horseman, with Ochako on the left, Mei on the right, and Toga as the rider. Damn, Deku. Running away from me. Bakugo was gritting his teeth at the decision that Izuku had made. He had been one of the people that expected Izuku to be the rider. How was he supposed to take on that damn nerd if he wasn't the rider? High on the headband anywhere from neck up, Toga hummed as she sat atop her team with a wild grin on her face. One knot, double knot, triple knot, quadruple knot, quintuple knot and done. The blonde was pleased with her handiwork. Her headband was now more like a choker around her neck. Even if someone got a hold of it, they wouldn't be able to just pull it off. Alright. Every team is ready to begin. I'm not going to ask if you're ready or not. President Mick yelled loudly, stirring up the audience as they eagerly anticipated the beginning of the sports festival's second round. Now, let's go. The countdown to the brutal bloody showdown begins. You're exaggerating again, Aizawa drawled as the countdown began. As the timer ticked down, Izuku looked back to his teammates, confirming they were all ready. They each nodded and Mei had a wide grin on her face. This is going to be so great. Everyone is going to see my babies in action. Mei gushed happily. Her hover soles were on Ochako's feet and her jetpack was on Toga's back. As soon as the cavalry battle started they'd be off. I'm ready. Ochako nodded as she touched Mei, Izuku, and Toga. A pink glow briefly surrounded each of them as her quirk took effect. 3. Mick began the countdown. 2. Midnight called out. 1. The entire stadium roared. Izuku smirked as his body bulked up and heat began to exude from him. Not nearly to the level he could take it, of course. He wouldn't want to endanger his teammates after all. Begin. Midnight yelled as she snapped her whip with a loud crack. The 11 other teams all rushed Team Toga in unison. But what else would be expected? Having the 10 million headband was an instant win. Every team wanted it. Now it was only a matter of which of them would get it. Everyone's gunning for the 10 million points right off the bat. Mick exclaimed loudly as everyone watched the rush. Midoriya, I'll be taking those points, thank you very much. Toru declared from her place as rider on her own team. The invisible girl was going topless to try and obscure her body. The fact that the headband was still completely visible kind of made that tactic fail though. All within expectations. Mei laughed at the other teams rushing towards them. Hover souls on. Ochako started floating off the ground by a few centimeters. As the only one with any weight on her team, she would use the support gear to assist with mobility while keeping everyone else weightless. Jetpack, go. Toga exclaimed with her right hand raised and her index finger pointing towards the sky. She clicked the control in her left hand and the mostly weightless team flew into the air. What the? Many students cried out in shock. They can fly? Kaminari cried out from Todoroki's team. Woohoo. Toga whooped with joy as her team flew high into the air. Aren't my babies amazing? Mei was practically sparkling as she saw all of the attention their team and by extension her babies were getting from the stands. They're awesome. Toga declared with a smile at the Pinket. She cut off the jetpack's power when Izuku tapped her leg. With careful control of his flames, he matched the output of the hover souls that Ochako was wearing. The nearly weightless team began a slow, controlled descent from over 100 meters in the air. It looks like the plan is working, Midoriya. Ochako smiled as she looked down at the stadium. We're too high up for anyone else to reach us. Once we're in range they'll start gunning for us again, Izuku turned to look at the brunette with a grin. So we'll have to be prepared for that. Don't you worry. My babies can handle that too. Mei almost cackled as she handed 2 gun-like items to Toga and 1 to Ochako. The Pinket took 1 for herself too. Capture net guns. If any of the other teams have Reacher members that can fly, we can tangle them up in one shot. Your babies are awesome, Mei. Toga grinned wickedly as she looked over the 2 capture items in her hands. This plan wouldn't work without Ochako's quirk either. Izuku praised the zero-gravity quirk user. It's no problem. Ochako smiled brightly at her team. I think we'll be in range soon though. Sure enough the first place team was floating back into the stadium and 2 specific teams both took notice. Todoroki glared at Team Toga as he directed Iida towards where the group would land. Bakugo didn't even wait for that. As soon as he determined that Izuku was within his quirk's effective range for flight, he launched himself into the air. Deku? Bakugo roared as he blasted his way through the air towards Team Toga. Nope. Toga grinned darkly as she aimed one of her capture net guns at the asshole as she thought of him. Bye-bye. She pulled the trigger and the round rocketed towards Bakugo. What the hell? Bakugo roared as the round exploded into a red net in front of him. Before the net could ensnare him he let off a powerful blast to tear through it. Get that shit out of here. He roared only to see 3 more rounds coming at him. He blasted himself upwards to dodge the first net, juked to the side with a large blast to avoid the second, and then stopped his explosions entirely and entered free fall to dodge the third. He had dodged all of the nets, but at the cost of moderating his quirk for flight. With a snarl he used lighter blasts to slow his descent so that Zero could grab him with his quirk and reel him in. Would you at least warn us before you do that? Zero yelled at Bakugo. If you fall too far away you'll hit the ground before I can reel you in. He's right. Mina declared with a huff. You'll get all of us disqualified if you touch the ground, you know. Bakugo, you've got to chill, bro. Kirishima tried to stop Bakugo from exploding verbally against his own teammates. I know you want the 10 million headband, but if you get disqualified it won't matter. Damn it. Bakugo seethed as he urged Kirishima after Team Toga. Midoriya, I'll be taking that headband. Todoroki stated coolly as his team raced towards Team Toga with Iida as their front man. So you say, Todoroki. Izuku replied with a look in his eyes that made Todoroki glare at the verdette. That look just screamed that Izuku had no doubt that he could keep Todoroki away. But the swing of his right arm, Todoroki sent a wave of frost towards Team Toga. The cold was met with a wall of fire that swept over the field. The opposing forces clashed, but the heat of the flames won out. Only steam remained of the ice that Todoroki's quirk had formed. With a grimace Todoroki prepared to wall off any escape routes and prevent other teams from interfering. Walls of thick ice surrounded the 2 teams in seconds. A loud string of curses, followed by explosions, let everyone inside know just how Bakugo felt about being blocked out. Iida, can you get us close fast enough to snag the headband? Todoroki questioned his front man. I have a move that I've been saving, it'll only last for 10 seconds, and after that I'll be useless. Iida mentioned to his team leader. If we use it with this much time remaining I don't believe we'll be able to protect the 10 million points. I'll handle it. Todoroki stated as he breathed out frosted breath. Just get us close enough. The plan didn't even begin before a wall of flames rose between the 2 teams. Team Toga rocketed back into the air, escaping the box of ice walls, and was far out of reach once again before anyone could do anything about it. Todoroki almost snarled at seeing Izuku's team escape. It was Momo that brought up a good point. How are we going to get out of these walls you've made, Todoroki? Momo questioned the two-toned rider of their team. Everyone in Class 1 knew that Todoroki had something against using the left side of his body, the fire quirk that it held. No one wanted to pry too much, but if he didn't melt the walls with his left side, then Team Todoroki was functionally out of the cavalry battle. Boom. An explosion blasted a hole through the wall of ice behind them as Bakugo finally forced his way through the barrier. The ash blonde looked royally pissed off as his eyes scanned the inside for any sign of Team Toga. Not seeing them, Bakugo glared harshly at Team Todoroki. "Where the hell is Deku?" Bakugo demanded of the other team, his palms crackled with small explosions. "His team flew out of here a second ago." Kaminari replied, and everyone saw a vein bulge out on Bakugo's forehead. "He what?" Bakugo yelled so loudly most of the other teens flinched at the harsh sound. "Turn around, Kirishima. We're going after Deku. Hurry up." "Alright, you don't have to yell." Kirishima turned their group around and headed back out of the ice walls. "On the bright side, this does get us out of the trap you made." Kaminari tried to look on the bright side. Todoroki's cold look as he urged Iida out of the hole in the ice wall didn't even Kaminari's usually upbeat attitude. Unbeknownst to the two teams chasing after Team Toga, another team was rather stealthily making their way around the battlefield and snatching headbands. The team was a very unlikely one, but the rider on top wasn't the one in control. That job went to the purple-haired teen on the back right. Another one down. Shinso grinned as Mineta, their rider, tied another headband onto his head. The lower half of the short teen's face couldn't be seen anymore with how many they had. "I must admit, this is going very well." Tokoyami, the front man, commented as they jogged away from another trap team. "Truly magnifique." Aoyama grinned while sparkles seemed to dance around the blonde. "I wish you'd stop controlling me," Mineta complained to Shinso. "If you'd stick to the plan and stop perving out, then I wouldn't have to." Shinso snapped back to the short boy. "Now put your head down again. Your stature makes it really easy for you to hide behind Tokoyami's quirk." Mineta pouted but did as told. "Leave defense to me." Dark Shadow cawed with its arms spread wide. "I'm going to get into the hero course, no matter what it takes." Shinso thought to himself as the time continued to tick down. The combination of his brainwash, Mineta's pop-off, Tokoyami's Dark Shadow, and Aoyama's naval laser let them trap opposing teams. Make them hand over their own headbands, defend against attacks, and keep other teams at a distance when necessary. It was the best strategy that Shinso could come up with after only seeing their quirks during the obstacle race. The simple fact was that of the initial 12 teams, only 5 still had headbands at all. That proved that their strategy was effective. They would be in second place easily. Shinso had pushed himself mentally and physically through the ringer nearly every single day since he'd failed the hero course entrance exam. He worked out, practiced parkour, weight trained, studied everything he could think of that would be useful to a hero, from strategy and tactics all the way to critical thinking and investigative reasoning. He wouldn't fail again. "I refuse to give up on my dream," Shinso thought as they jogged away from the remaining battles. "Time's up." President Mick announced loudly as Team Toga once again descended to the ground. "Winner." Toga raised both hands into the air with double victory signs. They hadn't even been touched the whole match. The combination of Achako's zero gravity, Mei's jetpack and hover souls, and Izuku's pyrokinesis had seen them safely in the air for most of the 15-minute match. "That's the end of the cavalry battle," Mick declared as the crowd cheered loudly. Everyone had enjoyed the dynamic and surprising second round of the sports festival. Now we'll take a look at the top 4 teams right away. These will be the teams whose members will participate in the third round. The giant screens around the stadium lit up, displaying the rankings of the various teams. In the first place, with over 10 million points, managing to keep the highest valued headband for the entire time, we have Team Toga. Make some noise for the team that got through the entire round, even with the biggest target on their back. The crowd roared, many of them impressed that the team had not only managed to keep the 10 million headband, but also at the ingenuity and strategy they displayed. Their plan had worked flawlessly and kept them well out of harm's way for most of the match. The only time they'd been cornered, they'd simply flown out of the trap without issue. The team had made great use of all their available skills and resources and it showed. "Woo. I knew we'd make it. Hugs." Toga laughed as she was let down when their horse came apart. She hugged Izuku first, reveling in her boyfriend's warmth as he returned the hug. Then she pulled both Achako and Mei into a group hug. "Success is great." Mei had a manic smile. "But I need to check on my baby." With a quick spin of Toga's body, the jetpack was pulled off of her. Mei happily started inspecting the device with a smile. Toga blinked at how fast and easily the Pincat had managed to get the gear off of her. "I'm glad our plan worked." Achako was beaming at her teammates in joy. "You 3 were awesome." Izuku praised with a wide smile. "We couldn't have done it without you 3. "Yes. My babies were on full display to the entire world," Mei declared as she switched to inspecting her hover souls. Her calculated risk of teaming up with the first place student had paid off wonderfully. The 10 million headband had been the target of everyone and their team had been on screen throughout the match because of it. She could practically feel the interest of the investors and support gear companies. I was a little worried when Todoroki surrounded us in that big box of ice. Ochako admitted with a sigh as they all relaxed while looking at the displays to see the other 3 teams that had passed. In second place, Team Mineta. Mick announced as the name appeared on the screen. They ignored the 10 million headband entirely and focused on collecting the headbands of as many other teams as possible. Instead, Aizawa pointed out the second place team's strategy. It was a logical and well-reasoned response to all of the focus being on Team Toga. Team Mineta all looked pleased by their success. Aoyama was posing for the multitudes of media cameras that were flashing, wanting pictures of the second place team. Tokoyami merely had his arms crossed and his eyes closed as he enjoyed their success. Mineta was hopping up and down while cheering excitedly at moving on to the third round. Almost there, Shinso exhaled as he gave a neutral look to the crowd and all of the cameras. Just one more round. In third place, Team Bakugo. Mick declared and the team appeared on the giant screen below Team Mineta. Ah, well. I guess third place isn't too bad. All's well that ends well, and all of that. Mina shrugged while glad that her team had advanced to the third round of the festival. Yeah, you're right, no reason to complain. Shiro agreed with a nod as he rolled his right shoulder. Carrying Bakugo around while running all over the place trying to catch Team Toga hadn't been easy. Maybe. But do you two think that's how he feels? Kirishima whispered to the other two while pointing at the nearly growling Bakugo. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Bakugo raged under his breath at losing out to Izuku's team and that purple pervert's team too. Small crackles of his quirk were sparking off his palms in his frustration. In fourth place, we have Team Todoroki. Mick revealed the final team to make it to the third round. I'm so sorry, everyone. I should have used my trump card when we had Team Toga surrounded. Iida apologized to his teammates with a deep bow. Don't be so hard on yourself, Iida. Momo shook her head at the blue-haired boy. We didn't expect them to be able to pull off that maneuver more than once. Truly the intelligent Ravenet was still a little stunned that not only had Team Toga been able to use their flight trick more than once, but that they'd been able to maintain it for the majority of the match. It had quite effectively removed them from contention. Yeah, don't sweat it. Kaminari reassured the uptight teen. We made it in without losing our headband. So it's all good, right? There you have it. Midnight called out to everyone in the stadium. These are the 16 students that will advance to the final round. With a crack of her whip the screens changed to a list of the competitors. Third round Midoriya Izuku Toga Himiko Uraraka Ochako Hatsume Mineta Minoru. Tokoyami Fumikage Aoyama Yuga Shinso Hitachi Bakugo Katsuki Kirishima Ijiro Ishido Mina. Shiro Hanta. Todoroki Shoto Yayoi Rozu Momo Iida Tenya. Kaminari Denki third round. Now, I am sure everyone could use a break. With that being said we'll be pausing the festival for a 2-hour lunch break. When we come back it'll be straight into the third round. See you all in a bit. Hit the restrooms, grab some food, buy some merch, all proceeds go to the school. Mick informed the public as the crowd began to stand up from their seats to take advantage of the break. Don't pressure them to buy things. Aizawa was heard over the speakers. I'm not pressuring, it's a suggestion. Mick chuckled at his co-host. Whatever. Aizawa replied dully just before the speakers clicked off. Hey, let's go grab some food, Shota. Mick grinned at the thought of food. Go get it yourself, Hisashi. I'm taking a nap. Aizawa replied as he climbed into his sleeping bag and turned to face the wall. What? Come on, how many naps do you need? Mick questioned his friend while nudging him with his boot. Lunch break. Toga smiled as she fed Izuku a piece of grilled fish. The Verdette teen happily ate the morsel as he continued to write down the various quirks he'd seen today in his notebook. I wonder if they'll explain their quirks a bit more if I ask them? Izuku wondered aloud as he finished writing down the quirk of another 1B student, this one being the girl with the vine-like hair. He was incredibly curious about Class 1B's quirks. Maybe if you ask them politely. Toga giggled as she took a bite of food herself, with the same chopsticks. Indirect kiss. You two are so adorable you might give us all diabetes. Toru gushed at the couple. Right. Mina giggled as well. Sugary sweet. Toga playfully stuck out her tongue at her friends, while Izuku chuckled sheepishly. I heard they're having some recreational events before the third round for everyone that wants to participate. Jiro informed everyone between bites of her lunch. I wonder what they are. Ochako looked curious about the just-for-fun events. They couldn't be anything too crazy. Sayu considered with her index finger on her chin as she thought. It's only supposed to be a breather before the third round after all. I'm sure a teacher will tell us if any of them are important or required. Momo reasoned as she sipped her drink. As it stands, they sound entirely optional. Unknown to the girls, two certain classmates of theirs had overheard their conversation. Both of the boys got bright looks in their eyes before looking at each other with grins. They quickly walked off while planning in hushed whispers. After lunch. We're back, sports festival fans. Now that lunch is over, it's time to reveal this year's final event. But before that happens, there's good news for all of you who did not make it to the third round. Mick announced as the stadium was filled once again by the crowd. This is not just a sports festival for the few. So, we have prepared multiple recreational games where everyone can participate. We've even flown in professional cheerleaders from the states to liven things up. A team of women in orange cheerleading outfits were on the field, pom-poms in hand and waving to the crowd. The cheers rose up loudly for the women, especially from the men in the crowd. After a moment, however, near silence suddenly descended upon the stadium out of nowhere. Huh? Mick blinked up in the announcer's booth. He even raised up his trademark sunglasses to make sure he was seeing correctly. What are those girls doing? Aizawa questioned blankly at what he was seeing. He felt a slight twitch start in his left eye. He knew something was up about the situation. The current center of attention turned out to be the 7 girls from Class 1A, all of them dressed in matching orange cheerleader uniforms like the American professionals. The only difference being the UA. On the front of the teens' tops. All 7 of the girls had flat looks as they realized they'd been tricked. Wonder what's going on? What kind of fan service is this? Mick cried out in shock at what the 7 students were wearing. The uniforms were just midriff-bearing tops with no sleeves and loose flowing miniskirts. The outfit certainly showed quite a bit of skin, and almost every male student in attendance among the first years was enjoying the display. Some of them much more discreetly than others. As all of the girls started to turn red from a mixture of embarrassment and anger, Mineta and Kaminari gave each other thumbs up. There was a perverted grin on both of their faces as well. The two of them had gone to their female classmates and convinced them that they had to wear the uniforms for a cheer led by the American professionals. They'd even dropped Aizawa's name to make it more convincing, just so they could see the girls wearing the sexy uniforms. Kaminari. Momo yelled at the blonde, both angry and mortified. You tricked us. Mineta. Jiro roared at the short teen. Her jacks were practically lashing the air in her fury. She viciously threw her own pair of pom-poms on the ground while crossing her arms over her chest. Ugh, why did I let those two trick me? Momo sank to her knees and moped. I even used my quirk to make these outfits. Hey, lighten up, yeah Momo. It isn't the end of the world. Achako tried to comfort her friend. Yeah, these uniforms are doing something good, for me at least. Toga giggled as she waved playfully at Izuku. The vedette waved. Back with a lopsided smile. Isaacin seems to like me in this outfit. If you don't mind, I'd like to keep it. I'll wear it on special occasions for Izuku. The blonde girl covered her red cheeks with her pom-poms at the thought. You can keep it. Momo's whole face was now red for an entirely different reason. She wasn't the only one either, as the other girls were covering their blushing cheeks and just staring at Toga. Well, Toru cleared her throat with a small cough. There's still some time left before the last event begins, and it would be even more embarrassing if things got tense. Let's just do it anyway. Toru exclaimed as she got into the moment and the cheerleader uniform. What? No. Jiro shook her head in refusal. She was already embarrassed. Toru, you really like this, huh? Sayu questioned the invisible girl curiously. Mineta, Kaminari, Aizawa's bone-chilling voice came from the speakers. Even the crowd flinched at the man's tone. We'll be having a discussion about this prank of yours as soon as the third round is over, do you understand? Both teens immediately locked up and nodded, the cameras connected to the large screens focusing on the two boys, letting everyone see their response. Oh man. We're screwed. Kaminari looked blue in the face at what Aizawa was going to do to them. It was just a prank, no one got hurt. Mineta mumbled, but it was clear the short teen was trying to convince himself more than anything. Sweat poured down his face in miniature rivers as he imagined their future punishment. While the students that wanted to play the recreational games did so, the professional cheerleaders hyped up the crowd during the downtime. Cementus was making the ring for the third round during this time. Okay. It's pretty much done now. Cementus remarked as he used his quirk to create the ring for the upcoming matches. It was a full 30 by 30 square raised about 60 centimeters off the ground. He just had to make sure it was nice and level and he'd be satisfied. He was a bit of a stickler for his creations that weren't used in the line of duty. Thank you for your work, Cementus. Midnight thanked her fellow teacher and pro hero. Cementus gave her a nod as he made himself a seat a bit away from the ring. He had a feeling he'd have to repair it at least a few times for this bunch of students. Hey, everyone. Are you ready to rumble? Mick called out over the speakers. The resounding roar was a clear answer. Everyone was ready for the third round to finally begin. A lot has happened today, but now it has come to this. A serious battle where you can only depend on yourself. Here, you have no teammates or comrades. It's a fan favorite. The classic one-on-one tournament. Heroes have to be able to face what comes at them, whenever it comes at them. Skill, knowledge, experience, perseverance, and sheer determination, use them all to your advantage in this round. Mick kept the excitement building as the crowd was practically rumbling now. Izuku was waiting in the tunnel that led to the newly made ring. He stretched and prepared himself for his match. Being the first match of the third round was unexpected, but he'd deal with it. The small bubbling of nerves instantly vanished as Izuku exhaled and readied himself. He had this. He was going to win this match. Let's get started with the first match. Mick called out to the stadium and the cheers of the crowd. For match number 1, coming out of the right tunnel, we have the fiery powerhouse of Hero Course Class 1A, Midoriya Izuku. Mick introduced as Izuku made his way towards the ring and walked up the short set of stairs to stand in the ring proper. Nearly all of his classmates were cheering for him from their box. Go Isaacin! Toga yelled so loud that she could actually be heard over the crowd for an instant. Humming in from the left tunnel, it's the high-voltage man himself, also from Hero Course Class 1A, Kaminari Denki. Mick introduced Izuku's opponent. Kaminari walked into the ring with a grin and stood across from Izuku. Here are the rules. Midnight stepped onto her umpire box. In order to win, you must either force your opponent out of bounds, immobilize them, have them give up, or have them unable to continue. If I declare the match is over, then it's over, no backtalk. We have Recovery Girl on standby, so injuries can be taken care of. Now, show us an entertaining match. I will be here to stop any fight if things go too far. Samantha spoke up from his chair, giving both teens a steely gaze. Do not make me restrain you, alright? Yes, sir. Izuku nodded to Cementus. Yes, sir. Kaminari agreed as he got ready for the match. Are you ready? Mick cheered and the crowd roared in response. The excitement in the air was palpable. Begin. Midnight cracked her whip to start the match. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. Kaminari was awash in a brilliant shower of electricity as he pushed his quirk to the max to try and defeat Izuku instantly. He knew he'd lose if Izuku was given time to use his quirk. Kaminari, come on, we went over this during training. Izuku sighed at the action of his classmate. The second he'd seen Kaminari sparking like that, he'd leapt vertically into the air. His body enhancement quirk was a mutant type, meaning it was always active. He could make this nearly 15-meter vertical leap fairly easily. He didn't have to tap into his pyrokinesis and bulk up to perform superhuman physical feats like this. Eh? Kaminari blinked in shock as his electricity washed over the ring that he now stood alone in. Oh crap. He realized he'd been read too late and felt his cognitive functions dip. Yay. The blonde mumbled as the kickback from his quirk took its toll. Come on Kaminari. Let's get you to Recovery Girl. Izuku landed back on the ring with a sigh. He placed his left hand on the blonde's back and easily ushered him out of bounds. Kaminari is out of bounds. Midnight declared into her mic. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. The crowd applauded at the short match, while dozens of pro heroes commented on the two teens. He wanted to win in one shot and it came back to bite him. A female pro hero remarked on the quick match. The hero's costume consisted of a sleeveless navy blue shirt with a high collar that was buttoned up all the way to her chin, puffed shorts with a green and orange pinstripe design, and a corset adorned with yellow smiley face pins, dipping down in a shallow U-shape in the center. Below that, she wore a white V-shaped belt and on her hands, she had padded yellow gloves with golden plates over her knuckles and lower fingers, which extend in orange striped tubes down her forearms, with thick metal cylinders acting as wrist guards over the top. She also wore an orange bandana and a white hygiene mask with a circular smiley face protrusion on either side. The Midoriya kid has some impressive physicality even when he's not bulked up like he was in the obstacle race. A male pro hero noted about Izuku as the verdette passed Kaminari into the care of the stretcher robots. For his hero costume, he wore a white mask with 4 holes in a square formation, all of which resembled gun muzzles with slight barrel stems protruding from their sides, the only exception, for some reason, being the bottom left one, which instead just has the appearance of a regular circle. He wore a partial bodysuit of a dark grayish cyan color, only covering the lower portion of his torso, his arms from the shoulders down and the palms of his hands. A padded combat vest sat over this, around the sides of his chest, and was kept in place by 2 straps that connect his mask and shoulders. He also sported plain brown pants and short black boots, as well as his signature revolver, chamber-shaped silver bracers and the spikes on his knuckles. Well, that was a bit faster than we thought. Mick mentioned while Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. We've gone over that multiple times already. Aizawa sighed as he'd have to make sure the lesson to not make yourself a liability stuck the next time they went over it in class. Well, no time like the present, let's move right along into the next match. Mick cheered and started building the crowd back up. For the second match, coming out of the right tunnel, we have the dark horse of General Studies Course Class 1C, Shinso Hitachi. Mick introduced as Shinso made his way into the ring. I won't fail, not this time. Shinso whispered to himself as he waited for his opponent. Coming in from the left tunnel, it's the short grape with a sticky quirk, from Hero Course Class 1A, Mineta Minoru. Mick introduced Mineta to the crowd. Mineta waved to the crowd as she made his way to the ring. He knew how Shinso's quirk worked, he felt like he'd gotten a lucky draw for this round. Are you ready for another match? Mick questioned and the crowd cheered loudly for the next match. Begin. Midnight cracked her whip and the match began. Take this. Mineta immediately started tossing his pop-off balls at Shinso. Limited range and your aim sucks. Shinso easily weaved around the projectiles coming at him and then he was on the move to close the distance. That's why you spam them every time. You're just hoping to hit something. Far be it from Shinso to not talk smack to try and get a rise out of his opponents. If they responded at all to his taunts then he'd ensnare them with his quirk. Mineta locked his jaw to not retort and continued to toss his pop-off balls at Shinso, while also laying down a field of the purple orbs between him and the taller teen. He wouldn't let Shinso get close. If he covered the entire ring with his pop-off balls, then the brainwash quirk user wouldn't have anywhere left to escape. You're a one-trick pony and you know it. Shinso baited just before he performed an impressive leap then had him land just beside Mineta. The short teen's eyes widened in shock at the distance Shinso had covered in that jump. He whipped his arm around to hit the other perplet with the ball in his hand. Shinso grabbed his wrist and stopped the attempt cold. So strong. Mineta bit out at not being able to move his captured arm. He tried to grab a pop-off ball with his free left hand, but Shinso's knee slamming into his unprotected right side stopped that plan. Mineta felt the sharp pain of the blow radiate out from his side. Got you. Shinso declared as he spun the off-balance Mineta around and grabbed his other arm. He forced the shorter teen's arms behind his back in a textbook police hold. With his arms restrained, Mineta couldn't use his quirk at all. Shinso had observed his three teammates in the cavalry battle closely. Mineta's short stature and weaker body meant that he couldn't outmuscle Shinso. Come with me real quick. Shinso hefted Mineta upright and then off the ring floor entirely. Hey. Hey, hey, hey. Stop. Stop. Mineta tried to struggle, flailing his legs as Shinso held him suspended in the air. One of the general studies student's hands had an iron grip on Mineta's wrists behind the short teen's back. The other was around his waist holding him off the ground. No, I'm getting into the hero course. Shinso denied the struggling Mineta. Had he not put in all the extra time and effort to work on his physicality both before and after the entrance exam, he'd have never been able to manhandle the flailing Mineta like this. With a toss, Shinso had Mineta falling out of bounds, much to the hero course student's dismay. Mineta is out of bounds. Midnight declared for all to hear. The winner is Shinso Hitachi. The roar of the crowd actually brought a small smile to Shinso's face. You're doing it, Shinso. One of his general studies classmates called out to him encouragingly. Keep it up, dude. Show those guys what general studies can do. Another guy yelled down to Shinso from the stands. I don't believe he used his quirk at all. That's interesting. A gray-haired pro-hero commented thoughtfully as he watched Shinso leave through the same tunnel he'd emerged from. The hero's costume had the appearance of a traditional ninja. He wore a blue mask that covered his mouth, tied at the back of his head with red string. He had a red shinobi shizoku underneath a blue robe. His arms were covered in a thin, dark cloth that was tucked into his white forearm sleeves. There were red straps attached to both his belt and his blue robe that extend outward. He also had a gold mask attached to his shoulder and sported a signature red scarf that featured a white patch attached to the front of it. The rather famous hero finished his costume with blue socks and yellow Zori sandals. The longer match this time and the dark horse has shown quite the aptitude. Mick nearly used his quirk by accident from seeing the match. It wasn't often a general studies student defeated a hero course student in the sports festival like this. How far will Shinso go in this tournament? He took advantage of knowing his opponent's quirk and his opponent's stature. Aizawa commented replaying the match in his head. He's clearly put in effort to not require his quirk to win. That was actually some good commentary, buddy. Mick covered his microphone and gave Aizawa a grin. Why don't you do that more often? Shut up. Aizawa gave Mick a flat stare. The blonde only smirked at his friend in response. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Mick hollered to the crowd. It's time for match 3. Let's hear some noise for our competitors. The crowd cheered and applauded loudly for the next match. From the right tunnel we have the ultimate shield, a real manly dude, Kirishima Ejiro. Thanks, Teach. Kirishima grinned brightly at everyone as he walked out to the ring. From the left tunnel comes the explosive teen with an attitude, Bakugo Katsuki. Mick introduced as Bakugo walked into the light with a determined look on his face. Are both competitors ready? Midnight questioned both students, looking between the two teens. Oh yeah. Kirishima grinned as he activated his hardening quirk. Bring it on, shitty hair. Bakugo growled as small explosions flashed in his palms. Begin. Midnight cracked her whip and both boys launched themselves at each other. Bakugo opened with a big right swing backed by the power of his explosion quirk. Kirishima used his hardened body and deflected the blow before driving his fist into Bakugo's stomach. The ash blonde only took a glancing blow as he took a step backwards. He thrust his palm towards Kirishima's face and let loose an even stronger blast. The Redeed stumbled back slightly from the point-blank shot. Got you. Bakugo roared as he placed both palms towards Kirishima and let loose a large explosion. Kirishima flew backwards from the blast and rolled on the floor of the ring for a second. He pushed himself up to his feet and retook his stance just as Bakugo came roaring in with more explosive strikes. That all you got? Kirishima grinned as he pushed through the attacks and socked Bakugo in the jaw with his hardened fist. Fuck. Bakugo spun and almost went to the ground. He stomped his left foot down to steady himself, even as his jaw radiated pain. A snarl tore its way from the ash blonde's mouth as he blasted Kirishima again, this explosive larger than any of the previous ones. Missed me? Kirishima declared as he came in from the side. He clearly hadn't managed to dodge all of the blast, as shown by the half-destroyed uniform top he was wearing. He bum-rushed Bakugo and tackled him to the floor. Kirishima began to rain down punches onto Bakugo who could only guard against the onslaught. I'm not losing to shitty hair. Bakugo roared in his own head while dealing with a rain of blows. His arms were beaten and bruised. From Kirishima's hardened fists, and he knew he couldn't take this beating for long. Die. Bakugo roared as he slammed his palms against Redeed's torso and unleashed a titanic blast against his classmate. A sharp pain shooting through his arms let Bakugo know that he'd overdone it with his quirk. The deafening blast that had rang out through the stadium and obscured most of the ring from view had shocked most of the spectators. To think a teen had that much force was outright humbling to some. Many were concerned about the condition of his opponent who had taken that blast point blank. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw Bakugo back on his feet and Kirishima climbing back to his own. Kirishima was much closer to out of bounds than he had been before the blast. His uniform top was completely gone now and he had singe marks covering his exposed skin, but he was standing tall and squaring up for another round. Come on, Bakugo, Kirishima smirked at his classmate. I can do this all day. Like hell. Bakugo shouted as he rushed forward. Kirishima swung at Bakugo, but the ash blonde could tell the Redeed wasn't at peak form anymore. The punch was slower and easier to avoid. He peppered his classmate with smaller explosions, forcing him back even as each blast made a shock of pain travel up his arms and straight into his brain. After over a dozen of these blasts they both heard the sharp snap of Midnight's whip. Kirishima is out of bounds. Midnight declared as both teens stopped fighting. Bakugo is the winner. What? Kirishima looked down, panting for breath from the fight, only to notice that his left foot had been forced just over the line by the continuous explosive onslaught. Aw man. He lamented as he let go of his hardening and relaxed. Good match, Bakugo. He held out his hand to the ash blonde. DSK, Bakugo scoffed, but he did give Kirishima the equivalent of a low five as he lightly smacked his hand away. Your tenacity was annoying. Thanks, Kirishima grinned and Bakugo felt a twitch form over his left eye. That wasn't a compliment, shitty hair. Bakugo growled as the two walked off the ring. My name is Kirishima and my hair isn't that different from yours. Kirishima shot back with a chuckle. Like hell it's not. Bakugo declared as they headed into the tunnel and back towards their class's seating section. What a match. Mick declared as the two teams were walking off the field. A true back and forth if ever there was one. It was a classic match of overwhelming offense versus an unyielding defense. The crowd seemed to agree as a loud applause for the two boys filled the air. After a few minutes for Cementus to fix the damage that Bakugo's massive explosion had done to the ring, the next match was about to get underway. Excitement was high for this match as it included a recommended student. Yayoi Rozumomo had demonstrated some impressive skill in dealing with the faux villain robots in the Robo Inferno, and many were eager to see her in a one-on-one match. From the right tunnel comes the Lady of Creation, a recommended student into UA High's hero course, Yayoi Rozumomo. Mick introduced the Ravenet who walked calmly, at least on the outside, across the field to the ring. Oh yeah Momo. All of the girls from One cheered loudly. Momo blushed cutely as she waved to her friends. She was so happy to finally have friends of her own. From the left tunnel comes the dark hero of the night, Tokoyami. Gumakage. Mick hollered and Tokoyami walked forth from the shade of the tunnel. He looked ready to go, and a few pros commented on the focus the teen had. He didn't look even mildly perturbed to be up against a recommended student. Are you both ready? Midnight looked between Momo and Tokoyami. Yes ma'am. Momo declared as she rolled up her sleeves. I am ready. Tokoyami nodded to the teacher as she took his own stance. Alright, then you may begin. Midnight declared as she cracked her whip to begin the fourth match. Dark Shadow. Tokoyami called and his quirk responded instantly. The shadow beast rocketed forward towards Momo. Fast. Momo's eyes widened, but she rolled out of the way. A glow along her arms and she pulled a bolo into her right hand. With a quick spin and toss, the capture implement went sailing at Tokoyami. Clever, Tokoyami noted as he dashed several paces to the side so that the bolo went wide. Targeting me instead of dealing with Dark Shadow directly, she's been paying attention to how I use my quirk. While Tokoyami was moving to dodge the bolo, Dark Shadow had swerved back around to attack Momo again. If you're physical, then take this. Momo declared as she pulled her uniform top upwards to expose her trim stomach. A bright glow was followed by a thick net spreading out to trap the shadow beast. Hey. Dark Shadow grumbled as the net covered it. Get off. With strength that made several of the spectators blink in surprise, Dark Shadow tore the net to pieces in seconds. In those brief seconds, Momo had time to create her next item. With a bang, a large cloud of white smoke covered almost half the ring. Tokoyami blinked at the sudden smokescreen before deciding on his next move. He stayed on the move, not wanting to give Momo the advantage of knowing his position. Dark Shadow, find her and clear the smoke. Tokoyami directed his quirk. You got it. Dark Shadow called back as it darted in and out of the smokescreen with its large arms wide. The quirk didn't strike Momo, but her smokescreen was being blown away quickly. The clank of metal hitting concrete multiple times was heard as from the waning smoke 3 canisters were tossed. What? Tokoyami questioned as his eyes tracked the items bouncing across the ring. It was a natural reaction, but it would prove to be a mistake when the canister went off like bombs, emitting a tremendous flash, along with a deafening and disorientating bang. My eyes. The raven-headed teen cried out in pain even though he couldn't hear his own words over the ringing of his ears. Flashbang grenades, Momo explained even though she knew her opponent couldn't hear her. He was mostly blind and deaf at this point. The immense amount of light had also forced Dark Shadow to retreat back into Tokoyami. She threw a length of rope, already tied into a lasso when she'd made it, over Tokoyami and tightened it. With effort and struggle, since Tokoyami had begun to pull against the rope almost immediately, Momo dragged her opponent to the edge of the ring. Tokoyami's resistance ended up being his undoing as he tried to get to his feet and dig in his heels. The rope suddenly going slack had sent him stumbling forward enough that his foot crossed the line. Tokoyami is out of bounds. Midnight declared, even with spots in her vision and her ears ringing a bit. Yayoi Rozu is the winner. Thank you for the excellent match, Tokoyami. Momo gave her raven-headed classmate a short bow. She pulled out the earplug she'd created inside her own ear canals a moment later. What? Tokoyami wasn't able to read lips with his vision still spotty. His ringing ears couldn't make out what Momo was saying either. My apologies, Momo bowed again, fretting slightly that she may have gone overboard with her creations. Let's head to Recovery Girl's office to treat you. Tokoyami almost made out what his classmate had said that time. He was fairly certain she'd mentioned Recovery Girl. Healing would be appreciated. He followed Momo as his vision finally began to clear up. That was a blinding match, sports fans. Mick called out over the speakers. A surprise round of flashbangs all but ended the match. Along with some spectators' eyesight and hearing. She most likely played a hunch, as always spoke up. With a quirk like Tokoyami's that can act independently, she had to find a way to try and neutralize both targets simultaneously. Disabling Tokoyami made his control over his quirk falter long enough for Yayoi Rozu to achieve victory over her disorientated opponent. That's smart thinking. Mick praised Momo even though she was no longer on the field. Just what one would expect from a recommendation student, right? The cheer that rose up from the spectators was all the answer anyone needed. Yeah, Momo did awesome. Toga cheered along with the other girls of Class 1A. So Tokoyami needs to be in mostly full cognitive and sensory function to fully utilize his quirk. Izuku was writing like mad in his notebook. Every few seconds he was flipping back and forth between Momo's page and Tokoyami's page to fill in various thoughts and speculations about his classmates. I think we've lost Midoriya, Jiro spoke up with a raised eyebrow, watching one of the powerhouses of their class mutter up a storm. Toga-chan isn't worried, so I'm sure he's fine. Toru laughed as even when people were talking about him, Izuku seemed to not notice. It's time for match 5, everyone. Mick's voice blared across the stadium. This time we have another dark horse competitor. From the left tunnel, a student from support course class 1H, it's Mei Hatsum. Watch me and my amazing babies at work, all of you support companies. Mei smiled widely as she walked towards the ring fully decked out in her various gear. From the right tunnel, it's the high-speed hero in training, Iida. Denya. Mick introduced as Iida walked towards the ring while wearing support gear that no one in Class 1 had ever seen before. What the heck is Iida wearing? Mina blinked at the items. I've never seen Iida wear any gear beyond his costume before. Achako shook her head as they saw Iida enter the ring. What's this gear, Iida? Midnight had stepped down from her umpire stand to inquire about the items. Such things should have been submitted for acceptance ahead of time. It wasn't like the ever-earnest Iida to not follow proper protocol. I'm terribly sorry for not going through the proper procedures, Iida apologized to Midnight. I was touched by my opponent's sense of sportsmanship. Mei grinned, though it was mischievous in nature. But she tried to hide. Although she is a member of support course, she came to me and said if we are to be seen as equals, then we should fight on equal footing. And then gave me these items to use. Her earnest spirit, I could never look down on it. That was my thinking. You're adorably naive. Midnight held back a giggle. If both parties are in agreement, then it should be fine. Aizawa's voice came over the speakers. His tone was so dull and factual that no one even wanted to argue the matter. Is Hatsum really the type to offer her stuff freely? Izuku didn't look convinced having been her teammate in the cavalry battle. I'm 100% certain that she's up to something. Toga stated from beside him, her own features flat and unbelieving. They were both absolutely correct. From the very second that Midnight started the match, Mei had started up a literal support gear presentation with Iida as her test dummy. All of the gear Iida was wearing was presented as if they were at an expo. Every counter Mei made was followed by her describing her baby in loving detail and how it could be used in the field. On and on it went, with item after item being put on display. Mei could have even won the match had she taken advantage on multiple occasions. But at the end of what amounted to a 10-minute exposition showing, Mei casually stepped out of bounds with a smile. Phew. Mei wiped her face of sweat. I believe they've seen it all now. The manic pink-haired inventor looked very pleased with her showing. Hatsum is out of the ring. Iida moves on to the next round. Midnight's announcement was met with silence as the whole crowd, the teachers included, just stared flatly at the pinket. You deceived me. Iida cried out as he witnessed Mei just give up on the match entirely. He was almost hunched over in disbelief as he stared at her in shock. Sorry. For using you like that. Mei apologized, but she was still lightly chuckling under her breath at how well her plan had worked. I really dislike you. Iida declared as he pointed at her with his arm fully extended. The teen was shaking in a mixture of embarrassment and rage. Iida is just so straightforward. Izuku shook his head at what they'd all just witnessed. It was easy for Mei to get him to play her game. I mean, at least she's honest about her underhanded methods to get what she wants. Toga gave a half-hearted shrug since she was still processing what she'd watched. It wasn't long afterwards that Mina and Aoyama were being announced to the crowd. The excitement was building back up again after Mei's exhibition of all of her babies. The murmurs of the crowd were growing louder as both Mina and Aoyama had only briefly shown what they could do in the festival so far. From the right tunnel, it's the energetic acid girl of Class 1A, Ashido Mina. Mick announced as Mina walked out onto the field with a bright smile for the crowd. The pinket happily waved as she made her way to the ring. Go Mina. Toga and Toru cheered for their friend loudly. This should be interesting. Izuku already had his notebook at the ready to jot down any new observations. From the left tunnel, we have the shining laser user, Aoyama. Yuga. Mick introduced, and the blonde teen made his way to the ring with smiles and poses for the cameras. Never let it be said that Aoyama wasn't a consummate showman. Alright, are both competitors ready? Midnight asked the two teens as they stood across from one another. Yep. Mina was bright and cheery, ready to fight and win. Of course, Aoyama agreed with a smile. Then you may begin. Midnight started the match as always with a sharp crack of her whip. This will be over in a flash. Aoyama declared as he blasted his laser at Mina. Whoa. Mina dashed to the side to avoid the beam. You can't run forever, mademoiselle. Aoyama grinned as he fired at Mina's running form. Hey. Mina stopped dead to avoid running into the beam. Watch it. Mina leapt over the third beam entirely. You're annoying. She huffed as she had to limbo under the fourth blast. I aim to win. Aoyama fired another blast even as his stomach started to hurt. In your dreams. Mina declared as she started to secrete her acid from her special shoes and skate around the ring. Her increased speed made hitting her even harder for Aoyama. That's some fancy skating. Mick approved of the non-conventional use of Mina's quirk. Thinking outside the box is necessary for any hero, Aizawa commented as he watched his students compete against each other. If one tactic doesn't work, then switch to another. A hero can't be a one-trick pony. Your quirk doesn't work without your belt, right? Mina had a gleam in her eyes as she filled her palms with her acid. take this?" She whipped her hands forward and sent a spray of her quirk at Aoyama. "Surely you jest." Aoyama shot back as he fired his laser and the acid disappeared in the beam. "I know to protect my equipment." "You want a war of attrition, huh?" Mina smirked at her classmate. She knew he couldn't fire his laser for more than a second or two at a time without hurting himself. She skated around some more as Aoyama was slowly running out of resilience as the pain in his gut built up. "Try this on for size. I'm laying down an acid field." "What?" Aoyama gazed around and saw that Mina had indeed covered most of the ring floor with acid. The small sizzling sound he'd blocked out while trying to take Mina down now filled his ears. His moment of distraction cost him. "Got you." Mina hurled a glob of acid at Aoyama and struck the belt he used to focus and control his quirk. She'd missed her intended target of the large lens in the center, but the belt strap melted away and the gear dropped to the ring floor. "Ah." Aoyama was quick to grab his pants as they fell slightly from the loss of his belt. Everyone got a brief glimpse of his tighty-whities though. "Welp, I didn't need to see that." Mina skated forward and got into the panicking Aoyama's guard. "Uppercut." She called out as she socked the blonde in the jaw with a near-perfect uppercut. Aoyama's head rocked backwards and his feet almost left the ground before he fell back and hit the floor. "I concede." Aoyama slurred out slightly as his vision swam and he couldn't use his quirk without his belt. "Aoyama has surrendered," Midnight announced with her hand raised. "The winner is Ashido Mina." "Yay." Mina smiled brightly and gave victory signs to the crowd with both hands. She was on a high and her bubbly personality was coming to the forefront. "Woohoo. You're awesome, Mina." The girls of Class 1 happily applauded and cheered for their friend as the Pincat walked off the field. Aoyama was being carted off to deal with his loss of balance and to keep his pants from falling down. Recovery Girl would see him ride as rain in short order. "Isn't the next match?" Sato trailed off as everyone realized that Todoroki and Shiro were about to face off. Yeah, Kaminari also didn't want to count Shiro out, but Todoroki was easily one of the most powerful of their class. Shiro might have a chance if he can catch Todoroki off guard with a surprise attack the instant the match starts. Izuku murmured as he thought over his two classmates. True, Momo agreed with the vedette. Shiro doesn't have to beat Todoroki, just make him take even a step out of bounds and he wins. But will Todoroki give him such a chance? Sai didn't look like she believed the dual-toned teen would. Now we have the second to last match of the first round of the one-on-one tournament. From the left tunnel we have a future capture hero with a focus on mobility. Shiro Hanta of the hero course. Mick introduced Shiro with flair. "Yeah, that sounds right up my alley." Shiro grinned as he stretched while walking up to the ring. From the right tunnel we have another recommendation student. He's a powerhouse and one of the top students in his class, Todoroki Shoto. Mick declared and the crowd worked up even more energy. "Dude. You alright?" Shiro blinked when he saw the downright angry look on Todoroki's face. Something was definitely up with his classmate. "Are you both ready?" Midnight asked of the boys. "Yes." Shoto's one-word reply was filled with a cold rage. "I guess." Shiro prepared his quirk for action. "Then begin." Midnight cracked her whip to start the match. "I don't feel like losing." Shiro launched two thick strands of tape, one from each elbow, at Todoroki. In a flash they bound the ice and fire user's legs together and his arms to his torso. With a powerful twist of his body, Shiro sent Todoroki towards the edge of the ring. Shiro goes for the instant ring out. Mick announced as the entire audience watched on in shock as Todoroki got closer and closer to the edge. "Sorry about this," Todoroki exhaled frosted breath. In an instant, literally the blink of an eye, a glacier appeared in the stadium. Everyone stared in silent shock at the mass of ice that Todoroki had formed. It was slanted upwards, poking far out of the stadium for anyone walking by to see. Almost 20% of the audience got an up-close and personal view of the glacier as it hung over their seats. Down in the ring, everything was frozen from where Todoroki stood and spreading outwards. Shiro had been swept off his feet and now was suspended in the ice almost 2 meters off the ground. Midnight has a layer of frost covering half her body. Cementus was brushing ice off his cubic body with a flat look on his face. Todoroki seemed to snap out of his anger and exhaled heavily at his overreaction. Truly his father could bring out the worst in him. That seemed like overkill. Shiro chattered his teeth as he was encased in the ice up to his neck. "Shiro? Can you move?" the half-frozen Midnight questioned. "Why you're kidding, right?" Shiro shivered fiercely in his icy prison. "Shiro is immobilized. Todoroki is the winner." Midnight pointed in Todoroki's direction. "But try, kid." One hero called out to Shiro. This was followed by a small chorus of the same words from other heroes. "What's wrong with that kid?" one of the pros questioned. Had he unleashed an attack like that in the field, he'd have taken out the villain and everything else around him. He definitely didn't show any forethought with his quirk. Another hero shook her head. That's how you cause collateral damage and injure innocent bystanders. He definitely needs some self-control. A different hero nodded. Sorry. I overdid it. Todoroki apologized to Zero as he placed his left hand onto the ice and it began to rapidly melt. I was just really annoyed about something. Hey kid, stop melting, the top is gonna fall. Several members of the crowd screamed at Todoroki as the iceberg he created began to tilt and inch towards the stands as its base support liquefied. Todoroki didn't even get the chance to reply before an immense heat filled the stadium. It blasted away the cold of the ice and the entire glacier began to melt into water that evaporated near instantly. Izuku was standing on top of the Class 1 spectator booth with his hand on the mass of ice. He was bulked up and blazing with heat and flame as he made Todoroki's ice vanish in mere seconds. The large teen was almost like a miniature sun. You need to be more careful, Todoroki. Izuku locked eyes with the other teen. Sorry, Todoroki gave a full bow to the area of the stadium that was almost harmed by his attack. My deepest apologies, everyone. Shoto. A man in a navy blue hero costume with flames seemingly filling it and radiating off of it grumbled. His boots were emitting steam as he cooled down from almost leaping into action to melt the glacier himself. This was the flame hero. Endeavor. Also known as Todoroki Enji. He was Todoroki Shoto's father. When are you going to stop this meaningless rebellion against me? How many people have to be hurt before you'll admit that you need your left side? Unbeknownst to Izuku, the number 2 hero's eyes also drifted over to him as well. It wasn't every day that Endeavor met another fire quirk user that could potentially match his own output. This Midoriya boy bore watching, he might be worth something. End chapter. The final match of the first round is here, sports festival fans. Mick exclaimed to the crowd. The cheer rose high for the final 2 competitors in the first round. From the left tunnel, it's the transforming hero to be, Toga Himiko. Watch me, Isaacin. Toga waved towards Izuku in the stands with a bright smile on her face as she made her way to the ring. Facing her from the right tunnel is the gravity-defying girl, Uraraka Achako. Mick introduced Achako, and the brown-eyed girl with the perma-blush waved to the crowd with a friendly smile. Good luck, Achako-chan. Toga beamed at her friend as they stood across from each other. You too, Toga-chan. Achako smiled before her face went super serious and intense. That switch is still so weird. Toga giggled in her own mind as she saw Achako go from easygoing girl to hardcore competitor in an instant. Are both competitors ready? Midnight questioned the 2 girls. Getting 2 nods in response, Midnight cracked her whip to begin the match. Begin. Achako rushed forward with her hand ready to make contact. Toga grinned as she backstepped and then pivoted to the left on her heel. Achako rushed past her, and Toga landed the first blow of the match with a punch to the upper back that sent her friend stumbling slightly. The yellow-eyed girl moved in to take advantage only to have to abort to avoid a wide swipe of Achako's palm. Can you not try to send me into space, Achako-chan? Toga asked with a giggle while Achako closed the distance between them. The 2 danced around each other, Toga dodging any contact with Achako's hands to not let the zero-gravity quirk take effect on her. Achako was willing to take a punch or kick here and there to try and get a hold of Toga and use her quirk. Their back and forth drew the eyes of experienced pros that focused on hand-to-hand combat. If one was close enough, they could hear the comments of several of these pro heroes. The blonde girl clearly has more experience when it comes to fighting. One pro mentioned as she watched the 2 girls fight. The brunette has tenacity, but she's solely focused on using her quirk on her opponent. She's not using any kicks or other tactics. A different hero noted with his hand on his chin. Ow. Achako coughed as she took an elbow to the stomach when Toga dropped into a crouch to avoid her hands. The nimble teen hadn't wasted a single second before she drove her elbow into the gravity girl's vulnerable torso. Trying to take advantage of their positions, Achako attempted to leap onto Toga, but the other girl rolled out of the way. Their quirk makes hand-to-hand really difficult, Achako-chan. Toga praised her classmate even as the brunette rushed her again. So I'm gonna have to think outside the box. With a side step, Toga was outside of Achako's reach and she punched the other girl in the face. Ooh, you heard that one. Mick commented as the crowd saw the solid connection of Toga's fist and Achako's left cheek. Achako was a fierce competitor and she only stumbled a single step before planting her foot on the ground. I'm not done. Achako whirled around with both hands out, ready to double palm strike Toga before the agile blonde could make any distance. She didn't expect to see Toga with her uniform top off and her special sports bra the only thing keeping her modesty. Toga wrapped the top around Achako's outstretched palms. The garment glowed pink as Achako's quirk affected it, but that didn't matter. Toga jerked Achako forward by her tied-up hands and kneed the other girl in the stomach. The brunette had the wind knocked out of her and she nearly heaved. The blood-loving girl finished her move by using her leg to trip Achako and forced a perma-blushing girl to the ring floor. With her hands trapped inside the uniform top and now trapped between her own body and the floor, Achako's quirk was effectively sealed. Toga practically laid on Achako's back as she wrapped her left arm around the brown-eyed girl's neck and applied pressure with her right arm, effectively putting Achako in a chokehold. "Give up, Achako-chan. I don't want to hurt you any more than this," Toga whispered to her friend. "No." Achako wheezed out as she struggled to draw breath. "I can't." Uraraka is immobilized. Toga is the winner. Midnight made the call as she noticed Achako going red in the face from lack of air. Toga immediately let go and moved off of Achako. She helped Achako sit up and unwrapped her uniform top from her friend's hands before putting it back on. Achako breathed in and out slowly to get air back into her lungs. She looked saddened by her loss, and Toga was curious about her normally easygoing friend's reaction. "Come on, Achako-chan," Toga smiled at the other girl as she held out her hand. "Let's head to the waiting room. I'll listen to whatever has you so sad." "It's nothing," Achako accepted her hand up and the two walked off the ring together. "Then I'll listen to nothing," Toga shrugged as she stuck by Achako's side. "You don't have to." Achako shook her head as they walked down the corridor together. "I want to, Achako-chan," Toga assured her friend with a gentle smile. "You're a good friend, Toga-chan." Achako sniffled a bit as they entered the waiting room. "Come here," Toga guided Achako to a chair and sat next to her. She pulled the other girl into a hug and let her cry into her chest. "Just let it all out, Achako." The yellow-eyed girl soothed as she ran her hand up and down Achako's back. Toga hadn't had any female friends since elementary school when her quirk side effect first manifested. Coming to UA had given her all of her new friends and she'd do anything to help them. Achako hadn't been herself ever since the sports festival had been announced. The brunette played it off, pretending to be fine, but Toga saw that something was bothering Achako the whole time. The normally easygoing girl had seemingly taken a massive weight onto her shoulders and Toga would be here to help her unload that weight. When Achako was ready, Toga would be right here to listen to her friend. "In our first match of the semi-finals, we have the dark horse from general studies that has proven his mettle over and over again, Shinso Hitachi." Mick, introduced as the teen in question, made his way into the ring. Shinso looked focused, his eyes sharp, as he walked into the ring. He knew who he was up against and was hoping to use his quirk to end the match quickly. He had little to no chance against Midoriya in a straight-up fight. One hit from the immensely powerful teen and Shinso knew he'd be down for the count. His only option was to catch Midoriya with his brainwashing the instant the match started. Facing off against Shinso is the Sun-like powerhouse form Hero Course Class 1A, Midoriya Izuku. Mick announced and Izuku walked out of his tunnel and towards the ring. "I don't know what his quirk is." He didn't seem to use it on Mineta during their match. Mineta was on the same team as Shinso during the cavalry battle though, so he probably already knew. "The only thing I have to go off of is Shinso's behavior in his match against Mineta. He likes to talk, which isn't how he seems to be normally. So either his quirk is based on his voice, or it's based on contact, and Mineta knew he was going to lose the instant Shinso touched him." Izuku ran through what knowledge he had about his opponent. "Are both competitors ready?" Midnight looked between the two boys. "Yeah," Shinso exhaled as he looked Izuku dead in the eye. "I'm ready," Izuku nodded to Midnight as he matched gazes with Shinso. Let the first match of the semi-finals begin." Midnight cracked her whip to the roar of the crowd. Hey, Shinso was going to try and get a response from Izuku quickly, but his words were cut off as Izuku instantly bulked up and a massive wave of heat blasted across the ring. The heat was intense enough to make Shinso recoil and take a few steps back on instinct. "I don't know whether his quirk is based on his voice or on contact, so the best option is to not give him a chance to use either," Izuku decided as he increased the heat output of his quirk. He'd force Shinso out of the ring without responding to the purple-haired teen, while also making it impossible for the other boy to touch him. "Damn, that's intense." Shinso grunted as the heat just continued to climb. He was already sweating heavily and his mouth was starting to feel dry. Izuku started walking towards Shinso, keeping the heat to unbearable levels as he moved closer. Shinso didn't have any choice but to move away from the blistering heat. Step by step, Izuku forced his opponent backwards and towards a ring out. Shinso outright hissed in pain when he tried to stand his ground against the heat, his skin was turning red when he got too close to Izuku's heat wave. "Midoriya is blasting out heat like a volcano. Shinso can't even get close." Mick commentated as everyone watched the dark horse getting forced backwards. "When you don't know your opponent's quirk or how it works, it's best not to get too close." Azawa noted as he watched a general study student get pushed into a corner. Midoriya is simply using his quirk to keep Shinso at a distance while also forcing him back as he advances. It's both an offensive and defensive tactic, and against such heat, there's not much you can do without having a quirk that is suited to dealing with it. Damn it, Shinso growled as he stared down the walking sun that was approaching him. It must be so nice to have been born with such a great quirk. All that power and flash, it's a perfect quirk for a pro hero. His dry mouth and throat was lowering the volume of his voice and making it raspy. Some people have all the luck, don't they? Izuku's eyes didn't change. They still looked at Shinso the same way they had from the very beginning of the match. Izuku, for all his immense power, was still looking at Shinso as a legitimate opponent. The purple-eyed teen couldn't help but feel that he was at least being shown respect. The other teen knew he wasn't going to lose, Shinso could see it in Izuku's eyes. There wasn't a single doubt that Shinso would lose this match and Izuku would move forward. With the way his skin was stinging from the already developed first-degree burn similar to a bad sunburn, Shinso knew he had no chance in this scenario. He'd been locked out of victory the second that Izuku had used his quirk. Shinso is out of bounds. Midnight declared and Shinso looked down to see that his right foot had crossed just over the line on his last step backwards. Midoriya is the winner. The heat lessened noticeably as Izuku stopped using his quirk. The breeze began to quickly cool off the area as the two teens left the ring. Shinso was walking a little gingerly, trying not to make any unnecessary movements and aggravate his burns. He'd head to Recovery Girl and have them healed up with her quirk. That was looking like a daunting walk right now, but Shinso refused to be carted off by the medical robots. He'd accept his loss with dignity and leave the field under his own power, standing on his own 2 feet. Shinso, a guy from his class, called out to the tired-looking teen. That was awesome, man. You made it to the semi-finals. You showed everyone what the general studies kids can do. A brunette girl from their class cheered with a bright smile. I still lost, Shinso would have shaken his head if that wouldn't cause him a sharp pain from his full body burn. He looked up, ignoring the flaring pain in his neck from the motion, when he heard the applause begin. All of his classmates were clapping for him. The people in the crowd were cheering for him. He even saw multiple pros commenting on him, applauding his courage to stand against an opponent he knew he couldn't defeat. Shinso. Itachi finally heard the words he'd wanted to hear his whole life from the mouths of multiple pro heroes. He has the heart of a hero. A pro clapped as he looked down at the burned teen. He'd be a great hero. Another hero agreed with a cheer. It takes a real hero to face down the impossible without flinching, keep trying kid. A pro praised him with a smile on her lips. They're right, you know. Izuku spoke up from beside Shinso. You'll make a great hero someday. I look forward to seeing you in the hero course eventually. Maybe then you can tell me about your quirk. I'm sure it's amazing. It's nothing special, Shinso smiled at all the praise and encouragement. You beat me without even trying, but I appreciate the respect you showed me as an opponent. Don't lose to anyone else, otherwise I'll feel worse about my loss. With that, the general studies student walked off towards Recovery Girl's temporary office in the stadium. No worries, Shinso, Izuku called after the other boy. I'll win the whole thing, you have my word. The two parted ways and Izuku returned to the seating area for Class 1A. That was great, Isaacin. Toga cheered from her spot next to Ichako as Izuku entered. This was echoed by the congratulations of the rest of the class, barring Bakugo and Momo who were both already waiting in their own waiting rooms for their match to be announced. Thanks everyone. Izuku smiled as he sat next to Toga and took her hand in his. His girlfriend smiled warmly as she laid her head on his shoulder and waited for the next match to begin. For the second match of the semi-final round, we have the recommendation student and Our Lady of Creation, Yayoi Rozu. Momo. Mick hyped up the ground as Momo left her tunnel and made her way to the ring. Facing her is the guy with a temper just as explosive as his quirk Bakugo Kitsuki. Bakugo scoffed as he walked out of his tunnel and stepped up onto the ring. Kick his ass, yeah Momo. Toga yelled loudly and Momo felt her cheeks go pink at the exuberant cheer from her friend. Are you both ready? Midnight looked between Momo and Bakugo. Yes ma'am. Momo informed as she already had her sleeves rolled up and ready. Let's get this over with. Bakugo responded as he took his own stance. Alright, then you may begin. Midnight declared as she cracked her whip to begin the match. Die. Bakugo blitzed himself towards Momo with twin blasts from his hands. Predictable. Momo declared as she rolled out of the way. A glow coming from her arms left behind several long capsules. Bakugo arrived just as the capsules burst and he vanished into a thick white cloud. The fuck is this shit? Bakugo hacked and coughed from within the cloud before stumbling out of it covered head to toe in whatever the cloud was made from. Fucking cold. He swiped at the cold chemical compound to get it off his body. It's similar to fire extinguisher foam, it's cold and prevents embers and sparks from becoming fires. Momo made a net from her stomach and threw it at Bakugo to trap him. Like hell. Bakugo dodged the thrown net with a growl. You think you can beat me just because you stopped my quirk for a little bit? He rushed the creation quirk user and went for a big right hook. The thud that rang out as his knuckles impacted the hastily formed metal shield made several people wince. Oh, that looked painful. Mick noted with a cringe. Fucking hell. Bakugo growled as he brought his hand back from the failed punch and dropped low to sweep Momo's legs out from under her. His adrenaline was kicking in and made it easier to put the pain out of his mind. Momo stumbled backwards from the leg sweep but caught herself and prevented a fall. Bakugo bum rushed her and Momo was put on the defensive. Bakugo seemingly went feral as he kept on her so closely and attacked so frequently that Momo was having a hard time using her quirk. Hidden by her pant leg, a glow covered her lower legs as dozens of ball bearings were created and scattered on the floor. The voluptuous teen jumped backwards just as the ball bearings scattered to avoid her own trap. Fuck. Bakugo slipped on the tiny metal balls and had to break his fall with his hands, including his injured right. Got you. Momo threw a thick blanket at Bakugo. It had taken most of her focus and a good amount of lipids to create. This particular blanket was completely fireproof though and weighted on the edges to make an effective capture device in a pinch. Hell no. Bakugo roared as he brought both hands up and let loose a blast that stunned the audience. During all of his attacking and chasing of Momo to prevent her from using her quirk, Bakugo had ended up removing the large majority of Momo's extinguisher compound. His activity and his heightened body temperature from the adrenaline pouring into his system had made his sweat start to flow again. Ignoring the sharp bolt of pain he felt from forcing his quirk, Bakugo had detonated his sweat all at once. Momo cried out in shock and pain as the fireproof blanket was sent backwards along the blast wave. It actually protected her from the heat as it nearly wrapped around her completely. The explosion shook the area and carried the bundled up Momo several meters away. Bakugo gritted his teeth at the pain in his arms as the adrenaline high began to wear off. He'd won, but it undoubtedly screwed up his arms and hands in the process. Yaoi Rozu is out of bounds. Midnight declared, even as she and Cementus made their way over to the blanket-covered girl to check on her. Bakugo wins. Well, that was a brutal ending. Mick lamented at the finish of the match. I was really rooting for Yaoi Rozu. You're supposed to be impartial. Aizawa reminded his friend with a flat voice. Yeah, Momo. All of the girls in class wanna look down at the field in worry for their friend. I swear if he hurt ya Momo, I'm gonna hurt him. Toga growled as she leaned over the edge of the seating area. Yaoi Rozu, are you alright? Midnight questioned the teen as she and Cementus got the heavy fireproof blanket off of the girl. My ears are ringing a bit and my head hurts, Momo responded as she sat up with some help from Midnight. I think I'm fine other than that. We'll have you see recovery girl to make sure. Cementus advised as Midnight helped the girl to her feet. I'll go check on Bakugo, I'm fairly certain he's hurt himself in that match. Bakugo scoffed when Cementus approached him and asked about his injuries. The teacher wasn't taking no for an answer though. The blocky man gently poked Bakugo's right hand with one of his rectangular fingers, only for the blonde to hiss and recoil in pain. With a flat stare Cementus put his hand on the teen's back and guided him towards the treatment area that was recovery girl's temporary office. I can get there by myself. Bakugo mumbled as he was taken to the treatment area. You have a broken right hand and most probably damage to both of your arms on top of that, Bakugo. Cementus shook his head at the aggressive teen. You'll be escorted just like Yaoi Rozu is being escorted by Midnight. You two really did a number on each other out there. Midnight informed the two teens. It was a good match though, and you should both be proud of your performance. Agreed, you both show much promise as future heroes. Cementus gave the two teens a smile. Thank you. Momo gave them a short nod and took the praise to heart. She just needed to keep practicing with her quirk and improving. She would take this loss and learn from it. From now on. I'll have a backup plan ready, just in case my initial plan doesn't work out. The intelligent Ravenet decided as they approached recovery girl's office. I'll just keep winning until I'm number one. Bakugo's response was exactly what all three of them expected. More of you youngsters beating each other senseless, I see. I'll check the girl for a concussion first and then any internal damage. Recovery girl shook her head at the violent nature of this year's sports festival. I'm already certain the explosive boy fractured his hand with that punch, so I'll start with that once I'm done checking the girl over. Midnight and Cementus left recovery girl to care for her new patients while they returned to the field to continue with the semi-finals. Both teachers were left hoping that they wouldn't have any further injuries like those. The sports festival was a competition and this year the finals were a tournament, but that didn't mean they wanted to see their students brutalize each other. Alright, it looks like our umpire is back, so we'll be moving on with the next match. Nick declared loudly to get the crowd spirits up again. From the left tunnel, it's the high-speed teen with a naive nature, Iida Tenya. Mick introduced as Iida walked towards the ring. The bespectacled teen had a slight frown at Mick bringing up May tricking him in the last round. It seems a little unnecessary to mention that. Iida muttered as he stepped into the ring. From the right tunnel, it's the energetic acid girl with the sick moves, Ashido Mina. Mick announced as Mina walked out onto the field with a bright smile for the crowd. The Pincat happily waved as she made her way to the ring. "Go Mina." Toga and Toru cheered loudly for their friend. "Alright, are both competitors ready?" Midnight questioned the two teens as they stood across from each other. "Yep." Mina was bright and cheery, ready to fight and win again. "Yes ma'am." Iida replied politely. "Then you may begin." Midnight started the match with another sharp crack of her whip. Iida didn't say a word. His engines flared and he blitzed Mina in a blink. "What the?" Mina yelped as Iida blasted past her and then she felt his hands on her shoulders. "Hey wait. No can do, Ashido." Iida denied as he rocketed them both across the ring with his powerful legs and his quirk kicking into a higher gear. All the audience saw was a blur of blue and pink as Iida stopped suddenly, wincing at the strain on his legs. Mina went stumbling forward from the sudden stop and took 2 steps across the line marking the ring. When she got her bearings back from the sudden acceleration and then short stop, she realized where she was. Bushido is out of bounds. Midnight pointed her whip towards Iida. Iida wins the match. No fair. Mina pouted at the match ending before she could even do anything. "I didn't get to show my stuff at all." "My apologies, Ashido," Iida gave his classmate a short bow. "But I wanted to show my own prowess after my last match." The emphasis he put on the last word made it clear he was still not happy with what had happened. Yeah, I get it, Iida, no hard feelings." Mina waved his apology off with an understanding look. The two headed off the ring and made their way towards the Class 1 seating area. "Do your best, Himiko-chan." Izuku smiled at his girlfriend as she stood up to head down for her match against Todoroki. "I just need to get in close, right?" Toga grinned to him before pulling him into a kiss right in front of their whole class. Several of the girls blushed. Though Toru giggled and cooed about. How cute the two were together. Kaminari mumbled something about lucky seeing the two together. Mineta looked far too intently at the couple. Envy was practically coloring his face as he gave the duo a desperate look. "So jealous." Mineta ground out between clenched teeth. "Try not being so blatantly perverse then." Jiro stated flatly. Overhearing him with her quirk's heightened hearing. Mineta looked like someone had just shot an arrow through him. "She's right, you're an outright creep." Toru agreed with Jiro, sending another metaphorical arrow into Mineta. "Your lecherous behavior makes most of us want nothing to do with you." Momo spoke up and Mineta felt the third arrow pierce him. "You're also a coward, barely try to improve, and have no compunction about breaking rules to satisfy your lusts." Toga hammered in a few nails to go with the arrows. "That puts you in the negatives when it comes to boyfriend material." She hugged Izuku gently before leaving the booth. "They do have a point, bro." Kirishima gave Mineta a sympathetic look, but his tone was firm. "You should definitely ease up on the perverted stuff a bit. Stop checking off boxes on the creepy bastard list, you dumbass grape." Bakugo's comment was as usual direct and brutal. Izuku ignored most of the comments going on around him as he focused solely on the ring. Todoroki was powerful, and Toga was a close combat type. There were a few win scenarios for his girlfriend. But Todoroki's raw power along with his willingness to use it in force put her at a distinct disadvantage. "Do your best, Himiko-chan." Izuku murmured as he watched on. From the left tunnel comes the ice-cold recommendation student and one of the powerhouses of Class 1A. "It's Todoroki Shoto." Present Mick announced, and the crowd applauded and cheered, though with a notable drop from previous matches. It seemed no one had forgotten Todoroki's accident of almost dropping a glacier on the stands. The heterochromatic teen walked towards the ring with a focused look on his face. Everyone hoped he wouldn't be making the same mistake twice with his powerful quirk. From the right tunnel, it's the blonde that showed some great hand-to-hand skills last round, Toga Himiko. Mick exclaimed, while once more praising Toga's skills from her match against Achako. He Toga giggled as she walked forward. "Just need to keep to the left is all." "Are both of you ready to begin?" Midnight questioned as she looked between the two teenagers. "Yes." Todoroki stated plainly, his eyes locked onto his opponent. "Yep." Toga grinned as she surreptitiously made her first move ahead of the actual match. "You may begin." Midnight started the match with a crack of her whip as the crowd cheered. "I'll finish this quick." Todoroki was cut off as he jerked his head to the side to avoid the sneaker flying at his face. Toga dashed across the ring as Todoroki's eyes were focused on her shoe. With his instinctive reaction to the incoming object, his focus narrowed to the flying sneaker and he lost sight of her for an instant. When he dodged her preemptive attack, Toga shimmied her opposite foot out of her other shoe and kicked it towards Todoroki again. "Stop that." Todoroki wasted no time when the second sneaker came into his perception after dodging the first. Frost appeared from his breath, and the flying footwear was encased in a short pillar of ice that rose up from the floor. Gotcha. Toga grinned as Todoroki had done exactly what she thought he'd do, rely on his quirk. The hybrid quirk user didn't seem to realize that he'd cut off his own line of sight and once again lost track of Toga. But he was about to learn. But Todoroki only had half an instant to react when Toga dashed around his ice pillar on his left side. He didn't even consider using the fire half of his quirk at all, and it cost him. Toga's leg came up in a low kick that slammed into Todoroki's left knee. The joint buckled from the force, and Toga quickly latched onto her classmate's left arm and with a textbook hip toss, had him on the floor. She held onto his arm and wrenched it painfully behind his back into a hold. Todoroki grunted in pain as his arm popped before a punch slammed into the back of his head. Toga rushes Todoroki and succeeds in putting him on the floor. President Mick yelled loudly as the crowd roared and cheered at the unexpected result. Now she's raining down punches on his poor skull. Is he even conscious after that many blows? Her quirk wasn't applicable to the situation, but like a true hero, she figured out a way to deal with her opponent. Aizawa was giving praise in his own mostly flat way. Tricking the eye isn't too hard if you know how. Her hand-to-hand is also far better than most of her classmates. Forcing your opponent to play to your strengths is much more logical than fighting on their terms. Dead off. Todoroki growled after what had to be the fifth or sixth punch to his head. He'd been stunned by the quick actions of Toga and ended up on the floor before he'd known it. The punches slamming into his head over and over again left him dazed, and Toga's right leg was pinning his right arm to the floor. Unfortunately for the blonde, any contact with Todoroki's right side was too much. The eye seemingly exploded from Todoroki and Toga's position. Great sheets of frost rose upwards from the ring as the red and white-haired teen flexed his quirk to free himself. With a blast of cold air, the crystalline formation stopped growing and a light frosted mist hung in the air over the ring. Toga is unable to continue. Midnight called out after a moment for the mist to clear. The blonde girl was suspended partially inside one of the pillars of ice. She was conscious, but shivering heavily from the cold. Todoroki made it to his feet and cradled his abused head with his right hand. Todoroki advances to the next round. Before anyone else could speak, a green and blue blur slammed down onto the grass just outside the ring. Izuku rushed up the short steps and stood before the pillar of ice trapping his girlfriend. A wave of heat was pumped directly into the ice as Izuku placed his hand on the construct. The ice began to lose cohesion as it heated up. Then it became like slush and Toga slid down into Izuku's outstretched arms. Izuku. Toga's shivering and chattering teeth made it hard for her to talk. You were amazing, Himiko-chan. Izuku praised her with a bright smile that she adored. He practically wrapped his girlfriend in warmth with his quirk as he carried her out of the ring in a classic bridal carry. You almost had him, even without your quirk. Toga giggled as she snuggled into her boyfriend's warmth. She'd made a good showing against one of the favorites to win the sports festival, so she was happy with her placement. Sure, she'd have liked to knock Todoroki out and advance further, but being carried in Izuku's strong arms while he warmed her up was equally good in her eyes. Todoroki was sent to see a recovery girl for the multiple blows he took the back of the head. With the sheets and pillars of ice covering the ring, it appeared the next match would have to be postponed for a bit. Toga was okay with this outcome as she was sitting in Izuku's lap being cuddled. All the while her friends either giggled with her or blushed at her and Izuku's closeness. After a few minutes though, the number 2 pro hero, Endeavor, simply walked out onto the field without being asked or technically even allowed. The red-haired flame-covered man stepped into the frozen ring. In an instant there was nothing but intense flames. The fire roared as Endeavor flared his quirk for just a few moments. When the flames wavered into nothing, there wasn't a trace of moisture left on the ring. The pro hero simply turned and left the field the same way he'd entered without a word. Well. President Mick seemed just as stunned as everyone else in the arena at the unexpected help of the flame hero. With some help from the number 2 pro hero, Endeavor, we will now resume the matches. Good luck, Isaacin. Toga kissed his lips in front of their class again. Thank you, Himiko-chan. Izuku smiled as their lips separated. He gently picked her up from his lap and placed her in the seat next to his. Standing up, he noted that Bakugo had already left at some point. The green-eyed teen quickly left Class 1A's seating area and headed down towards the field. He only had a couple of minutes before President Mick would start the next match. Starting our first match of the third round, we have the Sunman of Class 1A, Midoriya Izuku. President Mick announced as Izuku walked out of his tunnel and towards the ring. Beat him down, Isaacin. Toga yelled out from the stands with a wicked grin on her face. There was no love lost between her and Bakugo. Facing him is the explosive powerhouse with an attitude, Bakugo Katsuki. President Mick hollered as Bakugo made his way to the ring with a scowl. Are you boys ready? Midnight checked with both teens. Ready. Izuku nodded as he bulked up and heat began to pour off his body. Let's get this over with. Bakugo's hands crackled with small explosions. Begin. Midnight cracked her whip. It was over almost instantly. Whether this was a long time coming, after years of bad blood between the two boys, or perhaps Izuku was in a bad mood from seeing Toga frozen in the last match. It could even be the simple fact that Toga had told him to. But Izuku didn't waste any time with Bakugo. Die. Bakugo blasted forward towards the one he'd called Deku, since they were practically toddlers. He was met with silence and a fist to his face. Izuku had blurred forward and slammed his fist into Bakugo's face without hesitation. The physical strength, backed up by the blast of pyrokinetic flames screaming off Izuku's right arm like jet thrusters, rocked Bakugo's body. The ash-blonde sight faded to black even as his body ragdolled through the air and landed on the grass outside the ring. It took 3 full seconds before anybody reacted. That was awesome, Isaacin. Toga laughed loudly as she cheered for her boyfriend. Bakugo is out of bounds. Midoriya is the winner. Midnight pointed her whip towards the already shrinking Izuku. The modern hero art history teacher seemed to still be processing the near-instant match. That has to be the fastest match we've ever seen at the sports festival. Present Mick was notably subdued as his voice came from the speakers in the arena. Midoriya home. I feel like this was a long time coming. Hisashi held Inko comfortingly. Izuku. Inko sniffled, she hated seeing her son upset in any way. But maybe this was needed for the two boys to put the past behind them. Bakugo home. You cocky little idiot. Bakugo Mitsuki sighed at her son's instant defeat. Maybe this would get her hot-headed punk to finally pull his head out of his own ass. Not like Aldera Junior High had done anything about his behavior. He's not going to be in a good mood when he gets home, Bakugo Masaru shook his head gently. I'll have a talk with him tonight. No. We'll have a talk with him. Mitsuki shook her head as she took her husband's hand. We both know he'll be fuming at being knocked out in one punch, but it's high time he learned that the world doesn't revolve around him and his quirk. UA. First-year sports festival stadium. Bakugo was carefully carted away by the medical robots towards Recovery Girl's temporary office. The red-eyed teen would wake up in a few minutes after treatment. His own quirk made him resistant to both shockwaves and heat, so he'd taken a bit less damage from Izuku's punch than most people would have. Not that he'd be happy with the results of the match regardless. Well. After that lightning-fast match, we'll move on to the second match of the third round. Present Mick tried to get the crowd over their shock and back into the excitement from earlier. That Midoriya boy shows promise. Endeavor muttered to himself as he waited for his son's next match. From the right tunnel once again comes the icy powerhouse of Class 1A. It's Todoroki Shoto. Present Mick hadn't been expecting to call the team back out so soon. It wouldn't have been possible without Recovery Girl's quirk. The elderly woman truly was the backbone of UA High. Todoroki approached the ring to applause and cheers, though there was definitely an undercurrent of murmuring and questions if one listened closely. From the left tunnel, it's the by-the-book speedster, Iida Tenya. Present Mick introduced as Iida walked towards the ring with a neutral and controlled expression. Alright, are you both ready to begin? Midnight checked with the two teens. Ready, ma'am. Iida nodded to their teacher. Yes. Todoroki kept his eyes on Iida. The recommended student was clearly focused on the match at hand. It seemed he'd had enough surprises during his matches after Toga's pummeling of his head. Begin. Midnight snapped her whip and Iida blitzed forward in a blur. Todoroki instantly froze the entire ring floor and Iida slipped on the ice. As the speedster fell from the loss of traction, the next wave of ice and frost barreled towards him. Thinking quickly, Iida fired his engines and did a mid-air backflip over the attack meant to encase him. Landing on the ice, he struggled to maintain his balance for a second before dropping into a runner's starting position. Recipro burst. Iida called out as blue flames burst from the exhaust pipes on the back of his legs. The second son of the Iida family disappeared and Todoroki was bum-rushed. Ice emerged behind where Todoroki used to be, along the edge of the ring, and the teens reappeared as Todoroki's back slammed into the hastily made wall. He coughed and wheezed from having the wind knocked out of him, but he'd stopped himself from being shoved out of bounds. Iida had no other moves to use while on the slick ice covering the ring floor, and Todoroki placed his right hand on Iida's shoulder. Frost covered the bespectacled teen rapidly and grew thicker and thicker to encase him. His engines guttered out and stalled as his recipro burst ended. In mere moments Iida was fully encased in ice except for his face. Iida is immobilized, Todoroki is the winner. Midnight declared as she saw the state of the two students. Todoroki slipped out of the frozen Iida's hold and placed his left hand on his classmate to start thawing him out. It was a gamble that almost paid off, as all were remarked of Iida's use of his trump card. Todoroki would have been the first one out of bounds if he had been a fraction of a second later in forming the ice wall behind his position. I didn't even see him move. That speed was insane. President Mick hollered, and the crowd seemed to agree as cheers and applause rang out for the match. We'll take a short break before we proceed to the final match of the tournament. Izuku and Todoroki spent this break in their respective prep rooms. There was much talk among the spectators about the outcome of the upcoming match. The previous showing of Izuku being able to near instantly melt Todoroki's glacier earlier didn't inspire much confidence for the son of Endeavor. "You think it'll just be a repeat of their match during our first combat class?" Toga questioned the class as a whole. "It is possible." Momo acknowledged the possibility. Midoriya's quirk practically nullifies Todoroki's. "I'd put my money on Midoriya in this match." Sato commented with a short nod. "Todoroki is strong, but Midoriya's quirk is like trying to fight the sun." Jiro mentioned thoughtfully. "Yeah, it's kinda hard to come up with a strategy to beat that kind of heat." Kirishima agreed while wondering if he could do anything against it with his quirk. "Well, we're about to find out." Mina pointed out as the speakers around the arena clicked back on. "Are you ready, sports festival fans?" President Mick cheered and the crowd responded loudly. "It's time for the final match of the tournament and it's going to be a clash of the elements. Fire versus ice. Which one will come out on top?" Izuku and Todoroki both walked out of their respective tunnels as the crowd cheered and roared. The two powerhouse students stepped into the ring at the same time and stared each other down. The tension inside the ring began to increase instantly. "Midoriya, are you ready?" Midnight looked towards the freckled boy. "Yes." Izuku nodded without taking his eyes off of Todoroki. "Todoroki, are you ready?" Midnight turned to face the heterochromatic teen. "Yes." Todoroki also didn't look away from Izuku. "Alright, both competitors are ready." Midnight declared as the crowd cheered in anticipation. "Let the final match begin." She cracked her whip and the temperature went insane. The glacier was sent towards Izuku instantly, even as a massive ball of fire and heat exploded off the rapidly growing teen. The two forces collided and a shockwave was released from the thermal shock. The glacier fractured from the sudden temperature shift while the flame and heat roared loudly as the temperature began to spike. "I will defeat you," Todoroki declared as he pushed his quirk further. The ring itself began to crack as it froze over. The wave of frost continued off the ring and froze over the grass around it on Todoroki's side. "You're welcome to try." Izuku's deeper voice replied as his body exuded an insane amount of heat and fire. "Tell me if this seems familiar, Todoroki." Izuku held his right hand above his head, palm up as an intense fireball swirled to life just above his skin. Midday sun. A small ball of intense flames began to rapidly expand. It grew larger and larger as the heat it generated continued to climb. The sphere of flames was soon half the size of Todoroki's glacier, if it had still been there of course. The ice had long since melted and the water evaporated away under the intense heat of the micro-sun. The temperature continued to climb even as Todoroki summoned another massive wave of ice. "What is that?" President Mick cried out as everyone witnessed the formation of what appeared to be a miniature star in the ring. "Even in the booth I'm starting to feel the heat." "Your ice will be nothing but slush before it reaches me, Todoroki." Izuku stared hard at his fellow hybrid quirk user. To prove his point he walked through a wave of rapidly melting and evaporating slush. "Your quirk isn't suited to temperatures like this." "I refuse to lose to a quirk like his." Todoroki focused and a large ice construct was formed behind him. It was similar to a battering ram and Izuku stalked closer towards Todoroki even as he watched layer upon layer of ice freeze over each other to make the implement. The instant it was done Todoroki launched the frigid battering ram towards Izuku. "Did you forget that pyrokinesis is only part of my quirk?" Izuku punched the flying battering ram with a good amount of his strength. The construct of ice, even layered as it was, shattered like spun glass into particulates of frost that near instantly evaporated. "I'm winning this match, Todoroki, I made a promise." What went unsaid was that Izuku was still a little angry at what Todoroki had done to Toga in their match. The heat continued to increase as Izuku maintained his midday sun. People in the audience were sweating heavily, some outright panting as the air rippled in an intense heat haze. Many of the pro heroes had removed parts of their costumes to help them cool off. Not that it was doing much as the temperature continued to climb. Midnight and Cementus were sheltering under a concrete bunker that the concrete-wielding hero had made. The thick walls would keep them safe for a while at least. "How can you be doing this?" Todoroki panted as even with his eyes, he was sweating savagely. Being directly under the midday sun was like an inferno bearing down on your body. No pyrokinetic should be capable of maintaining this. He blinked and wiped the sweat from his eyes as he noticed the cement ring liquefying under Izuku's feet as the other teen walked towards him. Every step turned the concrete into molten rock. The entire ring behind Izuku was already lost as he continued his approach. "I told you before that this is the result of almost 10 years of hard work, Todoroki." Izuku answered his classmate as he continued his advance. Already he could see the other boy's skin turning red as it slowly began to burn even with his heat resistance. Consider I'll defeat you by force. I refuse. To lose. To a quirk. Like Todoroki was cut off as Izuku blitzed forward and punched Todoroki in the face. The troubled half-cold, half-hot user felt his feet leave the ground. He experienced the weightlessness of reaching the apex of his launch via Izuku's fist and then briefly felt gravity reassert its hold on him as his vision faded out and the heat began to lessen. He hit the grass outside of the ring unconscious as the midday sun quickly dwindled away to nothing. Whatever problems you have with fire quirks are going to hinder you in your hero career, Todoroki. Izuku looked down at the unconscious teen. You can't hate every fire quirk, especially not when you have one yourself. You won't be any kind of hero by rejecting half of yourself. Todoroki is unconscious and out of bounds. Midnight called out as she came out of the concrete bunker that she and Cementus had been sheltering under. The winner of the sports festival tournament is Midoriya Izuku. It took a second for the applause to start, but once it did there was no stopping it. Cheers, yells, and calls rang out for the verdette as he walked off the half-melted ring before he began to shrink back down. Both Midnight and Cementus stared at what was left of the ring after Izuku and Todoroki's match. The portion that wasn't melted was cracked and damaged from instantly freezing over. If this hadn't been the final match, Cementus would have needed to remake the entire ring before the next match would have been able to start. Midoriya's power is absolutely insane, isn't it? Midnight questioned rhetorically. Indeed it is. Cementus answered anyway with a shake of his blocky head. There you have it. Present Mick yelled loudly, making Izawa grimace at the noise. Midoriya Izuku is this year's sports festival winner. Make some noise for the Sun Hero. If it was even possible, the crowd got louder in their cheering and applause for Izuku. None could match Toga screaming herself hoarse though. Midoriya home. Izuku. Inko was a fountain of happy tears as she watched her baby win the sports festival. You did it, Aizu. That's my hero. Hisashi couldn't have been prouder of his son. He held Inko closely and provided her tissues as she happily bawled over their son's success. The Midoriya family was definitely celebrating tonight. Sports Festival Stadium. Shoto. Endeavor shook his head at his stubborn son. If you'd have practiced with your left side, your heat resistance would be much higher. You can't keep limiting yourself like this. A hero can't half do their job. He understood why his son resented his left side, why Shoto resented him, but he'd be damned if his son stepped into the world of heroics half-cocked and even less prepared. You'll see, Shoto, you'll see where resentment leads a person. But that Endeavor turned away and headed for the exit. He had a couple of internship offers to fill out. Medal ceremony. Izuku stood on the first place platform staring out into a sea of cameras as the media was allowed to get closer for the ceremony. On the second place platform was Todoroki, who looked conflicted and deep in thought. Standing on the third place platform was an oddly quiet Bakugo. Izuku was curious as to where Iida was though. The bespectacled boy should be standing beside Bakugo on the third place platform. Now for the medals. Midnight spoke loudly into her microphone. Presenting them this year is. You know who. I am. The familiar voice of the number one hero rang out from the top of the arena as he leapt towards the platforms. The excitement of the media spiked as the man landed on the ground before the top finishers of this year's first-year sports festival. Here. With the medals. All Might declared as he rose to his full height with his signature smile on his face. It's All Might. Midnight called out with a grin after seeing the blond man's entrance. The first years are really something this year. Even All Might came to watch. One pro hero noted as All Might walked up to the third place platform with a bronze medal. You have great strength, young Bakugo. All Might placed the bronze medal on the strangely quiet teen. But no hero can do everything alone. Learn from both success as well as defeat and you'll go far. Right? Bakugo stared at his bronze medal contemplatively. Young Todoroki, your matches were excellent. All Might praised the red and white-haired boy. But you'll never get to where you want to be if you reject who you are. Your quirk is yours, not anyone else's. Become the hero you wish to be with your quirk. He encouraged the team quietly as Todoroki's eyes widened at the number one hero's words. The silver medal sat around his neck mostly ignored. Young Midoriya, you were quite the spectacle today. All Might smiled widely at the verdette while placing the gold medal around his neck. With the hard work you've clearly put into your quirk, I'm sure you'll go far in the hero world. The future is looking very bright. Thank you, All Might. Izuku was trying really hard not to either nerd out or panic with all of the cameras focused on him and All Might. If he used his quirk this wouldn't be a problem, but he had to get used to this without relying on his quirk's effect on his mental state. These are your winners. All Might declared to the crowd and the mass of media cameras. But hold on, everyone. Everyone here today has the potential to be standing up here. We all witnessed it. Competition. Encouragement. Pushing each other to climb higher. And higher. The students of today will become the heroes of tomorrow. In that spirit, let's have one final cheer. The crowd was abuzz with energy as they all prepared to say the famous motto of UA High. Everyone say it with me. All Might shouted out as he raised his arm, his index finger pointing into the air. 1, 2, and plus ultra. The entire stadium roared and thundering applause rang out. I'm glad they drowned me out now. All Might hadn't been heard saying thank you for your hard work. Instead of plus ultra due to the sheer volume of the crowd. That would have been awkward. The long weekend that the UA students got after the sports festival was over. Toga and Izuku were returning to school under a rainy sky on their normal morning train. It's more crowded than usual. Toga noted on the packed train as she and Izuku stood next to each other, holding onto the overhead handles. Everyone's probably trying to get to their destination as fast as possible. The weather says it's supposed to rain all day. Izuku mentioned as he checked his phone for the forecast. Excuse me, but are you Midoriya from class 1A? An average-looking man asked the verdette teen. That one question seemingly set off a chain of realization. Every passenger in the train car turned to look at Izuku. It was not that hard to recognize him though. With his green hair, matching eyes, the freckles, the UA uniform. In the next second a young woman probably in college noticed Toga standing right next to Izuku. The excitement in the train car increased even more. Soon, everyone was praising the couple. Good job at the sports festival. You were amazing out there. The first man congratulated Izuku. You were first place in every round. You dominated. The competition didn't stand a chance. Another man gave Izuku thumbs up. You were so cool. The young woman smiled at Toga. You almost beat the Todoroki boy even without using your quirk. You really think on your feet. I was so impressed by your fights. A young man praised Toga with a grin. I laughed at how awesome your cavalry battle strategy was. Another commuter chuckled. Right? They couldn't even be touched. A responding laugh from a different passenger followed. When you melted that huge glacier over the stands, I was totally on the edge of my seat at home. A woman exclaimed with her hand over her heart. You must have worked super hard to get where you are today. Keep up the great work. An older man nodded to the two teens. Are you two dating? This came from a girl in a junior high school uniform and was followed by her friends giggling beside her. Izuku had to admit that being congratulated was quite the experience from so many people, but it soon started to get overwhelming. Everyone on the train praising him for his power and control of his quirk, some mentioning how his student pledge was one of the best they'd heard in years. It was all very much appreciated, but all at once was almost too much. Toga was grinning ear to ear from the praise. After years of people calling her weird or saying that her quirk was creepy and like a villain's, she enjoyed the genuine praise and support from the people. She'd made a real impression, a positive one too, on a lot of viewers for not solely relying on her quirk throughout the festival. When their stop came up, the commuters made a path for the two Hero Corps students to exit. Izuku and Toga thanked all of them for their support as they disembarked onto the train platform. Their attention was called back to the nice man that had first recognized Izuku. Your best, heroes. He smiled brightly at the two teens. We will. Toga and Izuku smiled back and waved to the passengers as the doors closed. Leaving the train station, the couple walked the short distance towards UA under their shared umbrella. The two talked about what had happened on the train, and Izuku was happy to see how much of a positive impact it had on Toga. She was proving to both herself and to all those that had mocked her quirk while growing up that she could be a hero. I guess this is what pro heroes go through every day with the public. Izuku mused as he and Toga were getting close to the front gate. Toga. Midoriya. Ichako called out to the couple. The brunette was walking with Tsuyu, both with an umbrella over their heads. Ichako, Tsu. Toga beamed at her friends after not seeing them for a few days. Good morning, Ichako, Tsuyu. Izuku returned the greeting as they walked closer to the gate. Have either of you seen Iida? He hasn't responded to any texts I've sent him. It was shortly after the medals were given out that Class 1 had found out that Iida had to leave due to a family emergency. The news that had broken that evening had let the whole class know what the emergency had been. The Turbo Hero. Ingenium had been attacked by the hero killer, Stain. It was no surprise that a majority of their class was worried about Iida and his older brother. No. Not since he left during the festival, Ichako shook her head, her worry obvious. Me neither. Sai looked worried for their friend and classmate. I hope he is alright, Izuku sighed as they entered the school grounds. Good morning, everyone. Iida greeted them as he dashed past them. Iida. Izuku blinked at the poncho and rain boots combo the speedster was wearing. Why are you walking so slowly? We don't have much time. Iida commented as he slowed his pace to talk. You're going to be late. Late? But there's still 5 minutes until the first bell. Toga glanced at her phone for the time. We'll be early at this rate, Kiro. Saya mentioned with a nod as they got to the front doors. UA students should always arrive 10 minutes early. Tenya declared as they got to the shoes lockers and began to switch to their uniform shoes. Iida, well. Izuku wasn't sure how to bring up the subject, but he knew he should ask. I heard about what happened to Ingenium, your brother, I wanted. There is no need to worry, Midoriya. I apologize for not replying to your texts these past few days and worrying you needlessly. Iida pulled his uniform shoes on. Everything will be fine. My brother's life isn't in danger. I wanted to congratulate you on winning first place, though. I saw the highlights on the internet and you truly outshone us all. Good work, I hope I can get to your level someday. He nodded before heading for their classroom. Thanks. Izuku accepted the congratulations with a forced smile at his friend's back. It was clear that what had happened to his brother was weighing heavily on Iida's shoulders. The group walked into their classroom to see that everyone was happily discussing the aftermath of the festival. In particular all of the attention they had attracted during the long weekend. It's so different when they broadcast the matches on TV, huh? Lots of people recognized me on the way here. Mina exclaimed with a bright grin. Yeah, me too. Shiro rubbed the back of his head. There were a bunch of kids in my neighborhood that all said the same thing every time they saw me though. Nice try. Jiro guessed and Shiro hung his head. People were staring at me too. It was kind of embarrassing. Toru giggled as her sleeves moved upwards, indicating that the invisible girl was covering her cheeks with her hands. Isn't that normal for you, Toru? Mina questioned playfully. Just one sports festival and now we're practically celebrities, huh? Kaminari chuckled at how quickly they'd become recognized. Don't get a big head. Jiro rolled her eyes at the blonde boy. As everyone was chatting, Izuku was making some small additions to his current quirk notebook. Having seen so many quirks at the sports festival, he'd spent his long weekend writing them all down and speculating about them. When he wasn't celebrating with his parents or spending time with Toga, of course. Is Mineta sick today? Kirishima commented on the short boy's empty desk. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen him today either. Sato mentioned with a thoughtful look. You okay, Kaminari? Shoji asked the electrification quirk user. Everyone turned to face him and noticed the blonde had stiffened up in his seat. It was a far cry from the relaxed attitude he'd had just a bit ago. Mineta may not be coming, Kaminari looked down at his desk. Aizawa wasn't kidding when he called us out for that prank with the cheerleading outfits. I'm actually on disciplinary probation right now, if I mess up again I'll be out of the hero course. Oh damn. Mina blinked at him. I didn't appreciate the prank, especially not on national TV, but damn. We reap what we sow. Tokoyami spoke up from his seat. I'm not really sad about this, sorry, not sorry. Toga shrugged, and her feelings were at least partially felt by the rest of the girls and understood by the boys. He was a creep, he always put his perversion first and never attempted to change. I can't really say he was hero material, you know. Still, Izuku let out a sigh. Losing out on your dream to be a hero has got to be devastating. Girls, Kaminari mumbled from his seat. Mineta's reason for wanting to be a hero was to get popular with a lot of girls. Of course it was. Toru let out a cross between a sigh and a huff. Good morning, students, Aizawa greeted his class as he entered the room a few seconds before the bell rang. Good morning, Aizawa-sensei. The class replied, as the ones that weren't in their seats quickly took them. Only 2 seconds this time, that's better. Aizawa nodded to them as he stood behind the podium at the front of the class. We have 2 things to go over today. The erasure user looked at the class seriously. The first, as you might have noticed, is that Mineta is no longer a member of Class 1A. His behavior, his effort, and his display in the sports festival, here the man's eyes narrowed onto Kaminari, who straightened up even more in his seat. Have all been less than acceptable for a hero core student. So are we getting a new classmate, or are we going to be a class of 19 from now on? Momo questioned after raising her hand. Come in, Aizawa looked towards the door as he spoke. It's time for you to meet your new classmates. The door opened and Shinso Hitachi walked into the class until he stood next to the podium. There were many hushed comments and murmurs as the brainwash quirk user stood before the class. I'm Shinso Hitachi. I'll be your classmate from today onwards. Shinso gave a short bow to the 19 other students. Take your seat. We still have things to do today. Aizawa motioned to the empty desk and Shinso strode over to it and sat down. If one looked closely, they would notice a light in the tired-looking teen's eyes and a small grin on his face. I did it, Shinso thought to himself happily. I made my way into the hero course on my own merits. Even with a quirk like mine, I'm going to be a hero. It was understandable that he was incredibly happy about reaching the first step towards his goal, even if he refused to show it on his face. The second thing we'll be doing today is going over your first internships. Over the long weekend we received internship offers from pro heroes all around the country. Azawa explained to the teens. The actual drafting usually begins in earnest during your second year, after students have gained enough experience to become immediate assets to the pros. This is so exciting. Mina was practically bouncing in her seat. In other words, Azawa looked at Mina, who quickly quieted down. If a pro extends an offer to any of you, then it means they're interested in your future potential. These offers are often cancelled if the interest dies down after graduation. Adults are so selfish, Kaminari muttered from his seat with a grimace. So, we'll have to prove ourselves once we get picked, right? Toru questioned with her hand raised. Correct. Don't fret if you aren't picked right now. UA has deals with multiple hero agencies that are willing to take on those of you who didn't get offers this time around. Here are the offers for this year, for Class 1A. Azawa informed as he hit a button and the screen behind him switched on. Midoriya Izuku 5046, Todoroki Shoto 4008, Bakugo Katsuki 3275. Aoi Rozu Momo 1285, Ida Tenya 301. Toga Himiko 298. Kaminari Denki 272. Tokoyami Fumikage 108, Kirishima Ijiro 68, Ashido Mina 23. Uraraka Achako 15, Shirohanta 14, Shinso Hitachi 5. Normally, the numbers are more spread out, but this year the top 3 have caught everyone's eyes. Azawa mentioned flatly at the large discrepancy between offers. Murmuring immediately broke out among the students, all with varying reactions. Many were happy that they had actually received offers even though they'd been taken out early in the third round. Some noted the varying amounts curiously between those that did receive offers. Over 5,000. Midoriya, you're so popular. Kaminari gaped at the huge number that eclipsed all the others. Man, such a huge difference, Shiro noted, even though he was very happy to have received the offers he did. Being instantly shown up by Todoroki in their match hadn't inspired confidence in the tape quirk user. Those pros obviously don't know a good thing when they see one. Aoyama grumbled at not having any offers. He'd made it to the third round too. Midoriya first, Todoroki second, Bakugo third. Kirishima noted the order. It's the same as their placement in the festival. Sato nodded along with the redeed. Yeah, Momo, you did great, over 1200 offers. Jiro smiled at her friend. I'm very happy that so many pro heroes see potential in me. Momo's eyes were sparkling and the Ravenet was bouncing slightly in her seat. CUTE was the thought of everyone that saw it. Ida. We got offers. Achako was shaking the engine quirk user by the shoulders from behind. Her excitement was through the roof. You all got a brief glimpse of actual villains at the USJ. But getting to work directly with pro heroes in the field firsthand will be a much more informative experience. Azawa mentioned to the teens. That being said, you'll need hero names for your internships. Hero names. The majority of the class whooped with joy. This is starting to get fun. Mina chirped and cheered. Azawa's eyes glowing red with his quirk silenced the excited students. These hero names will likely be temporary. But take them seriously or you'll have hell to pay later. Midnight cut Azawa off as she threw open the door to the classroom. Several of the guys perked up and let their eyes follow the woman as she strutted into the room with a sway in her hips and her hands behind her head. What you pick? The day could be your hero name for life. You better be careful or you'll be stuck with something utterly indecent. It's Miss Midnight. Several of the students called out in unison. Yeah, she's got a good point. Azawa acknowledged as Midnight stopped beside the podium. Midnight is going to have final approval over your names. He bent down to pick up his yellow sleeping bag off the floor. It's not really my forte. He recalled exactly how he'd gotten his hero name because of President Mick back when they were in school. The name you give yourself is important. It helps reinforce your image and shows what kind of hero you want to be in the future. A hero name tells people exactly what you represent. Everyone will take a whiteboard and a marker and think up ideas. Midnight handed sets of 5 to the first desk in each row. Once you've thought up a name, raise your hand and you'll be called up to the podium to share and for final approval. Azawa watched for a few moments before climbing into his sleeping bag. He leaned up against the wall and was quickly asleep. The class would have been quiet even if they weren't busy trying to think up hero names. I'm pretty sure I already know what name I want. Izuku thought back to the day he'd found an old hero that had a similar quirk to his own. It was a foreign hero from the first few years that heroes had become a legal career rather than being considered vigilantes. He'd always liked the man's hero name too. Alright, let's start presenting those who have already come up with ideas. Midnight spoke up at the 5-minute mark. The first to present his idea was Aoyama, who confidently stood up before anyone could be called and walked up to the front. Hold your breath. Aoyama cautioned his classmates. The shining hero, my name is I cannot stop twinkling. Monami, you can't deny. My sparkles. That's a sentence. Almost the entire class blanched at the name. It'll be better this way, Midnight wrote on the small whiteboard for a few seconds. Take out the I and shorten the cannot to can't. She turned the board to face the blonde teen. Merci, mademoiselle, it's stunning. Aoyama thanked the teacher before returning to his seat. She likes it. Several members exclaimed in shock. Bakataki let me go next. Mina pranced up to the podium with a smile. My hero name. Acid Pink. She winked at the class with a grin. There you go. Midnight approved with a smile. On point and easy to remember. Good job. Mina giggled happily as she went back to her seat. Mind if I go next? Sai raised her hand. Come on up. Midnight agreed while pointing to the frog form user. I've had this name in mind since elementary school, Sai turned her whiteboard around. Rainy season hero. Froppy. That's delightful. Midnight gushed. It makes you sound approachable, what a great example of a name that everyone will love. Sai croaked happily as she returned to her seat to the cheers of her classmates. I've got mine, Izuku stood up and headed for the podium after sharing a smile with Toga. The sun hero. Eskener. Oh, Midnight grinned at the name. You're paying homage to the proud hero. Eskener from the United Kingdom. Yes, Izuku nodded to his teacher. He's really old. He was one of the first legal heroes from back in the day, but his quirk was very similar to mine. I always thought how he stood up to any threat and any disaster like a beacon of hope was amazing. He was the all might of his day, and it really inspired me that someone with a quirk like mine had already walked the path of a hero. If you're bearing the name of someone you admire, then you have that much more to live up to. Midnight smiled at her student. I accept that challenge. Izuku smiled back confidently. That's so manly, bro. Kirishima fist bumped Izuku as they passed each other. It makes me feel proud that we're doing the same thing. The Redeed made his way to the podium next. The sturdy hero. Red Riot. Oh my, another homage. Midnight clapped with a wide smile on her face. A fan of the chivalrous hero. Crimson Riot. Yeah, he's kinda old school, but I've always wanted to be a hero like him, Crimson is my idol. Kirishima grinned brightly. Then the same advice applies to you, Kirishima, Midnight gave the boy a grin. Living up to the ideals that inspire us can be difficult sometimes. But for those that shoulder those burdens to carry on the names of heroes past, it is a requirement. I know, and that's a weight that I'll happily bear. Kirishima clenched his fists in front of him. I'll stand up and inspire others just like Crimson did, no matter the situation I'll face it through and push past all fear and doubt. Wonderful. Midnight beamed at the hardening quirk user. Me next, me next. Toga cheered when Kirishima sat down. The blonde skipped up to the podium happily before presenting her whiteboard to the class. The transforming hero. Doppel. Oh, that's cute. Midnight cooed at the name. You took Doppel from Doppelganger because of your quirk. I love it. The Toga giggled happily at the praise. From there it was mostly smooth sailing. Jiro had named herself after her quirk with Hearing Hero. Earphone Jack. Momo had done much the same with the Everything Hero. Creati. Sato had chosen the Sweets Hero. Sugarman. Siro was the Taping Hero. Cellophane. Kaminari had proudly declared himself to be the Stun Gun Hero. Charge Bolt. Tokoyami had gone with Jet Black Hero. Tsukiyomi. Shoji had used a portmanteau with the Tentacle Hero. Tentacle. Toru had gone simple with Stealth Hero. Invisible Girl. Achako's Weightless Hero. Uravity had gotten a coup from Midnight before being approved. Koda had gone with the Petting Hero. Anima. Ping Explosion Murder. Bakugo declared only to be instantly shot down by Midnight. Shoto. Todoroki had just decided to use his name. He didn't have a concrete idea of what kind of hero he wanted to be just yet. I don't really have anything planned. Shinso admitted to Midnight. That's fine. You've only just transferred into the hero course. Midnight cut the new student some slack. Make sure you think about it during your internship though, some real experience might help you decide. Thank you ma'am. Shinso gave a short bow from his desk. This is going more smoothly than I thought it would. All that's left is Iida and Bakugo who needs to rethink his. Midnight noted. Iida looked down at his board and began to write for a second before he stopped, hesitating on the name that had come to his mind. He thought back to when he'd seen his brother in the hospital. His brother, Tensei, had confessed that his injuries were bad enough that he would not be able to keep working as a hero. It had nearly broken Iida's heart to see his brother in that state. To hear from his role model and elder brother that Ingenium would have to retire when he'd always done so much good. It had always been Iida's plan to learn under his brother's tutelage as a sidekick after he graduated. But now that future had been ruthlessly cut down by the hero killer, Stain. Would you take the name Ingenium for me, brother? Tensei had requested that day in the hospital. I'm sorry, Tensei. I can't. I'm not worthy of such a name. Not yet. Iida shook his head before he erased what he had written. He simply wrote down his own name as Todoroki had. Are you sure? Midnight seemed disappointed but accepted it. She was fairly close friends with Tensei. It wouldn't surprise her if he'd asked his little brother to take on the name Ingenium for him. Lord Explosion Murder. Bakugo declared to the class. That's basically the same thing. Midnight stated flatly. If you can't come up with something less violent, then you'll have to use your own name too. Why don't you be Explosion Boy? Kirishima shouted out a suggestion. Shiro and Kaminari both cracked up laughing at the name. You shut up, shitty hair. Bakugo roared back at the other boy. He eventually agreed to just use his name for now, after a few more attempts and variations of the last two names. Alright, Eraser, wake up. Midnight shook their homeroom teacher awake. We've finished with the names. Okay, I'm up, Aizawa blinked for a moment before standing up inside his sleeping bag and then letting it drop down to his waist. Now that everyone has chosen their hero names, we can go back to talking about your internships. He gazed out over his class to make sure they were all paying attention. They'll last for 1 week. As for who you'll be working with, those with offers will choose from the ones that were sent to them. Everyone else will have a different list to choose from. You have a lot to think about. There are roughly 40 agencies from around the country that have agreed to take on interns from your class. Each agency has a different specialty that their heroes focus on, keep that in mind. If you plan to be a rescue hero in the future, you'll want to choose an agency that specializes in that field. Midnight offered a simple example to the class. Think carefully before you decide. Aizawa instructed his students. Yes sir. The class replied in unison. The bell rang and the lists were passed out for the students to look over during the break before the next class started. I want to fight crime and bad guys in a big city. Kirishima grinned as he looked over his list of offers. I'm hoping for a place with a lot of water, maybe a lake. Sai looked at the list she'd been given thoughtfully. Just turn in your choices before the weekend. Aizawa informed them as he and Midnight left the room, the modern hero art history teacher waving to the kids with a smile. We only have a few days. Shiro cried out in dismay. Yes, so you should start now. Aizawa replied before closing the door behind him. Tatter filled the classroom as the students looked over the various lists. Toga and Izuku were happily comparing agencies when Toru spotted a specific name on the yellow-eyed girl's list. Whoa. Toga-chan has a big name on her list. Toru exclaimed as she hugged her friend. Who did you get, Toga? Mina was already super interested. Headshot. Toru answered before Toga could. The number 5 pro hero. Kaminari shouted in shock. That's super impressive, Toga-chan. Sayu smiled at her friend. She's not the only one either. Jiro spoke up from her spot next to Momo. Yeah, Momo has an offer from him too. I do. Momo blinked, having stopped on the name Iwabami and had been considering the woman's history and popularity. Her eyes went down to the spot on her list that Jiro was touching with her jack. I do. The creation quirk user exclaimed excitedly with sparkles in her eyes. That shot would be a good fit for both of you. Izuku started mumbling about the number 5 pro and his style of hero work. Momo listened intently and tried to keep up to hear what benefits her classmate came up with. Toga just giggled since she was used to it. I wonder who else I have on my list. Tokoyami flipped through the pages until he stopped dead on a particular name. Hawks. Really? The raven-headed teen muttered in shock. The rest of the class with offers started flipping through their lists as well. Hoping not to miss any particular heroes, like those in the top 10, that had seen potential in them. He's on here. Iida mumbled quietly as he saw a specific name that he knew was based in Hosu City, the same city his brother was attacked in. Manuel. Absolutely not. Aizawa stated with a flat tone, his eyes boring into Iida's. Do you think we're unaware of the situation with your brother, Iida? Sir, No. I wasn't. Iida couldn't form a proper sentence at his internship form being instantly rejected. Your internship will not be anywhere near Hosu, Iida. Aizawa's statement was delivered with finality. Either you pick a different internship or one will be chosen for you. He handed the teen back his internship form and watched him leave the teacher's lounge with his head hung low. I honestly can't believe he tried that. Midnight sighed as she looked at the closed door. Does he really think Tensei wants to be avenged like that? Regardless of what he thinks, we're not about to let one of our students go after a serial killer for revenge. Aizawa shook his head at the mere thought. Lunch. Have any of you decided which hero agency you're gonna intern with? Mina questioned the group at large with a curious look. I'm having some trouble deciding. I'm going with Edshot. Toga smiled at her pink friend. How can I turn down a chance to work with a number 5 pro hero, right? I'm choosing Edshot as well, Momo smiled brightly, once again making everyone call her cute internally. I never suspected I'd get an offer from such a high-ranking pro hero, it'll be an honor and a privilege to learn from him. We'll be together for the whole week, yeah Momo. Toga grinned widely at her friend. Maybe we learn all sorts of ninja tricks. Both girls were smiling happily at each other over their upcoming internship. I'm going with Gunhead. Ochako spoke up with a nod. I got an offer from him and I realized I could really use more work on my hand-to-hand combat. Toga-chan was so much better during our match. Plus more options will make me more useful in the field. Heck yeah, Chako. Toga beamed at the perma-blushing brunette. I'll spar with you after our internships and we'll see how much you've improved. You're on. Ochako had a flare of her determined and competitive aura flare up around her for an instant before she was all smiles again. I was surprised to find the offer, but I'm going with Hawks. Tokoyami informed and almost everyone at the table whipped around to look at the bird-headed teen. Hawks. Several of them exclaimed all at once. Yes, I was surprised, as I said. Tokoyami blinked at the large reaction. I'm sure I'll learn a lot from a hero that has climbed the rankings so quickly. He's also really hot. Toru giggled and Mina was quick to join her. I'm heading for Fourth Kind's agency. Kirishima was next with a grin. He's a tough hero that really focuses on keeping crime down and doing public works. It's gonna be a blast. Where are you looking at, Sue? Ochako questioned her verdette friend curiously. I've narrowed it down to about 3 places, but Selkie is my top choice at the moment. Sai replied after a sip of her drink. He's a big water rescue hero and works closely with the Coast Guard and stuff. I'm sure I'll learn a lot while I'm there. Thanks, sounds perfect for you, Sue-chan. Toga high-fived the frog-like girl getting a cute Kiro from Sai. Who are you planning to intern with, Midoriya? Toru asked the winner of the sports festival with an excited voice. Oh. I got an offer from Endeavor, so I'm going to be interning at his agency. Izuku informed and most of the table went quiet in surprise. I'm sure a hero like him will have plenty to teach about all aspects of hero work, from the field to the office work and everything in between. Our quirks are both fire-based too, so I'm hoping that I might be able to learn a bit more about using my pyrokinesis while I'm there. I guess that makes sense, Kaminari looked thoughtful. The similarities between your quirks and the fact that you practically dominated the sports festival would definitely get you noticed by the number 2 hero. I think you might be better than him with your pyrokinesis already. Toga stated with a grin as she leaned against her boyfriend. Thank you, Himiko-chan. Izuku smiled warmly at her. The two were too wrapped up in each other to hear the coos and giggles coming from Toru and Mina. After school. Hey, Isaacin, can you come over to my house today? Toga asked as they headed for the train station together. Yeah, I'll just text my parents that I'll be home late. Izuku pulled out his phone to send off the text. Great, Toga smiled happily as she gently swung their clasped hands back and forth a bit. I have a surprise for you. A surprise? Izuku cocked an eyebrow at her. Toga hummed with a teasing grin. I guess I'll wait until we get there then, I get the feeling that you wouldn't tell me even if I asked. Izuku chuckled as he gently squeezed her hand. Nope. Toga popped the pea with a giggle. The couple made it to the station and only had to wait a few minutes for their train to arrive. The train ride to Toga's stop wasn't too long and the teens just enjoyed their time together. After disembarking at the proper station, they walked down the streets until coming to Toga's house. One sec, Toga input the gate code and the latch clicked. Come on in, Isaacin. She opened the gate for him and closed it afterwards. The two walked up the short path to the front door and Toga unlocked it. She welcomed her boyfriend inside as they both removed their shoes. It's quiet. Izuku noticed the lack of sound. Because no one else is home, Toga pressed herself into his back with a purr in her voice. My parents are working late tonight, so we have the whole house to ourselves. Emiko-chan. Izuku turned to face her only to meet her lips for a kiss. Now I can give you the present that I wanted to give you for winning the sports festival. Izukun. Toga gave him a sexy smile as she pressed her body flush against his chest. You're sure about this, Himiko-chan? Izuku looked into her yellow eyes seriously, making sure that she truly wanted to take this step together. I've never been more sure about anything in my life, Isaacin. Toga's sincere reply and the love in her gaze said more than even her words could hope to convey. I love you, Himiko. Izuku leaned into her lips. I love you too, Izuku. Toga met his lips and the two wrapped their arms around each other as they kissed. I did say our first time would be in a proper bed. Izuku smiled warmly at his girlfriend before scooping her into his arms for a bridal carry. He walked up the stairs towards Toga's room with the blonde giggling happily as she peppered his neck and cheek with kisses. Izu. Toga moaned hotly as they kissed in her bedroom. Himiko. Izuku murmured back to his girlfriend. The two of them were all over each other the moment Toga's bedroom door had closed behind them. Hands roaming, lips meeting, and the passion was rising. Toga quickly removed her jacket, tie, and started on her button-up shirt. Izuku followed her lead, removing his clothes as fast as he could. Toga dropped her skirt and pulled her panties off quickly, just as Izuku tossed his pants and boxers to the side. With a playful giggle, Toga undid the bun she kept her hair in, letting the long blonde locks cascade down her back. The hybrid quirk user drank in the side of her beautiful body greedily. Her perky breasts, each capped with a light pink nipple, her trim-toned stomach, and her bare sex. He was already at full mast even as Toga pulled him towards her bed. With a playful shove, he was sitting on the edge of her bed as she dropped to her knees in front of him. Her fingers ran up his length teasingly. She applied the barest of pressure while letting her warm breath roll over his shaft and enjoyed how he twitched under her fingertips. Toga moaned throatily as she admired her boyfriend's impressive size again. She began to pant and then placed a kiss on the head of his shaft. Izuku rumbled in pleasure at the feel of her soft lips. Taking hold of the base of his cock, Toga locked eyes with Izuku as she dragged her tongue from base to tip along the underside of his cock. Izuku matched her gaze as his hand gently threaded through her blonde locks and eased her towards his shaft. The smoldering gaze they held only increased their passion for each other as Toga opened her mouth. Her tongue lolled out and teased his head before guiding it into her warm mouth. Her tongue cradled his length as she took him deeper and deeper and then, without any hesitation, she took him into her throat. "Himiko?" Izuku gasped as his girlfriend showed off her oral skills. He did everything he could to not use his hand running through her hair to force her to go faster. Toga didn't mind, usually, she was a fan of a little roughness in their intimacy. But right now she was showing her love and affection for Izuku as she bobbed up and down his cock. He wouldn't change her rhythm for anything as they held each other's gaze. MMPH. MMM. Toga's muffled moans were mixed with lewd sucking noises as she bobbed her head up and down his length. She repeatedly took him to the base, holding him in her throat and swallowing a few times to send bolts of pleasure straight into Izuku's brain. She wanted him to feel as good as possible. She loved the looks and sounds she caused him to make. They turned her on so much every time she heard them. Eventually though, Izuku couldn't hold himself back, he had to do something. "Himiko-chan." Izuku panted out before he pulled her back off his length. "Izu." Toga let out a confused yelp as Izuku pulled her up off her knees. He wrapped his arms around her waist and fell back on the bed with her. Before Toga knew what was going on she was flipped around and ended up straddling Izuku's face, reverse cowgirl style. Toga moaned lewdly as Izuku's tongue began to lap at her wet pussy while his hands played with her bouncy booty. She moaned at the feeling of his skillful tongue and nearly collapsed forward. Realizing their current position, Toga smiled sexily before lying on her boyfriend in the 69 position. With a sinful purr. From her lips she took Izuku back into her mouth and straight into her throat. In seconds she was bobbing her head up and down his length again. Only muffled moans and the sounds of their oral activities permeated the bedroom now. Toga deep-throated Izuku's cock and hummed, reflexively swallowing on his length to try and coax him into release. In truth, she wasn't far from her own climax either. With Izuku's skill and familiarity with her body, she was quickly coming undone. Izuku's tongue delved deep into her depths, while his hands continued to play with her round-ass cheeks. He kept pulling his tongue from her soaked pussy to lap at her clit, and she bucked into his mouth each time as pleasure shot up her spine. The couple was jazzing release. Together and everything apart from each other had faded from their awareness. Toga let out a muffled squeal as she slammed her hips downward, shoving Izuku's face deeper into her climaxing sex. Izuku didn't stop his oral assault. He only grabbed her ass tighter and lavished her pussy even through her orgasm. Toga felt his length. Swell and pulse in her throat. She gagged herself again as she swallowed a few more times and was rewarded with a blast of her boyfriend's cum. His entire first shot went straight into her stomach. She pulled back, sucking lewdly up Izuku's length as the second shot erupted into her mouth. The taste of Izuku's seed after so long since their last time sent another tremor through Toga's body. She mewed happily and took the third shot into her mouth. The fourth shot hit as she swallowed down the third. Toga played with her treat, swirling it around with her tongue as Izuku's first climax tapered off. Izuku rumbled from beneath her as he easily lifted her hips off his face. Izuku Toga moaned as she freed him from her lips and looked at him over her shoulder. The two found their positions switched as Izuku flipped them and pinned Toga to the bed. Yes. Toga purred lewdly as she spread her legs for him. Izuku lined himself up and then eased his way inside of her for the first time. She mewed and clutched onto him as he filled her more and more. Izuku. Toga cried out his name as he pushed into her deepest spot and triggered a mini-gasm. The couple quickly devolved into moans, mewls, groans, and rumbles of pleasure as they made love for the first time. Their lips met and tongues entwined as they continued to shower each other in as much love and affection as possible. Izuku had one hand on her ass, while his other was playing with one of her perky tits. He broke away from her lips to kiss his way down her neck and then captured her bouncing tit into his mouth. Toga could only pant and moan as she grabbed the back of his head to pull him even closer. She rolled her hips to match his thrusts into her soaked sex. Every time Izuku bottomed out inside of her, lights went off in Toga's vision. Izu. More. More. Toga thrashed her head back and forth as their pace increased. Sweat matted her bangs to her forehead as she clutched onto her boyfriend and matched his pace. She'd longed for this. Needed this. It was what she'd been waiting for so long. Izuku throbbed inside her tight heat and Toga was nearly clawing his back as her vision began to develop spots. Izuku claimed her lips and pushed into her deepest spot again. She nearly passed out from the sheer force of her orgasm as she locked her legs around Izuku's hips and felt his hot seed fill her up. Izuku rolled over onto his side, bringing Toga with him as she refused to let him go. The two caught their breath together as they slowly came down from their shared high. Toga reveled in the heat she felt inside of her, the love that she felt for Izuku and felt from him in return. It was a good thing she was on the pill or they wouldn't be able to have sex like this. It was the only thing she could honestly say she thanked her mother for. Again. Toga grinned sexily at Izuku a couple minutes later. Her eyes alight with passion and love. Already? Izuku looked at her in shock. Toga trailed her finger down his chest, across his stomach, below his hips, and gently began to stroke him back to hardness. If that's what you want, Himiko-chan. Izuku kissed her lips. This time. Toga breathed hotly into his ear. Take me ROUGH, she licked his earlobe before nibbling on it. I'll do my best. Izuku promised as he put her on all fours and got behind her. Toga was already shivering in anticipation when she felt his cockhead brush her drenched sex. With a strong thrust, Izuku buried himself to the hilt inside of her. Yes. Izuku. Toga nearly howled as Izuku took her doggy style. She was already loving this position as Izuku got even deeper inside of her. Take it. Izuku growled as he did his best to let go of his inhibitions and increase the force of his thrusts. The repeated slap of his pelvis hitting her bouncy ass cheeks began ringing throughout her bedroom. The verdette young man had one hand on Toga's left hip while his right hand was tangled in her long, blonde hair and pulling it backwards. Toga moaned at the slightly painful sensation and threw her hips back to match Izuku's even harder thrusts into her dripping pussy. A sharp smack rang out as Izuku used his left hand to smack her amazing ass. The young woman let out an incredibly lewd moan as she was sent crashing over the edge. Izuku. Toga had another mind-shaking orgasm as she cried out her boyfriend's name. She almost collapsed forward, but Izuku caught her and pulled her upright with her back against his chest. She mewled as he continued his thrusts while his hands both found a bouncy tit to grab and fondle. He captured her lips before increasing his pace further. Toga could only pant and moan as Izuku fucked her through her orgasm, triggering another. With a few strong thrusts upwards, Izuku let out a primal groan as he came inside her again. Toga. Izuku kissed her ear, sending shivers of pleasure throughout her body as he continued to thrust deeply into her while filling her womb again. The blonde was nearly delirious with pleasure. Her mind was awash in a white sea of love, joy, affection, bliss, and desire. Izu Toga cooed when she finally regained enough of her mental faculties. I want more. You're insatiable, Himiko-chan. Izuku gently nibbled on her neck as he continued to play with her tits. Then punish me, Toga purred as she pushed her ass against his pelvis. Alright. Izuku agreed as he kissed her neck. Toga was eased onto the mattress and quickly found herself face down, ass up before she received two sharp slaps to her magnificent booty. Toga gasped before moaning at the stinging sensation. She wiggled her hips, making her ass sway teasingly before her boyfriend's eyes. Take me, Izu. You're so naughty, Himiko-chan. Izuku rumbled deep in his throat. Yes. I'm a naughty girl, discipline me. Toga couldn't have sounded sexier to Izuku if she tried. He couldn't help to deny her as he lined himself up and thrust into her again. Yes, Toga let out an absolutely wanton moan as Izuku took her again. He slapped her ass, once on each cheek, as he plundered her depths. The blonde could only pant, moan, and gasp for air as Izuku gave her exactly what she asked for. Toga didn't know how long they'd gone at it. She'd only really become aware of anything a little bit ago. She was curled up into Izuku's side, his arm around her waist, and gently nibbling at his skin. She felt his hands softly running through her hair and kissed the spot she'd been nibbling on. Go ahead, Himiko-chan. Izuku encouraged his girlfriend. Love you, Izuku. Toga grinned before opening her mouth and revealing her more pronounced canine teeth. She gently bit her love and languidly licked up the blood from the bite with her tongue. She felt her body shiver in pleasure as her quirk side effect was completely sated near instantly. She continued to gently lick up the blood from her bite as Izuku cuddled her clothes and kissed the top of her head. I love you, Himiko-chan. Izuku mumbled into her hair as they lay together. Love you too, Izuku. Toga was smiling as she cleaned the already partially healed bite with her tongue. Truly she'd been blessed that day on the roof in junior high when she met Izuku. She hated to think what path she might have gone down without him. Train station near UA. You've got your costumes, right? Aizawa asked his class as they stood in the station. Wearing them in public is strictly prohibited, but don't drop them. Yeah. Mina raised her case over her head with a bright smile. It's yes sir. Ashido, don't forget that. Aizawa stared flatly at the pinkette. Yes sir. Mina pouted at the dampening of her enthusiasm. All of you be on your best behavior. Aizawa briefly activated his quirk and all 20 students straightened up. Now go. He motioned towards the platforms and watched as the team split up. Iida had been an issue for the last couple of days. The engine quirk user had constantly chosen hero agencies close to Hosu over and over again. Eventually, Midnight had called the recovering Tensei in the hospital to talk some sense into his younger brother. The very next day, Iida had turned in a form for a hero agency in Kanagawa, far from Hosu. Aizawa had glanced at the agency name and knew immediately what Tensei wanted his younger brother to learn. Bang Orca will make Iida understand that real heroes don't go looking for revenge. Aizawa thought as more and more of his students got on various trains to head for their internships. Train platform. I'll see you in a week, Isaacin. Toga smiled brightly at her boyfriend. We'll have a date when we're done with the internships, Himiko-chan. Izuku promised and Toga's eyes lit up. The two shared a soft kiss before they separated. Let's go, Yamomo. Toga cheered, practically walking on air. We have ninja tricks to learn. I'm still not sure if that's really what he'll be teaching us. Momo looked uncertain, but she still smiled as she and Toga walked to their train together. Love that girl. Izuku mumbled to himself before heading for his own train. Midoriya Todoroki greeted his classmate when the two saw each other in the same train car. Todoroki. Izuku blinked at seeing the dual-toned teen heading the same way as him. I didn't know you were heading the same direction as me. Who did you choose to intern with? My father, the same as you. Todoroki informed him with a subdued air. I got some advice from All Might and now I think I need to make some changes in my life. It's time to start being the hero that I want to be. Then I'm looking forward to working with you this week, Todoroki. Izuku smiled at his classmate. Looking forward to working with you as well, Midoriya. Todoroki replied, the barest hint of a smile on his face. Endeavor Hero Agency. Hurry up. Endeavor barked at his sidekicks as they rushed to get the agency settled for the arrival of the interns. We're hosting interns for the first time in a while. This place needs to be spotless. He was even cleaning and organizing things to make the best first impression on his son and the Midoriya boy. It's kinda odd that the boss wants everything even more shipshape than usual, huh? One sidekick whispered to another. Yeah, it kinda is. The other agreed with a nod. I think it's because one of our interns is his youngest son, he wants to make a perfect impression. Vernon snickered behind her hand. Oh. The first sidekick seemed to understand quickly. Who knew Endeavor was so interested in his kid's approval? The second sidekick chuckled. Right. Vernon laughed at the situation. If you have time to chat, then you have time to clean. Endeavor's deep voice spoke up from behind the three sidekicks, making them all start to sweat. Yes, sir. All three snapped off a salute before rushing off to get more done. DSK, Endeavor scoffed at his talkative sidekicks before heading for his office. He'd do whatever it took to get his son to understand that the path of a hero was a hard one. It wasn't something that you could half-ass and expect to succeed. I may not have been the best father. But I'll be damned if I lose you, Shoto. Thanks for watching.